Chapter 1732. After breaking through the bottleneck, Xiao Qian's veritable essence energy cleansed his entire body, raising his physical body and physique to another level. During the ancient times, this type of transport formation was called a Tao platform. It could move through the 3,000 great realms, roam the 7 great forbidden seas, travel between the 2 realms of yin and yang. Lung Feng looked at the terrible surroundings and asked, "Senior Ma, where are we now?" Another 3 days passed, and the 10 dragon bones were successfully transformed. After returning to his residence, Xiao Chun entered closed-door cultivation and started to cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art's 2nd layer. After chatting for a while, Meng Zhuang took his leave. Spiritual qi gathered and converged toward Xiao Chun in the eye of the formation, turning into streams. A terrifying dragon roar could be heard, and all the bones in Xiao Qian's body crackled. Dragon might spread out from Xiao Qian's body as if it was corporeal. We can only pray for good luck. Furthermore, Senior Ma is very experienced. He went to the depths of the dragon flame ancient land in the past and knows how to dodge. The dragon bones and dragon tendons in Xiao Qian's body seem to have some kind of connection to the will of the divine dragon, making him feel closer to the dragon pattern cauldron. The experts of Dragon Flame City already gathered nearby. The Tao platform flickered with light as batch after batch of the city's cultivators were sent to an unknown region of the Dragon Flame ancient land. A moment later, the Tao platform's body glowed with divine light, and a door of light appeared. Lung Feng nodded. Not only are all the strong groups in Dragon Flame City preparing to go all out, but many rank 5 sects and noble clans in the Great Thousand Realms are also using the activation of the ancient teleportation formation as experiential training for themselves. Xiao Qian's entire body, from the inside to the outside, became radiant. As Xiao Qian passed through the door, he immediately felt his body and soul sink. His entire body formed a complete divine dragon skeleton. There were always some fragments that, due to various reasons, didn't lose their ancient aura, surviving until now. The early stage major primal core realm is finally not the minor primal core realm. I still have to catch up. Xiao Chun regained his calm. His aura was the same as before he went into seclusion. More importantly, cultivating this divine dragon body tempering art also tempered his vital qi. 1 hour later, all the medial grade spirit jades in the formation had weathered away. Using the pure blood dragon bones, it took him a month and a half to completely transform the dragon bones. Assemble. What about Gui Dao? Rival a star venerate? Old Ma was in high spirits. Beside him was Xiao Feng, whom Lung Feng and Meng Zhuang had spoken of. Xiao Chun put away the dragon pattern cauldron and took out medial grade spirit jades. Then, he placed them in the formation of the cultivation room. Meng Zhuang introduced politely. That day, Xiao Chun caught Xiao Yun's sword with 2 fingers. Meng Zhuang had seen it with his own eyes. There were many strong people in the team. Existences that could rival star venerates definitely had something extraordinary about them. Coupled with the ample preparation time, the process of breaking through the bottleneck was smooth and uneventful. Any specialized cultivation room would have a formation similar to a spirit gathering formation, which could absorb the spiritual essence in the spirit jades more efficiently. Every day, Xiao Qian would observe the dragon pattern cauldron and experience the will of the divine dragon. He would consume the dragon bones and speed up his cultivation of the divine dragon body tempering art. The great wasteland continent shattered into countless fragments, forming tens of thousands of great worlds. The Tao platform could only unleash 10 to 20% of its power. Old Man Ma's opening price of 3 million spirit jades was truly a scam for him. This slightly startled Xiao Chun. There were at least 100 people in the entire team. His eyes gained some spirituality, looking spirited and able to see through people's hearts. His observation of things became more detailed and complete. All the sharpness in his eyes vanished. Xiao Chun gently knocked on the wooden table and muttered, "Rank 5 sects of sovereign personages holding down the fort." The noble clans of the dynasties all have the inheritances of their predecessors. All of them are not easy to deal with. If I run into them, it will be really difficult. The energy quickly flowed through all the meridians in Xiao Chen's body, heading for his 9-star primal core. The current Xiao Chun could not be said to be brand new, with no qualitative changes. However, his strength had increased by quite a bit. As Meng Zhuang said, Xiao Feng's strength could not be underestimated. When he stood beside Old Ma, his aura was no weaker. With a thought, Xiao Chun withdrew his aura. After the talisman strips were distributed, someone on the Dao platform contacted Old Ma. Old Ma waved his hand, and everyone ascended the Dao platform. Meng Zhuang thought very highly of Old Ma's strength and experience. Xiao Chen's seated cross-legged body slowly floated up. His long hair fluttered, and he showed a solemn expression. Is it because of the activation of the ancient transportation formation? Meng Zhuang paused for a moment before continuing. However, not many came. The depths of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land are very vast. It will not be easy to run into them. However, right now, the dragon characters were incomplete and the tall platform was dilapidated, showing the vicissitudes of history. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the dragon pattern cauldron before him again. He vaguely felt even more moved. In half a month, he had converted half of the 206 bones. After another month, he had converted all the bones into dragon bones. Let's go. Xiao Chen's vital qi increased from 5 cauldron force to 6 cauldron force. I am Meng Zhuang. I know that Brother Xiao lives next door, and I wanted to visit long ago. Unfortunately, Brother Xiao has been in closed-door cultivation for the past 2 months and could not find an opportunity. After a while, members of Old Ma's team appeared beside Xiao Chun one after another. That's right. The time it takes to repair the ancient teleportation formation is getting longer and longer. This time, it took 100 years. Next time, it might take 200 years, even 500. Naturally, the nearby rank 5 sects and noble clans will not let go of this opportunity. However, without Old Man Ma's connections, Xiao Chun would not have been able to obtain so many dragon bones in 3 days. Hence, Xiao Chun did not say anything. If an outsider were here, they would find it hard to connect Xiao Chen's current aura to the normally low-profile, reserved, white-clad youth. Xiao Chen saw a boundless wasteland. It was dark and gloomy, with strong winds howling and dust spreading everywhere. When mentioning the dragon bones, Old Ma knew that he had tricked Xiao Chun. He smiled in embarrassment and continued distributing the talisman strips. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, encouraging himself. 7 days later, the first bone was successfully converted into a blue dragon bone. Furthermore, our team ranks within the top 5 in Dragon Flame City's northern region. Aside from geniuses like Lung Feng, there is also Xiao Feng. These 2 people are strong enough to rival Star Venerates. The spiritual light in the surroundings suddenly vanished. The resplendent and translucent 9-star primal core absorbed all the light. Old Ma started to distribute the talisman strips to everyone. When it was Xiao Chen's turn, his sharp eyes noticed something different about Xiao Chun. The ancient transportation formation in the center of the northern region. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt slightly surprised. The rank 5 sects and the noble clans are all startled. Under the leadership of Old Ma, Lung Feng, and the other elites, the team started to gather at the Colossal Dragon. It's hard to say. The depths of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land are very vast. There are unknown regions everywhere. You all lead your own teams and carefully explore the surroundings. Don't take any risks. Meng Zhuang smiled and said, It's fine. Brother Xiao, after being in closed-door cultivation for 2 months, you probably do not know that a storm is brewing in the northern region of Dragon Flame City. Undercurrents are surging and all sorts of people are gathering. It is not very peaceful. This person was Xiao Chen's neighbor, an old man in Old Ma's team. An ancient and boundless great desolate Aeon dragon might surged out. This was an ancient aura that had gone through the baptism of many epochs during the great desolate Aeon and still did not fade. The cultivators in the same batch of Dao platforms would not be too far from each other. Each batch would be randomly sent to the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land. After crossing many obstacles and entering the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land, there would be fortuitous encounters. However, there would be even more danger. All of these were the benefits of cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art. After a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flickered in them. A sharp light radiated from his entire body, and strong winds swept out in all directions. It was very rare for two batches of teams to be sent to the same location. 3 days later, all the members of Old Ma's team gathered. This was a tall platform that looked ancient, made of divine stones and treasure pillars. Ancient dragon characters carved on the platform looked majestic and unfathomable. This could be considered a familiar face. When adventuring in the future, they could take care of each other at crucial moments. This was a Taoist gate. After passing through this gate, one would enter the Dragon Flame ancient land, a mysterious hinterland that many people had never reached before. Young Master Xiao, your complexion looks pretty good. After 2 months of closed-door cultivation, your strength has improved significantly. Xiao Chan did not have to worry about exhausting his veritable essence energy and could execute many killing moves. After filling up the grooves in the formation, Xiao Chan closed his eyes and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. These were the elites of the sects of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. None of them were simple. Xiao Chan was rather satisfied with their speed. At this moment, he could only rely on the experienced Old Ma. Xiao Feng and Lung Feng, the 2 young experts, felt confused. The weakest among them was a major primal core venerate. All of them radiated sharpness and had calm auras. They were all outstanding geniuses capable of fighting above their cultivation realms. Xiao Chan received the talisman strip and said indifferently, "I still have to thank Old Ma for the dragon bones." Everyone sighed in amazement, feeling exceptionally shocked. The formation spun silently, flickering with a dazzling spiritual light between the patterns. This allowed Xiao Chen's vital qi to contain the state of the divine dragon as he punched. The stirred veritable essence energy washed through his entire body, including his internal organs, every cell, and pore. A tyrannical aura spread out from within. Meng Zhuang revealed a doubtful expression. He shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. He has always been a lone ranger and does not have a strong presence. He only joined the team a few months ago and is not as experienced as Lung Feng and Xiao Feng." Hearing Meng Zhuang talk about the team, Xiao Chun asked about the masked bladesman. There is still half a month left. It is time to break through the minor primal core bottleneck. After Old Ma entered, his expression turned rather grave. He had been to the depths of the hinterlands before and knew how dangerous it was. The dragon bones spun continuously, forming a huge whirlwind in Xiao Chen's body. Of the 30-odd pure-blood dragon bones, only a few were remains. These would be worth 2 million medial Great Spirit Jades at most. In the afternoon, when Xiao Chun came out of closed-door cultivation, he unexpectedly received a visitor. Xiao Chun had a firm foundation in the first place. There was no major bottleneck between the minor primal core realm and the major primal core realm. Practice makes perfect. After figuring out the ropes, Xiao Chen's cultivation speed increased. Take this talisman strip and crush it when necessary. It can send you back to the Dao platform. It can be considered a life-saving talisman. However, activating this talisman requires some time. Remember, the fingernail-sized 9-star primal core was crystalline and translucent. As spiritual energy poured in, it flickered with resplendent and dazzling light. Chapter 1733. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to enter the unknown region of the Dragon Flame ancient land, one would have to form a team and take it one step at a time. He passed through many dangerous forbidden areas and forcefully killed his way in. By the time they went deeper, they were already exhausted and couldn't even protect themselves, so they didn't have the energy to explore other places. Through the ancient transportation formation, one could be sent directly to the unknown lands of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land, saving a lot of effort. No matter what, we wouldn't be able to reach this place even if we had the ability to. Since we're already here, let's explore it properly. Don't act rashly. Senior Ma called out to the people in the team to form their own teams and explore the surroundings. Everyone formed teams of 2s and 3s with people they were familiar with and carefully explored the area. The martial artists who came here were all elites of the sex and had rich experience in the Jianghu. None of them were blinded by excitement. Not long after, the sounds of intense fighting could be heard. It was a few cultivators who had run into some unknown, ferocious beast. Immediately, many of the stronger members of the team soared into the sky and rushed over to help. Xiao Chen's gaze swept over, and his heavenly insight divine eye opened slightly as he took in the situation in the distance. A few strange flame wolves with blazing eyes swayed their tails as they fought with the cultivators on Senior Ma's team. That was a 3-tailed firewolf. Its physical body had been cleansed by the dragon flame since it was young, and it was far stronger than its kind in the outside world. The ones he encountered now seemed to be even more powerful. Even when the major primal core venerates worked together, they found it hard to end the battle quickly. Only when a late-stage major primal core expert rushed over did they manage to kill these 3-tailed firewolves. This 3-tailed firewolf's body has been cleansed by the dragon flame, so it can be sold for a high price in the outside world. Especially the 3 firetails, they are especially precious and can be used to forge fire-type Dao soldiers. After killing the 3-tailed firewolf, everyone revealed joyful expressions as they divided the materials. After that, they were attacked by many ferocious beasts one after another. Everyone in the party was cautious, and they weren't too far away from each other. Most of them were scared but not in danger, and no one was hurt. Xiao Chun and Meng Zhuang were in the same team, and it was rather peaceful. There were no dangerous incidents. Suddenly, Xiao Chun stopped. He frowned as he sensed a dangerous aura. Boom! The ground split open, and a serpent covered in fiery patterns with a horn on its head charged out. It's a flame jiao snake. Everyone be careful! Meng Zhuang shouted and leaped into the air, throwing a punch at the flame jiao snake. His aura surged as he punched out. It was as if a meteor had fallen to the ground with great force. With a boom, the flame jiao snake was sent flying by Meng Zhuang's punch. When it landed on the ground, it kicked up a cloud of dust. The people in the team quickly took the opportunity to retreat. After the flame dragon serpent landed on the ground, it turned its body a few times, flicked its tongue, and pounced over again. Xiao Chen's eyes were sharp. He found that the place where the snake had just been hit had only a few subtle marks. He couldn't see any injuries. Xiao, lightly pushing off the ground, Xiao Chun roared. The dragon bones in his body creaked as he gathered his strength and punched out. The dragon tendons carried 6 cauldron force as they surged out. At the same time, a berserk dragon might spread out. Boom! Dragon might mixed with 6 cauldron force and struck the flame jiao snake. If this punch landed on a regular major primal core venerate, it would be sufficient to send them flying and shatter their internal organs. However, this flame jiao snake's defense was startling. The flame patterns on its skin flickered like flowing water. The flame jiao snake flew around a few times in the air before charging over again. Xiao Chun shouted coldly, and a faint layer of purple flames covered his entire body. Then, with a flash, he landed on the flame jiao snake's head. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the 7 deadly sins quickly gathered, infused with great Dao energy. Then, he stabbed down without hesitation. Pusi, blood spurted out. The saber entered the flame jiao snake by 3 centimeters, but it could not go any deeper. Brother Xiao, be careful. Just at this moment, Meng Zhuang shouted anxiously. A strong wind blew by Xiao Chen's ears, and a heat wave surged into the air. The flame jiao snake's tail was like a flaming tornado chopping at him. Xiao Chun drew his saber back to defend. Then, he ruthlessly swung his saber and clashed with his snake tail, which contained huge force. Bang! The flaming tornado scattered, and the saber light left a long, bloody wound on the snake tail. Xiaoqin used the force to fly back. Then, he somersaulted a few times in the air and dissipated the force. When Meng Zhuang saw the situation, his expression relaxed. Then, he worked together with Xiaoqin to deal with this flame jiao snake. After a long, intense battle, this flame jiao snake finally submitted. The two were incredibly fatigued. The flame jiao snake's defense and life force were incredibly startling. Fighting was not easy at all. Of course, this was also because Xiaoqin had not used his full power. If Xiaoqin used his full power now, then there would be no need to explore this dragon flame ancient land. Brother Zhao's strength is truly admirable. If I ran into this flame jiao snake alone, my chances of victory would be slim, Meng Zhuang said with lingering fear in his heart. The flame jiao snake's combat prowess already rivaled that of a peak major primal core cultivator. Furthermore, it was in this dragon flame ancient land, so its strength was even more terrifying. Meng Zhuang's words were not humble at all. Xiaoqin smiled, tacitly agreeing. Then, he called out to the team and started to split up the flame jiao snake's corpse. As expected, Xiaoqin put in the most effort and obtained the most precious flame jiao snake's kinghorn. The exploration proceeded in an orderly manner. This was not the first time Senior Ma's team was on a mission. Everything was done in an orderly manner. The division of labor was clear, and the harvest was pretty good. However, everyone knew that this was just a small fight. If it ended like this, the Heavenly Palace would not be able to deal with it. If this ended like this, they would have to find a great fortuitous encounter to activate the ancient transportation formation that activated only once every 100 years. After most of the day, everyone's mouths were dry. They had exhausted a significant amount of physical strength and energy. This place drained them even more than the outside world. When Senior Ma saw the situation, he waved his hand and said, "Let's rest for a while. It is still early. There is no rush." Everyone was tired, so they drank water and rested, replenishing their energy. Since coming here, they had not stopped. If they were not fighting, they were exploring the place. If they were not cultivators of the physical body, they would get tired easily. Xiaoqin remained calm as he drank a mouthful of water and casually looked around. He had not exhausted much energy. Where did so many ants come from? The resting cultivators suddenly discovered many fiery red ants crawling out of the cracks in the ground. These ants were not mutated beasts and did not have much offensive power. However, when they appeared in such a dense group, it was somewhat scary. Boom, boom, boom. Several people could not bear to watch any longer, so they all made a move. Hence, large swathes of red ants were wiped out. "Stop!" Senior Ma shouted. When he saw these red ants, his expression immediately changed drastically. "Oh no, these are underground fire ants. They are very resistant to high temperatures. Under normal circumstances, they would not appear at all. They would not be able to endure the high temperature and leave the ground only before the dragon flame erupts." Dragon flame eruption. Hearing Senior Ma's words startled everyone. One of the scariest situations in the dragon flame ancient land was an underground dragon flame eruption. That scene, in this complicated and harsh environment, was simply hell on earth. The power of an individual. The strength of an individual appeared extremely insignificant in the eruption of dragon flame. The dragon flame erupts. We need to find a place with water to take refuge. Otherwise, we will all die. Quickly search. Senior Ma's expression turned scarily sullen. The others were affected, feeling anxious for some reason as they started searching everywhere. Dragon flame eruption. Before coming here, Xiaoqin had obtained information on this. That was a mysterious phenomenon, even more terrifying than a volcano eruption. This was because the thing erupting was the dragon flame, true flame, which had accumulated for many tens of thousands of years. The demonic flame was known as the underground abyss. Wherever the dragon flame passed, it would destroy the world. Even a cloud sea star venerate would be burned to ashes on the spot if the underground dragon flame sprayed them, leaving nothing behind. No wonder Senior Ma was so nervous. Fortunately, Senior Ma was here. How could the others have such experience? If they could not discover the strange movements of the fire ants in advance, they would not even know how they died. At the very least, they knew to find a place with water to take refuge. Senior Ma, there is a rather large lake 150 kilometers to the north. At this crucial moment, Xiao Chun could not hide anything. He withdrew his heavenly eye and told Senior Ma about the lake he saw. Are you sure? Xiao Chun replied indifferently. This concerns life and death. Why would I interfere? Not wanting to waste time, Senior Ma shouted, gather up and follow me. To these geniuses and outstanding talents, 150 kilometers would take no more than a cup of tea to traverse in the outside world. However, traveling in the depths of this dragon flame ancient land was extremely arduous. Ancient dragon might was everywhere. This deterred them from flying casually as it drained them greatly. They could only do simple jumps and glides. The air clearly turned drier. Everyone was covered in sweat, and their throats felt like they were on fire. No one dared to doubt that the dragon flame would erupt again. This was already a very clear sign. Senior Ma, there is water in front. There really is water. After 150 kilometers, the group indeed saw a rather vast lake. Senior Ma smiled and said, Xiao Chun, you saved everyone. Xiao Feng and Lung Feng looked at Xiao Chun in surprise. There really was water. Even with the two's eyesight, they could not see so far in this place. They wondered how Xiao Chun saw it. Xiao Chun showed a calm expression, not revealing anything. He only said some polite words to Senior Ma and did not say anything else. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone flew up and stood in the center of the lake. Then, Senior Ma instructed calmly, water-attributed and ice-attributed cultivators, stand to my left. Wind-attributed cultivators, stand to my right. The rest, stand behind me. Someone comprehended the water-grade Dao, or perhaps a water-attributed Dao tool. Right after Senior Ma spoke, a person stepped forward and pointed to the sword in his hand, indicating that he had a water-attributed Dao tool. Senior Ma nodded and said, very good. Later, you will lead these water-attributed and ice-attributed cultivators. Wind-attributed cultivators, remember to create strong winds and do your best to scatter the dragon flame. The other cultivators will work together to form the final barrier. Rumble. Suddenly, the world trembled. The people standing on the water could not control their bodies, swaying left and right. A beam of fiery light soared into the sky in the distance. Closely following that, one beam, two beams, three beams, countless beams of dragon flame erupted from the ground. The flames dyed the world like it was the end of the world. The clouds for 5,000 kilometers around surged, looking like they were burning through the sky. Overwhelming heat waves mixed with berserk dragon might swept out in all directions. No matter where one hid, you cannot avoid it. Many of the panicking, strong, ferocious beasts melted on the spot, leaving only their skeletons. At the crucial moment, Senior Ma spread out his will of soul and encased everyone. He said, attack. Quickly attack. Follow my instructions and get into formation. Chapter 1734. Enveloped by Senior Ma's will of soul, the pressure on the lake immediately lessened significantly. The youth holding the water-attributed Dao tool drew his sword, stirring up all the water in the lake. This formed an incomparably huge water tornado encircling everyone. Everyone who cultivated water-attributed cultivation techniques used their power at the same time. They infused their veritable essence energy into the berserk water tornado. The ice-attributed cultivators all brought out their mysterious phenomena. Snowflakes drifted down, causing cold chi to spread out. Wind. At the same time, the cultivators who cultivated wind-attributed cultivation techniques formed a wind barrier around the water tornado. Everyone did not care about their veritable essence energy expenditure, doing their best to endure. Under Senior Ma's lead, Xiao Chun and the others formed the final veritable essence energy line of defense. The strong wind was the outermost layer, the water tornado and ice were the second layer, and the veritable essence energy shield was the third layer. The defense already reached the limit of the entire team. However, no one dared to lower their guard or be careless. The scene of the dragon flame eruption destroying so many ferocious beasts in that instant was still fresh in their minds, sending a chill down their spines. No one knew how long the dragon flame eruption would last, so they could only persevere. Rumble! Intense explosions rang out outside. That was the sound of the strong wind clashing with the dragon flame. Rumble! Rumble! A few of the weaker wind-attributed cultivators immediately found it hard to endure. Blood leaked out of their mouths, and their complexions paled. For hours later, the outermost wind barrier broke, unable to provide protection for the water tornado. However, the water tornado was driven by that youth holding the Dao tool. It contained a complete Great Dao. Furthermore, with the help of the many water-attributed cultivators and ice-attributed cultivators, it could be considered the firmest defense. Outside the barrier, dragon roars resounded in the sky. The horrifying dragon might shook the surroundings. Every time the dragon flame erupted, a loud sound accompanied it. It was an experiential training for the hearts of the people. Several cultivators with weaker mental states even activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines amid the continuous roars to resist. The people on the lake all had a hard time, including Senior Ma. Only Xiao Chun was not one of them. Xiao Chun possessed the blue dragon bloodline and did not care about ordinary dragon might in the first place. Not only did the dragon's might not deter him, but it also did not seem to have any effect on him. Instead, Xiao Chun felt a sense of familiarity. The bloodline in his body seemed to be ignited by the dragon roar outside, boiling endlessly. However, he could vaguely sense that something was wrong. He couldn't tell what was wrong. The great desolate Ian dragon might still existed. Xiao Chun could not help but think to himself, just a remnant dragon might is already so strong. I wonder how strong a true pure-blooded dragon race cultivator is. The dragon flame eruption lasted for half a day. If the eruption continued for a period of time, no one could guarantee that they would be able to hold on. Senior Ma stretched out his hand and smacked it, shattering the frozen waterspout with cracking sounds. The scenery of the outside world reappeared in the vision of Xiao Chun and the others. The original lake had disappeared, and the ground was covered with thick limestone. The terrain had changed greatly. The original tall mountains no longer existed and had become flat land. The wasteland became a sunken basin, the landform in his memory. In a short span of half a day, it had completely changed. The sky was bright red. The flaming clouds formed by the dragon flame would not scatter quickly. Occasionally, strong winds blew, and the cloud shattered. Then, a rain of fire containing the dragon flame fell. The dragon flame was very scary. Even though it had weakened significantly, it still inspired fear. Everyone looked around and became distracted for a while. This was indeed somewhat shocking. Who would have thought that in just half a day's time, the world would be turned upside down? The situation completely changed. The blue sea turns into mulberry fields in a single thought. Senior Ma could not help sighing softly, feeling moved in his heart. Before such mighty power, even a star venerate like Xiao Chun felt insignificant with his individual strength. Whoosh! Just at this moment, an azure light emerged from the ground in the distance, disappearing in a flash. The azure light appeared for a very short time, so fast that it was practically undetectable. However, the people present all had excellent eyesight. Practically all of them caught sight of that azure light. Clearly, the azure light appearing on the flat land was extraordinary. Many people turned their gazes to the experienced Senior Ma, who had been here once before. Senior Ma did not disappoint. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's Dragon Chi." The dragon flame eruption changed the mountains and rivers on the surface. Similarly, it also changed the geomancy world below. There have been rumors that an ancient dragon city was buried in the depths of the dragon flame ancient land. We might have run into it. Lung Feng frowned and said, "A dragon city?" Senior Ma nodded. "That's right. It's a dragon city. I heard that this soaring dragon great realm was once the conferred land of a certain divine dragon bloodline. That divine dragon bloodline was the strongest bloodline in the history of the dragon race. Later, it declined and disappeared for some reason. However, no matter what, this dragon flame ancient land has many connections with that mysterious dragon race. In the past, I heard that someone saw a dragon city in the depths of the dragon flame ancient land. Unfortunately, the terrain of this dragon flame ancient land changes frequently. We might see it occasionally, but the next time we see it might be in our next life. If it really is a dragon city, then we are very lucky. Senior Ma revealed a look of joy on his face. He seemed somewhat excited. Despite his age, Senior Ma was still putting in so much effort, gambling on a chance. If he failed this time, then his cultivation would stop at the Star Venerate realm, unable to advance further in this life. Senior Ma had waited for this opportunity for many years. His mood was easy to imagine. Xiao Feng said, "I know about the dragon race's 6-color divine dragons. Could there be another bloodline?" Lung Feng also looked at Senior Ma in confusion. He had never heard of this before. Senior Ma's expression already recovered its calm. He said indifferently, "When you go back and ask your elders, you will know. I lost myself earlier. Even if there really is a dragon city, who knows what remains after tens of thousands of years?" They did not hide their conversation. Hence, Xiao Chun, who was not far away, heard it as well. Xiao Chen's heart immediately thumped heavily. Blue dragon. It's a blue dragon. This was once the conferred land of the blue dragon bloodline. The blue dragon bloodline was the master of this dragon flame ancient land. No wonder Xiao Chun felt a familiar smell the moment he entered the dragon flame ancient land. "Senior Ma, we found the place where the dragon chi appeared." A startled cry made Senior Ma raise his eyebrows, instantly stopping his conversation with Lung Feng and Xiao Feng. Whoosh! Senior Ma's figure flashed, and he quickly headed for the source of the sound. Xiao Feng and Lung Feng exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that the dragon race really has an unknown divine dragon bloodline? This dragon flame ancient land was once one of the other parties' conferred lands? After thinking for a while, the two quickly followed. Everyone on the team gathered over. "Senior Ma, we saw it clearly just now. Another azure light appeared right here. However, it is even weaker and very hard to notice." That person pointed to a crack in the ground as he spoke to Senior Ma. Senior Ma thought for a while before spitting out one word: dig. The moment Senior Ma gave the order, everyone on the team immediately worked together and started digging with all their might. Before Senior Ma's grave expression, the ground quickly opened up, and that weak crack continuously widened. When the team dug, to 200 meters, a cold wind blew from below. "We got through." The presence of wind meant that there was a huge space below with good airflow. As the team continued digging, a passageway with clear signs of human activity appeared, eliciting joy on everyone's faces. Ancient Dragon City. It is definitely a dragon city. Senior Ma revealed a joyful expression as he took the lead and entered the passageway. The team followed the passageway forward. After a long journey, they finally reached the end of the passageway. When the team looked around, they found themselves in a vast city. Azure floorboards lined the ground, and pavilions, shops, inns, and restaurants surrounded them. This was a well-preserved ancient city. However, because they were deep underground, most of the place was dark. However, this did not prevent everyone from feeling the majesty and beauty of this city back then. It was probably no weaker than Dragon Flame City. In fact, it might even surpass Dragon Flame City. Lung Feng sized up the surroundings and sighed softly. It really is an ancient dragon city. The architectural style is even more ancient than Dragon Flame Cities. Chapter 1735. Ancient Dragon City. Upon hearing that, the cultivators on the team all felt somewhat excited. The strength of the dragon race spoke for itself. This was especially so for the ancient era, when the entire dragon race was at its peak. Although the dragon race was strong now, many of the great Desolate Hunter races could compete with it. Furthermore, after the noble clans established their dynasties, the luck of the great thousand realms changed slightly. The dynasties flourished, and their luck flourished. In the past few years, they had even developed to their peak. The four dynasties were all major factions. Be it the aloof holy rank sects or the strong races of the great desolate 100 races, none dared to challenge them. However, things were different during the ancient era. After the fiendish demons caused chaos, the various races with great desolate Aeon bloodlines divided up the great thousand realms. They competed with each other, resulting in the 100 Races War. Among them, the dragon race was one of the strongest, ruling over the place. However, there was no such thing as eternal prosperity in the world. The dragon race rose and fell several times. Furthermore, the noble clans rose. For the sake of suppressing the strong, great, desolate Aeon bloodline clans and holy rank sects, the noble clans worked together to establish a supreme dynasty. From then on, the situation of the world was set. Although the dragon race was still a peak faction, it no longer had the boldness of dominating the world during the 100 Races War. Being able to enter an ancient dragon city was a great fortuitous encounter. However, an ancient dragon city had existed for many tens of thousands of years. No one could guarantee that there were still valuable treasures in there. After all, the dragon race of the other bloodlines were still around. Perhaps the other races split up the valuable treasures when the dragon race declined. Without any valuable treasures, it would just be an ancient city. It was not an inheritance land of a sect or a place to nurture natural treasures. There was nothing special about it. Tens of thousands of years later, there might be other living beings in this underground dragon city. For example, the flame demons that like to live underground. There were many ferocious beasts and fiendish demons in the depths of the dragon flame ancient land. Everything was possible. One could not celebrate too early. Xiao Chun was the last to arrive. He felt excited, but he did not want to appear too strange and attract the attention of others, causing them to make wild guesses. Xiao Chun calmly sized up his surroundings. He knew very little about the blue dragon bloodline in the Great Thousand Worlds. He was also filled with curiosity as he looked around. According to what Senior Ma said, it was very possible that this place was indeed the dragon city that the blue dragon bloodline had once built. However, for some reason, Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong from the moment the dragon flames erupted. If it really was the land of the blue dragon, how could it spit out such terrifying dragon flames? The blue dragon was of the wood element and was not good at using fire. That was what the red dragon was good at. However, the red dragon bloodline still existed to this day, and everyone was familiar with it. This did not fit Senior Ma's theory. Doubts rose in Xiao Chen's mind, and he could not get rid of them. Old Ma, I feel that there is something strange about this city. It had been submerged underground for tens of thousands of years. Logically speaking, the Aeon energy should be very dense. But after waiting for a while, I didn't feel anything. Something is very wrong. Lung Feng cautiously observed his surroundings and said in a low voice. Senior Ma nodded. That's right. I sense it as well. The spiritual energy fluctuations are also somewhat strange. The fire-attributed spiritual energy is practically gone. This is the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. The fire-attributed spiritual energy should be exceptionally dense. Be more careful. Everyone, follow closely. No one is to move alone. Senior Ma shouted loudly. Then, he led the crowd and began to carefully explore the city. However, Senior Ma and the others clearly underestimated the danger of this dragon city. Before the group got far, several pairs of scarlet eyes opened in a dilapidated building in front. They looked like drifting scarlet flames, exuding a seductive charm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fiery lights flickered in the dark dragon city. 10 odd red flame demons quickly pounced over. Miserable cries rang out. Caught off guard, 3 members were immediately burned to a crisp. Blood flowed out and seeped into the ground. Their deaths were exceptionally miserable. Be careful. They are superior grade flame demons. Senior Ma exclaimed. Unexpectedly, they would run into so many superior grade flame demons here. A huge battle instantly started. The combat prowess of superior grade flame demons was exceptionally terrifying. Furthermore, their vision was not affected in the darkness. Their movement techniques were strange. They could easily turn into flames and merge into the ground. Then, they would wait for an opportunity to appear, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Fortunately, the team that Senior Ma led was made up of elite, outstanding talents. It was not like they had not fought with superior grade flame demons before when they came out for experiential training. After the initial panic, the team quickly calmed down. Xiao Chun took the opportunity to observe Xiahou Feng and Lung Feng's strength. These two truly lived up to being as strong as star venerates. Despite facing several superior grade flame demons at the same time, they held the upper hand and could still help the others. These two have already condensed the will of soul. After observing for a while, Xiao Chan finally discovered some clues. No wonder they were so strong, comparable to star venerates. The will of soul was the greatest reliance of the Cloud Sea realm. They had already condensed it. However, their cultivation was still lacking, so they were not in a rush to make a breakthrough. These people were also ambitious people. They knew that only by laying down a good foundation and making a breakthrough when the conditions were right could they go further in the Cloud Sea realm. Xiao Chan did not find it strange that these people could condense the will of soul before reaching the Cloud Sea realm. The world was vast. There were all sorts of strange things. The Great Thousand Realms were far vaster than what he saw. Just like how Xiao Chun could cultivate the dragon blood soul breaking finger, others might have cultivated soul energy cultivation techniques as well. Furthermore, these two's cultivations were infinitely close to star venerates in the first place. As for soul energy, they could already touch the surface of it. After a while, after leaving behind a few flame demon corpses, the other flame demons started retreating quickly. They did not continue fighting. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Senior Ma reminded a team elite that had chased too deeply. Who knew? Right after that Major Primal Core elite spoke, a palm strike knocked that Major Primal Core elite cultivator back. A black palm print appeared on that elite cultivator's chest, and a black flame burned in the wound. That flame was illusory and beautiful, not solid. After that, this elite cultivator's lips turned black, and his life force drained continuously. Flame poison. This startled the others. They had never seen such a terrifying flame poison before. Senior Ma looked up and saw a flame demon covered in black flames walk out of the shadows, leading hundreds of red flame demons. This flame demon had a fanatical look in its eyes as it looked at Senior Ma's group, brimming with murderous intent. Black flame demon. Senior Ma's expression changed slightly. He had never seen or heard of this before. Leave half of the people behind. The rest can return the way they came. The black flame demon suddenly spoke, negotiating conditions with Senior Ma and the others. Lung Feng laughed hoarsely. You are just a mere flame demon, and you dare to speak such nonsense? Coincidentally, I have never obtained a black flame crystal before. I wonder how much it is worth. Kill. The black flame demon smiled coldly, and hundreds of high-ranked flame demons charged forward, charging at Senior Ma's team. Senior Ma also smiled coldly and said, Everyone, work together and kill this group of flame demons. Although the flame demons held the advantage in numbers, Senior Ma's team was not a temporary team. The core team members had experienced many life and death situations together and had great teamwork. When they worked together, their strength was not as simple as 1 + 1. Earlier, during the dragon flame eruption, Xiao Chun had seen the might of a team's teamwork. Although a new team member like Xiao Chun was not familiar with the old team, it would be fine as long as he did not cause trouble. Furthermore, the team was made up of sect elites who grasped many secret techniques and protective treasure tools, even Dao tools. Once the team's true strength burst forth, it would be exceptionally terrifying. Xiao Chun drew the Tyrant Saber and used the army-breaking saber technique to face the enemy, not fearing these high-rank flame demons surrounding him. The situation quickly stabilized. Senior Ma's team slowly gained the upper hand. Xiao Chun swept his gaze around and freed up his hands to work with Lung Feng and Xiaoho Feng, preparing to kill this black flame demon. The three worked together to fight the black flame demon. Although the black flame demon was horrifying, it could not withstand the repeated attacks of 3 Star Venerate level existences. After a while, it started showing signs of defeat. Seeing that it could not defeat the black flame demon, it roared ferociously and turned into a clump of black clouds, fleeing. However, none of Senior Ma's group of 3 gave chase. Lung Feng said with some lingering fear in his heart, "This black flame demon is really terrifying. It is clearly not a Star Venerate, but it is even stronger than a regular Star Venerate. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's deal with the other flame demons first." Right? 1 hour later, the battle ended. Most of the flame demons that came were dead. As for Senior Ma's team, close to 20 people died, a disastrous loss. In one go, they lost 1/5 of their team. The flame demon tribe definitely has a strong yang attributed flame where they gather. Based on the strength of this flame demon tribe, the place where they gather is definitely a primal chaos level flame. Earlier, I found some resources left behind by the original owner of a courtyard. Most of them were already abandoned, but I unexpectedly found 1 or 2 perfectly preserved small things. This is a dragon city. After all, there are still many important places that we did not go to. After collecting the blaze crystals in the red flame demon's body, Senior Ma discussed with the others and decided to continue forward. Those who felt that they were not strong enough could take some of the red blaze crystals and return the way they came. This trip was dangerous, but no one backed out. All of them chose to continue deeper. Just at this moment, the sounds of intense fighting rang out. It was a saber hum. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. As a bladesman, his senses were much sharper than others. A strong bladesman was currently fighting with someone. The expressions of Senior Ma and the others immediately turned grave. To think that someone else managed to enter this place before them. A miserable shriek rang out. The black flame demon that had retreated earlier got ruthlessly hacked back by a saber. The black flame demon landed before everyone again. A saber struck the chest of the black flame demon, nearly chopping it in half at the waist. Saber chi lingered. No matter how hard the black flame demon tried, the wound could not heal. The black flame demon roared furiously, but could not get up. How strong? Who is it? Everyone looked up and saw a mysterious bladesman wearing tight clothes and a conical bamboo hat flying over in the air. The bamboo hat bladesman swept his gaze across Senior Ma's team before gently landing. After dealing the final blow to the black flame demon, he looked at Senior Ma and the others and said, "I'll take this blaze crystal. You don't have any objections, right?" This bladesman's voice was specially altered, but everyone could still tell that the owner of the voice was very young. This was a young, Star Venerate level bladesman. How could Senior Ma and the others dare to say anything? Although the 3 injured this black flame demon and weakened it, this bamboo hat bladesman was still able to kill it alone. To be able to kill so tyrannically with the strength of a single person was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. With such strength, who would dare to offend him? Chapter 1736. As Senior Ma and the others watched the bamboo hat bladesman take away the precious black flame crystal, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. "Might I ask for your great name, and which sect of the Central Great Realm you come from?" Senior Ma and Lung Feng exchanged glances. Then, they stepped forward, wanting to strike up a conversation. If necessary, it would be for the best if they could form an alliance. Even if the alliance failed, they could at least maintain a friendship and avoid conflict in the future. The bamboo hat bladesman mocked indifferently. "The Central Great Realm? I have not been there yet. I'm just a loose cultivator. Just call me Ananda." As the bamboo hat bladesman spoke, he swept his gaze over Senior Ma's team again. He now had a clearer understanding of the strength of this team. When the bamboo hat bladesman's gaze landed on Xiao Chun, a strange expression flashed in his eyes, which were hidden under the bamboo hat. However, it passed in an instant. Others would not notice anything at all. a loose cultivator? Lung Feng and Xiao Feng were both shocked. Since when did loose cultivators have such heaven-defying characters? However, given how vast the world was, it was hard to avoid some people getting lucky. Lung Feng continued and invited, "Brother Ananda, you are alone. How about you join our team?" The bamboo hat bladesman smiled faintly and said, "There's no need." After leaving behind these two simple words, the bamboo hat bladesman drifted away. The bamboo hat bladesman did not intend to form an alliance with Senior Ma and the others. Or rather, he did not care about them at all. After that bamboo hat bladesman went far away, all sorts of discussions rang out. What a young star venerate. His saber techniques are really startling. Indeed, that black flame demon was chopped in half by one saber strike. The saber chi lingered around. Although he did not comprehend the complete saber Tao, he is not far from it. I wonder where this expert came from. Xiao Chun remained silent as he looked in the direction that bamboo hat bladesman left, entering deep thought. The bamboo hat bladesman's entire body was covered up. No one could see anything wrong with him. However, for some reason, Xiao Chun found this person somewhat familiar. He must have seen this person before. However, in Xiao Chun's memory, he did not recall any bladesman with such strength. Senior brother Yi Zifeng definitely has one. However, senior brother Yi Zifeng is much more brilliant than that. He is a holy venerate. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Xiao Chun also began to doubt his own intuition because his memory had always been very good. There was no mistake. If he couldn't recall it, then it could only be that his intuition was wrong. After a long time, old Ma said, "Everyone be careful. It looks like we are not the only ones who have discovered this dragon city. Who knows, there might be other people. If we run into a disciple from a 5th grade sect." When Senior Ma and the others saw the bamboo hat bladesman, their hearts sank. This place no longer belonged to them alone. With the appearance of the bamboo hat bladesman, there would definitely be others. Xiao Chen's hopes of monopolizing the fortuitous encounters of the Dragon City would be dashed. If he was unlucky and encountered a disciple of the 5th grade sect, he would definitely be killed. Not only would they not be able to obtain the fortuitous encounter, but they would also have no choice but to flee in all directions and leave their fates to fate. Continuing forward, Senior Ma's team annihilated another flame demon team. They explored the courtyards and ancient buildings, obtaining many benefits. Some were weapons from the ancient times, some were cultivation resources left behind from the ancient times, and so on. To be able to go through such a long period of time, wash away all of his glory, and reveal his sharpness once more. Needless to say, it was definitely something good. Half a day later, rumble. A series of loud sounds came from ahead, along with dense flames and the shouts of cultivators. There really is someone. There are quite a lot of people. Elder Ma's expression immediately turned grave. Xiao Chun did not fear meeting a lone expert like the bamboo hat bladesman. He feared meeting a team like theirs. Let's go and take a look. No matter what, it was necessary to understand the other party's background. Even before Zhang Xian got close, he could already feel surging heat waves surging toward him. Ahead, a team with about the same number of people as Senior Ma's team was fighting with a team of flame demons. The flame demons here were even stronger, all of them major primal core cultivators. There were even black flame demons that reached the star venerate level, looking incredibly terrifying. Although the opponent's team had great teamwork. However, the attacks of the star venerate level black flame demon severely tore apart their formation. Several people died on the spot. Fresh blood seeped out and formed a river. It was a tragic sight. "It's Elder Lu's team," Lung Feng said when he clearly saw the person leading the team. Senior Ma and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a rank 5 sect disciple. Like Senior Ma's team, Senior Lu's team was famous in Dragon Flame City's northern district. However, it was weaker. While the relationship between the two teams was not very good, it was not bad either. So, Senior Ma is here. We are all fellow cultivators of Dragon Flame City. Please help us out. Senior Lu's team was clearly at a disadvantage, suffering unspeakably. Senior Ma said, "Let's go over and help." Right now, the Dragon City's environment was becoming increasingly complicated. Senior Ma did not think too much before making up his mind. Being able to get a helper would definitely be beneficial for the rest of the journey. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Senior Ma's command, the people of Senior Ma's team immediately flew over to fight the flame demons. Instantly, the pressure on Senior Lu's team decreased significantly. Xiao Chun held the tyrant saber and moved about fearlessly. His army-breaking saber technique became increasingly familiar with it. He slowly showed signs of reaching peak consummation. When he executed it, he moved about fearlessly, appearing extremely tyrannical. The formless might of a tyrant shocked the surroundings, inspiring fear in everyone. What a handsome saber technique! One man and one saber amid a vast army, moving about fearlessly. Wherever the saber points, it breaks everything. How tyrannical! Several people on both sides marveled at Xiao Qin's saber technique when they saw it. Xiao Qin's movement technique was excellent. The fish dragon art allowed him to move about freely in this chaotic battle. Although Xiao Chun killed the enemy ferociously, he did not put himself in danger. However, the truly strong enemy, the Star Venerate level Black Flame Demon, was still dealt with by Senior Ma, Senior Lu, Lung Feng, and the others working together. After a while, both sides worked together and finally chased away this group of flame demons. The Star Venerate level Flame Demon found it hard to fight against so many. It was significantly injured, turned into a clump of flames, and fled in a sorry state. Xiao Chun glanced indifferently at the Black Flame Demon, paying attention to the ground where it fled. That Senior Lu came over and expressed his gratitude to Senior Ma. Then he generously offered to give all the flame crystals in the flame demon's corpse to Senior Ma's team. Senior Ma smiled casually, not being polite. Following that, the upper echelons of both sides started to discuss the alliance. Xiao Chun lost interest. He looked at the ground and entered deep thought. The ground, which had been covered in blood earlier, no longer had many bloodstains left. He found this very strange. Xiao Chun lowered his head and looked at the ground, entering deep thought. Senior Lu, how long has it been since you entered this dragon city? About a day, I guess. This dragon city is very strange. However, everyone feels that there are benefits to be gained, so we persevered. We want to charge into the Flame Demon headquarters and see what the situation is like. The two teams entered at about the same time. Soon, the two teams formed the mysterious phenomenon of an alliance and prepared to attack the Flame Demon headquarters together. Xiao Chun, who was squatting on the ground, thought of something when he heard the conversation between Senior Ma and Senior Lu. Something is strange. I have to make some plans in advance. Xiao Qin's figure flashed, and he silently vanished from where he was. Then, he chased after the Star Venerate level Flame Demon that Senior Ma and Senior Lu worked together to injure. After a while, Xiao Chun stopped on a wall and calmly stared at the ground below. Hu-chi! Suddenly, a clump of fire appeared on the ground. That injured Star Venerate level Flame Demon coughed a few times, appearing very weak. Resolving the mundane, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to use his strongest killing move, the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber techniques, resolving the mundane. Since ancient times, the sages and sages were all passers-by. Thousands of years of worldly affairs were all for naught. Let go of the mundane world's worries. See the Buddha in one day, and obtain eternity. Xiao Qin's heart was like dead water. At this moment, he had separated himself from the secular world. His 7 emotions and 6 desires no longer existed. Xiao Chun remained expressionless as he swung his saber. A swastika appeared on his forehead, and a Buddhist light shone. However, it was emotionless, an eternal, inextinguishable saber light. Once one's mortal heart was settled, it would be eternal. The heavily injured flame devil only had time to raise its head and reveal a hint of shock before it was struck by that terrifying saber. He was cleaved into 2 halves and died on the spot. Clang! His body was illuminated by the Buddhist light, and only a strange black flame crystal fell to the ground. Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and grabbed it. After killing the enemy with one slash, Xiao Chan did not stop moving and took out his carving knife. Then, he quickly started carving on the black flame crystal. His expression was focused, and his heart was as calm as still water. After a while, Xiao Chen perfectly carved the black flame crystal into the shape of a black flame devil. Then, Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of essence blood for the black flame crystal to absorb. Then, he crushed the many red flame crystals in his hand. Xiao Chen continuously refined them, extracting their essence and infusing them into the black flame crystal sculpture. It was like he was infusing blood into it, making it livelier. All of this happened last night. Xiao Chen put away the exquisite sculpture in his hand and returned, rejoining the team. The two teams were currently regrouping. Several cultivators were searching the courtyards in the Dragon City. Xiao Chen's movements did not cause any commotion. Who could have imagined that he would kill a Star Venerate level flame devil with one saber strike? Chapter 1737. Brother Xiao, where did you go earlier? Meng Zhuang, who was on friendly terms with Xiao Chen, asked, finding it strange. Xiao Chen replied calmly, "What's wrong? I just discovered an injured flame demon and chased after it to finish it off." Understanding dawned on Meng Zhuang. No wonder I could not find you. Senior Ma and Senior Lu agreed to form an alliance. We will share all the resources and treasures in the surrounding area. Whoever finds them first will get to keep them. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Isn't that just nice? There are rules and regulations." Meng Zhuang smiled helplessly and said, "It would be great if that was really the case. Even people on a team would get into conflicts. What more two teams? At that time, when there is a conflict, the only reliable thing is not the rules but one's own strength." So, Xiao Chen roughly understood why Meng Zhuang sought him out. Meng Zhuang smiled and said, "I found a few people to explore together. Do you want to join us?" Xiao Chen rejected politely, "Thank you. However, I'm used to being alone. In that case, I won't disturb you anymore." In reality, Xiao Chen had gained a lot from his earlier search. Xiao Chen possessed the blue dragon bloodline. In this underground dragon city, he was more sensitive to auras than the other cultivators. It was like returning to his own home. He could always be one step ahead of others and arrive at the location of the treasures. It was easy to expose some of one's secrets when traveling with others. Some things were also troublesome to explain. Xiao Chen could only reject Meng Zhuang's kind intentions. After searching for a quiet place, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and let his aura spread out in all directions. His aura seemed to merge with the aura spreading out in the ancient dragon city. His probing in all directions was much more precise and meticulous than the others, including Senior Ma. Soon, Xiao Chen found a rough location. Then, he opened his eyes and pushed off with his feet. His figure drifted up. Soon, a courtyard appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The courtyard was grand and imposing. It should have been the residence of a large clan of the dragon race during the ancient era. After entering, Xiao Chen followed the guidance of an aura and arrived at the back of the courtyard, where a pavilion stood. Treasure Tower? Looking at the few incomplete words on the broken signboard, Xiao Chen revealed a look of joy. The blue dragon bloodline must have been divided into several large families during its most glorious period. Perhaps this house belonged to one of the great clans. The treasure tower was the foundation of a clan. When the doors were pushed open, all sorts of treasures, flowers, and plants gave off multicolored lights. Surging and pure spiritual energy spread out together with the strong dragon might of the dragon race treasures, instantly attracting the attention of many nearby people. Oh no! Too much time had passed, and the formation that could protect the pavilion from leaking aura had already lost its effectiveness. However, Xiao Chen could not care so much. He looked around, searching for the most useful treasures. Dragon Blood Dan. Xiao Chen soon discovered that the words Dragon Blood Pill were written under a jade bottle. Breaking the seal, Zhang Xin picked up the jade slip and took a look. There were 4 blood-red pills inside, and they emanated a medicinal fragrance. Zhang Xian took a deep breath. Xiao Chun immediately felt the blood in his body surge as energy surged out from his bloodline and spread throughout his body. So, it's a pill that can awaken the power of one's bloodline. Good stuff. Xiao Chun quickly accepted it and continued to observe as fast as he could. Dragon taming wood, ice crystal jade, golden ink stone. This is the dragon bone wine. The sharp-eyed Xiao Chun discovered a bottle of wine, and his eyes lit up. Although he did not know what it was, as a wine lover, he quickly went over and broke the seal on the dragon bone wine. If not for the restrictions on everything in this place, Xiao Chun would not have bothered with so many things. He simply swept through the items and took them away. There was no time to think too much. After taking away the treasures that were useful to him, Xiao Chun continued to break the seal, taking away the more valuable treasures. His movements were swift and orderly, showing no signs of panic. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures arrived in a flash. They were the first batch of cultivators who had sensed the aura of the treasures. However, at this moment, the treasures that were useful to them or the more valuable natural treasures had already been taken away by Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun had already taken all of them. Although the remaining ones were still very valuable, they could not compare to the one in Xiao Chun's hand. How can it be like this? The aura of the treasures has decreased by more than half. The good things are all gone. Compared to the surging and pure spiritual energy that the 3 sensed at the start, the aura of the treasures was far from it. The 3 could not help but look at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun glanced at the 3. They were not from his team, so he walked over expressionlessly. You, stop right there. The person in the middle shouted coldly as he held a sword in his hand, wearing blue robes. Xiao Chun ignored him and continued forward. The blue-clad man immediately showed rage on his face. He thrust his sword at Xiao Chun. Whoosh! Xiao Chun drew the tyrant saber. Before the blue-clad man could fully unleash his sword light, Xiao Chun knocked him back with his saber. Brother Jiang. The blue-clad man's companions were greatly startled. They quickly retreated to help the blue-clad man up and check on his injuries. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, Senior Lu and Senior Ma led the elites of their teams over. They had also sensed the surging and pure spiritual energy. However, they were rather far away, so they arrived slightly later. What's going on? Senior Lu quickly asked when he saw someone on his team injured. Senior Lu, he used the Dao tool in his hand to forcefully chase us away from the treasure pavilion and take away the valuable treasures inside. The 3 of us clearly came here first. The blue-clad man looked at Xiao Chun and made a false accusation, placing all the blame on him. He even sneak-attacked Brother Jiang, completely ignoring the team's morality. In any case, no one saw it. The more the 2 spoke, the more outrageous they became. They described Xiao Chun as a shameless person who did not hesitate to sneak-attack others in order to obtain the valuable treasures. Senior Ma frowned slightly. Xiao Chun, what's going on? Xiao Chun replied indifferently. I discovered this place first. Senior Ma sent a voice projection. Xiao Chun, who discovered it is not the key. The key is whether it is true that you obtained the valuable treasures. Xiao Chun felt slightly stunned. However, he quickly understood what Senior Ma meant. Senior Ma wanted a share of the loot and some benefits. Old fogey, Xiao Chun replied coldly. If Senior Ma thinks it is true, then it is true. Senior Ma, there needs to be an explanation for this matter. Senior Lu showed a sullen expression as he led his team over to Xiao Chen's group. Senior Ma felt upset. He had given Xiao Chen a hint, but Xiao Chun did not seem to care. At this moment, Senior Lu stepped forward to question Xiao Chun. Senior Ma retorted indifferently. What explanation do you want? You forgot who saved you so quickly? Furthermore, there is no proof. If I did what Xiao Chun said, why would I ask you for an explanation? While Senior Ma was unhappy for the sake of maintaining the harmony of the team, he had to stand up for Xiao Chun at this moment. His words immediately caused the atmosphere to become a little tense. Senior Lu knew that his words had no basis and that he could not stand on his own 2 feet. Furthermore, the other party had saved him earlier. For a moment, he was in a dilemma not knowing how to resolve the situation. Lung Feng tried to mediate. Since we have come to an agreement, why don't we each take a step back? We don't want the remaining treasures in the treasure pavilion. With a way out, Elder Lu nodded and said, "That's fine too." After Elder Lu and the others entered the treasure pavilion, Elder Ma, Lung Feng, and the others all focused their gazes on Xiao Chun. The meaning was self-evident. "We helped you solve your problem, so you should take out some treasures to thank us." Xiao Chun pretended not to know, nodded casually, and left. This guy really doesn't know how to be tactful. One of them looked at Xiao Chen's back and said coldly. Lung Feng shook his head and said, "Forget it. According to the rules, he indeed has no obligation to hand over the treasure." Senior Ma snorted coldly. Then, he flung his sleeves and left with a sullen expression. How could Xiao Chen not know what these people were thinking? Not to mention the limited number of treasures he could obtain. If he gave each of them a treasure, his pockets would be empty. Even if Xiao Chan really swept through the entire treasure pavilion, he would not take out a single cent to give to these people. Firstly, Xiao Chan did not need the help of Senior Ma and the others to deal with the problem. Secondly, Senior Ma's attitude was simply displeasing. Back then, Senior Ma scammed Xiao Chun of 1,000,000 medial Great Spirit Jades for the pure blood dragon bones. Xiao Chun had long seen through Senior Ma's character. However, he could not do it twice. How could Xiao Chun let Senior Ma scam him again? Chapter 1738. For now, Xiao Chun did not take inventory of his gains. After the decibels of Senior Ma and the others, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, letting his aura merge with the aura of the Dragon City once more. Xiao Chen's perception was like a spiderweb, quickly spreading out into the Dragon City. The limit kept expanding, even wider than when he used his spiritual sense outside. However, Xiao Chun could not see as clearly as with his spiritual sense. He could not see the scene in real time, only vaguely sensing some unique auras. That's it. Soon, Xiao Chun sensed an unusual aura. He did not know if it was a natural treasure or a dragon race treasure. Xiao Chun opened his eyes in anticipation, and his figure flashed over. Sounds of fighting? Just as Xiao Chun approached, he heard the sounds of fighting and could not help frowning. Since someone had beaten him to it, he could not help but speed up and rush over. Xiao Chun happened to see a shocking scene. In front of a cellar, someone knocked Meng Zhuang and the other elite cultivators of Senior Ma's team into the air with one saber strike. They fell to the ground in pain and screamed miserably. What happened? Xiao Chun asked after he landed and helped Meng Zhuang and the others to their feet. After all, Meng Zhuang was someone he was familiar with. Xiao Chun could not possibly feign ignorance after seeing him. There was a horrifying wound on Meng Zhuang's chest. Blood spurted out of the wound uncontrollably. Xiao Chun looked carefully and discovered a strong saber intent containing the will of soul in the wound. Brother Xiao, we clearly discovered the corpse of an ancient mutated beast. However, he snatched it away and even injured us. Meng Zhuang's eyes flashed with horror as he pointed at the person in front while clutching his wound. Xiao Chun glanced around. The person in front was the bamboo hat bladesman who called himself Ananda. This bladesman wore a conical bamboo hat that covered his face. He wore tight clothes and long robes, making it impossible to make out his figure. There is no need to be so heavy-handed when you make a move, right? Xiao Chun asked softly. He is just asking for it. You can't blame others. The conical bamboo hat bladesman's voice, which had clearly been altered, rang out. He looked deeply at Xiao Chun through the conical bamboo hat before drifting away. Xiao Chun did not give chase. There was no need to fight to the death with this bamboo hat bladesman. After all, the opponent's strength was there for all to see. Let me send you back, Xiao Chun said as he turned around. Naturally, Meng Zhuang and the others had no complaints. After seeing the strength of this bamboo hat bladesman, they would not blame Xiao Chun for not making a move. It was already good enough that he could waste his time and send them back. Returning to the team's gathering point, there were quite a number of injured people. He only found out after asking around. It turned out that the bamboo hat bladesman had injured them. However, although he was ruthless, he did not kill them. After Senior Ma asked everyone cautiously, he said, "This Ananda seems to know his limits. After you see him, do not make a move on him." Those who were injured couldn't stand the fact that their treasures had been stolen, so they attacked out of anger. There was no case of the bamboo hat bladesman taking the initiative to attack. The two teams did not dare to declare war on Ananda, so they could only reduce the problem to a small one. After resting for 2 hours, the two teams worked together and headed for the Flame Demon Tribe's headquarters at the same time. In the following 8 hours, the two teams worked together to kill the many Flame Demon teams. The two teams arrived at a vast dragon race plaza in the vast ancient dragon city. The dragon race plaza was at least 50 kilometers wide. There was an incredibly mysterious formation in the middle. A 300-meter-long pillar was stuck in the center of the formation. The pillar soared into the sky, exuding a strong might and pressure. It was ancient and experienced the baptism of time, accumulating an incredibly heavy might and pressure. A clump of ethereal black flame hovered above the pillar, looking exceptionally strange. Blue Dragon Totem. Xiaoqin's expression changed slightly. He immediately recognized that 300-meter-long pillar as the Blue Dragon Totem. Faux God Flame. Unlike Xiaoqin, Senior Ma, Senior Lu, Lung Feng, and the others immediately stared at the flame drifting above the pillar. That black flame seemed to be something between solid and incorporeal. It was like it had a magical power, attracting everyone's attention. The surroundings fell silent. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Several people walked towards the Blue Dragon Totem in a daze. Hallucinations appeared in their eyes. The various desires that they normally hid in the depths of their hearts appeared in their eyes. Their thoughts ranged from success and fame to obtaining a powerful cultivation technique to being conferred a noble title or king. These people showed strange smiles as they walked forward step by step. "Stop!" Senior Ma, who struggled out of the illusion, shouted, his expression changing slightly. It was like a sudden clap of thunder resounding in the surroundings. Immediately, many people felt their souls suffer a heavy blow, and blood leaked out of a corner of their lips. These people suddenly startled awake. When they saw their own actions, they were startled and quickly moved back. However, there were still a few people who were not strong enough. Their desires were too deep, and they could not struggle free. The moment he stepped onto the mysterious formation, his 3 souls and 7 physical souls were extracted from his body. It floated towards the black flames and was burned to ashes. His body was sucked dry by the formation, turning into a pool of blood and disappearing. As their souls were extracted and their bodies absorbed by the array formation, the black flames on the Blue Dragon Totem seemed to become even more lustrous. The corpses and souls of these people were treated as delicacies, and he swallowed them whole. So. The group of people immediately felt a deep lingering fear and hurriedly sped up, retreating all the way. Only after he left the square did he feel slightly at ease. How could this be? Senior Ma, Senior Lu, and the others turned pale with fright. Their expressions turned grave, but their gazes did not leave the black flames. Xiaoqin found this strange as well. He had not expected to run into the legendary faux god flame here. After the Cloud Sea realm was the Divine Vein realm. After the Divine Vein realm was the Void God realm. The physical body of a faux god had already become a physical body. All they lacked was an immortal soul to become a true god. Their lifespan was practically limitless. Their strength had already reached an incredible, heaven-defying level. Words alone could no longer describe the horror of a faux god. Just the Divine Vein realm was already out of reach for the people here. They needed to raise their heads and look up. Faux gods were even more so. The so-called faux god flame was a special existence. If one wanted to advance from the Divine Vein realm to the faux god realm, one had to light a divine flame in their body. This flame was the faux god flame. These people did not know how to light a divine flame. However, the importance of the faux god flame was like that of a nascent soul to a true cultivator. If the nascent soul was extinguished, the true cultivator would die for sure. If the divine flame was extinguished, the so-called undying faux gods would disappear from this world. I really did not expect there to be a yang flame where the flame demon tribes gathered. Who could have expected it to be the legendary faux god flame? This is incredible. However, this faux god flame is almost extinguished. It can't even send out its divine might. There is something wrong with this faux god flame. It seems to have a demonic nature. I suspect that those flame devil tribes are actually all under its control. Senior Ma and the others discussed cautiously. As they looked at the faux god flame, greed flashed in their eyes. Everyone wanted to obtain the faux god flame. However, they did not dare to act rashly, afraid of losing their lives. Xiao Chun squatted down and reached out to touch the floor of the plaza. His expression turned grave. Indeed, as Xiao Chun expected, there was something wrong with this place. There was an even larger formation under the plaza. The blood of the people who died in the city earlier eventually flowed to the mysterious formation in the center of the plaza. Xiao Chun stood up and asked Senior Lu, "How did you discover the underground dragon city?" Senior Lu did not like Xiao Chun. He retorted coldly, "What does it have to do with you? The upper echelons are discussing. It is not your place to interrupt." Xiao Chun smiled faintly. "Even if you don't tell me, I know. Did you discover azure-colored dragon Qi on the surface? Did you send people to search and find the entrance?" Senior Lu's expression changed slightly, clearly finding this strange. Xiao Chun was clearly asking how Xiao Chun knew. "Xiao Chun, Senior Lu and I still have important matters to discuss. Rest at the side first and await further instructions." Senior Ma frowned slightly. He was not willing to see Xiao Chun, so he waved his hand and sent Xiao Chun away. Xiao Chun did not say anything. He smiled coldly in his heart and moved to the side. "How dare you barge into the Holy Land? All of you deserve death." Just at this moment, a majestic figure descended from the sky and landed heavily on the plaza. This figure had pitch-black skin and wore ancient black armor with dragon motifs. He held a spear in his hand and radiated a terrifying dragon might. The spear swept through the air, and the entire plaza suddenly lit up with a loud boom. Clumps of flames soared up from the countless stone pillars in the dragon race plaza spanning 50 kilometers. Each clump of flame was a red flame demon. This seemingly empty plaza was, in fact, the lair of the flame demon tribes. The expressions of Senior Ma and the others immediately changed. The number of flame demons exceeded their expectations. Chapter 1739. Countless red flame demons landed on the ground and surrounded the mysterious formation, forming an impenetrable defense. With a rough estimate, there were more than 1,000 of them. With Senior Ma and Senior Lu's teams combined, there were only slightly more than 100 people under them. There was also that mysterious black-armored cultivator. His eyes shone with a frightening black flame. He was tall and stout, at least 3 meters tall. As he stood in the center, he held a spear in his hand, exuding a tyrannical air that overlooked everything. "That is a middle-stage Star Venerate." Senior Ma's face sank slightly as he looked at that black-armored cultivator. His voice trembled somewhat. An early-stage Star Venerate and a middle-stage Star Venerate were two completely different levels, a world of difference. Senior Ma was well aware of this difference. He had been stuck at early-stage Star Venerate for more than 100 years already, unable to cross this hurdle. Aside from that, there were 10-odd elites among the 1,000-odd red flame demons. The auras they gave off rivaled those of Star Venerates, not weaker at all. As Xiao Chun looked at that black-armored cultivator, he felt startled. The other party actually had dragon might. That was bona fide dragon might, not the dragon might brought out by some cultivation technique, martial technique, or profound tool. Instead, it was a genuine dragon might that came from his bloodline. Is he a member of the dragon race? However, that does not feel like it. That dragon might also contain many evil auras that were not pure at all. It was extremely strange. This place is becoming increasingly strange. Xiao Chun somewhat wanted to linger here. However, the blue dragon totem in the middle of the formation was hard to ignore. Xiaoqin was already certain that this place had something to do with the Blue Dragon bloodline. As the last person of the Blue Dragon bloodline, Xiaoqin could not leave here, no matter what. There should be other factions involved. Senior Lu's and Senior Ma's teams discovered the underground dragon city because of the dragon Qi. This was definitely not a coincidence. This faux god flame, tainted with a demonic nature, purposely leaked the dragon Qi. Otherwise, why had no one discovered this dragon city in the past tens of thousands of years? Why did it get discovered so easily? There had to be other factions that discovered the dragon Qi by chance. Then they thought that they got lucky and got lured into the dragon city. As Xiao Chun guessed, the sound of intense fighting suddenly came from the other side of the plaza. Kill! A thunderous roar resounded. The lineup of that group was even stronger than Senior Ma's and Senior Lu's teams combined. He entered the Dragon City from another direction, then killed his way over and entered the Dragon Clan Plaza. Upon seeing the nearly extinguished faux god flame, Xiao Chun immediately charged over without hesitation. Help is coming. Senior Ma and Senior Lu exchanged looks with one another, joy on their faces. At this time, the helper that came to kill was really a great help. When the strange black-armored cultivator saw the forces charging at him, his lips curled up in a cruel smile. Dragon God's Light. Xiao Chun swung his spear, and a dragon image came out of the black faux god flame. After the dragon's shadow circled once, it turned into a ray of light and shot out. When the red flame devils below were hit by this wave of light, they instantly turned into black flame devils, and their strength doubled. Damn it, what's going on? The group, which was originally full of vigor and murderous intent, was immediately thrown into chaos. Waves of miserable shrieks rang out. Pear Blossom Storm. The young disciple, leading the group, swung his sword, and the cold energy at the tip of his sword became extremely concentrated. The cold energy turned into thin ice needles that filled the sky, looking like a torrential rain. The ice needles shot out in rings, looking like a blooming pear blossom. The thin ice needles pierced several flame devils, and their movements immediately turned chaotic. Cold chi spread out, and a thin layer of ice covered their surfaces. Retreat! The young swordsman shouted coldly the moment he executed his killing move. That group of people quickly took the opportunity to retreat. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, the frozen flame devils recovered. The few cultivators who could not retreat in time died miserably on the spot. This powerful team had lost more than a dozen martial artists in a single exchange. The young swordsman's expression turned scarily sullen. Clearly, he could not accept such a loss. After the group retreated from the plaza, the black-armored cultivator controlled the flame devils to retreat as well, not giving chase. It's the disciples of the rank 5 Snow Sword Palace. Senior Ma and Senior Lu recognized this group of people at the same time, and their expressions changed slightly. The other side is a fellow cultivator from Dragonflame City. I am the Snow Sword Palace's true inheritor, Huangpu Qi. I brought my junior brothers here on experiential training. Can we work together and break this place? Just as Senior Ma and Senior Lu hesitated, the young swordsman's voice rang out. If you want to work together, count me in. The bamboo hat bladesman said coldly as he flew out from a corner of the plaza. He seemed to have arrived long ago. All right, count you in. The Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu Qi could tell with one glance that this bamboo hat bladesman's strength could not be underestimated, so he immediately agreed. Senior Ma and Senior Lu immediately felt a mountain-like pressure. At this moment, they had no choice but to agree. If they did not agree, when these two sides worked together to break this flame demon formation, they would not be able to say anything. The various factions immediately reached a simple consensus. They agreed to work together to deal with this group of flame devils. Then, they would discuss how to split the faux god flame and the blue dragon totem. After resting for a while, the various factions charged in together. With 3 factions working together with a mysterious bamboo hat bladesman, their strength naturally could not be underestimated. The members of Senior Lu's and Senior Ma's teams were the outstanding talents of the nearby dozens of clusters. At the very least, they were on the same level as Shangwan Lei. As for the Snow Sword Palace, their strength went without saying. They were disciples of a rank 5 sect. Every grade in a sect was like a layer of heaven, like the difference between clouds and mud. An intense battle could break out at any moment. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu Qi fixed his gaze on the tall, mysterious, and unfathomable black-armored cultivator. Then he thrust his sword over. The Bamboo Hat Bladesman, Senior Ma, and Senior Lu, the strongest four, worked together to fight the Flame Demon. The other cultivators worked together to fight the Flame Demon. The eyes of the cultivators who entered the plaza turned scarlet, all of them burning with true rage. Some of them even went berserk. The black flame on the totem seemed both solid and illusory, flickering with a strange light. It was like a cold eyeball, coldly watching the battle below. Xiao Chan did his best to maintain a calm state of mind aside from protecting himself. The situation turned increasingly strange and chaotic, leaving him somewhat helpless and at a loss as to what to do. As the battle continued, there were casualties and blood flowed everywhere. No one noticed that the formation in the center of the plaza absorbed all the blood that fell to the ground. However, the people in the intense battle could not care about this. The faux god flame bewitched them, triggering the desire and murderous intent in their hearts. As the cultivators with great desolate Ian bloodlines activated their bloodlines, the atmosphere of the intense battle slowly reached a climax. Why did the human cultivators still have such confidence despite being outnumbered? The main reason was that most of the cultivators here had great desolate Ian bloodlines. After activating their bloodlines, their strength multiplied. Kill, kill, kill. After fighting for half a day, the number of flame demons dropped from the original 1,000 to 300. Then, the human cultivators fell into a complete disadvantage. The human cultivators fought with all their might, becoming more valiant as they fought. They no longer held back their various killing moves. Shock waves surged in the plaza, resounding endlessly. Mysterious phenomena appeared. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning roared ferociously. The 1,000-odd flame demons finally died out. The Dragon Race Plaza was littered with rare black flame crystals. However, no one bothered to pick them up. At the same time, the black-armored cultivator held up his spear and entered the formation, his body riddled with wounds. Huangpu Qi, the Bamboo Hat Bladesman, Senior Ma, and Senior Lu were in poor states as well, all of them significantly injured. After paying a heavy price, the human cultivators finally managed to force the flame demons into the formation. With the three clans working together, the human cultivators finally gained the upper hand. If you're smart, scram quickly. Otherwise, I will take your life the next time. The Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu Qi stood outside the formation, coldly eyeing the black-armored cultivator and the final 100 flame demons. The black-armored cultivator laughed. Ha ha! The dragon god is about to appear. I will let you all suffer the rage of the dragon god first. The rage of the dragon god. Whoosh! The strange faux god flame above the blue dragon totem flickered ferociously, and a divine might burst out. Rumble! Everyone present, including Xiao Chun, was caught off guard, suffering a heavy blow to their chests. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. This was a complete suppression of strength. No one could block it or break it, only passively accepting it. Chapter 1740. Huangpu Qi and the others got knocked into the air again. This time, they were even more severely injured than the first time. Dragon God's rage. Seeing the black-armored cultivator flee, the others' expressions immediately changed. This black-armored cultivator could control the faux god flame. He definitely had a big secret on him. Kill. These people were all Star Venerate level experts, especially Huangpu Qi, a true inheritor of a rank 5 sect. Everyone could guess that this item had a strong connection to the faux god flame. A miserable shriek rang out. This saber strike struck the black-armored cultivator first. More importantly, that faux god flame gave off a divine might. Senior Ma and the others were not willing to fall behind. Fearing that the black-armored cultivator would snatch away the faux god flame after he died, they all followed. When the middle stage star venerate black-armored cultivator worked together, he was not a match for them. After all, he was not like the sect disciples who knew so many martial techniques, grasped out tools, and had all sorts of trump cards. Xiao Chun, hand it to me. That saber strike layered hell in the mortal world, showing a tyrannical attitude of controlling hell and life and death. Rumble. The injured people closed their eyes and treated their injuries. No one cared about Xiao Chun, who was moving stealthily. Their bodies stiffened and their movements slowed. They showed pained expressions, and frost covered their lips. Boom! The faux god flame's divine might reappeared. Ice ceiling chop. After a moment of shock, Senior Ma revealed joy on his face. It was someone from his team. After harvesting 1,000 black blaze crystals, Xiao Chun revealed a smile. He looked around before arriving at a shadowy place in a flash. This old man still had a killing move that I had not used earlier. When my veritable essence energy recovers, I will make my move. After activating the faux god flame, Rang, who was in the formation, vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His aura weakened continuously. What should I do? This black-armored cultivator can actually communicate with the power of the faux god flame. It will be somewhat problematic to kill him like this. 8 strands of sword chi connected from head to tail formed a horrifying ice sword chi seal, pressing towards the black-armored cultivator. The bamboo hat, Bladesman released a dark light from his body. Then, he gently swung his saber. Under the awe of the divine might, only a few people were able to remain standing after being sent flying. An incomparably terrifying killing intent radiated from his body. It was an extremely cold and emotionless killing intent. Before the black-armored cultivator, who had fled far away, could continue fleeing, his head suddenly flew off. Kill. I don't believe that there are no side effects when he controls the faux god flame. The 3 factions gathered the people who could still fight and discussed how to kill the black-armored cultivator. Prepare to attack. There was also the hidden bamboo hat Bladesman, who no one could figure out. He was equally terrifying. Huang Puqi and the others gathered together. Their expressions were grave as they discussed in low voices. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Then he stretched out his hand and grasped the item. Dragon scale? This time, everyone was determined to kill the black-armored martial artist. His accumulations and strength were much deeper than Senior Ma's and Senior Lu's. The black-armored cultivator seemed to have gone crazy. After he got up, he suddenly fled, shouting nonstop. Cracks appeared on the black-armored cultivator's tough skin. Black blood leaked out as he shrieked miserably. Huang Puqi was somewhat distracted as he watched. He did not dare to imagine that the bamboo hat Bladesman could send out such a saber strike. This move of Huang Puqi forcefully brought out 30% of the Dao Tool's might. Then, he used it together with his horrifying sword intent. He brought out a heaven-ranked divine skill that was second only to the primogenitor grade cultivation technique and its derivative cultivation techniques. He perfectly merged the ice great Dao with his sword intent. After that, they discussed how to split the faux god flame. This saber strike covered up all the ice covering the entire plaza. The entire dragon race plaza shook even more intensely, and terrifying cracks appeared. Pusi. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun moved silently. He swept away all the black flame crystals that no one was paying attention to. It was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, after Xiao Chun landed, he did not fall either. It's you. This attack contained a lot of dragon might. Its destructive power could not be as great as that of the others. Acting all mysterious. There are no longer any gods or demons in this world. Speak. Where exactly are you from? Everyone fell to the ground. No one was spared. Even the cultivators treating their injuries in the periphery of the plaza were affected. Naturally, those who could remain standing were all peak experts who were equal to Star Venerates or as strong as Star Venerates themselves. The Dragon God is about to appear. The Dragon God is about to appear. When Huang Pu-Chi swung his saber, it was like hell reappeared in the mortal world. The pitch-black saber light layered over the void. This saber strike was like the 18 layers of purgatory shooting out. The black-armored cultivator, who had just struggled free of the 8 strands of sword chi, could not resist in time. He got knocked back again step by step. At the same time, Senior Ma, Senior Lu, Lung Feng, Xiahou Feng, and the Snow Sword Palace core disciples all unleashed their killing moves. Standing outside the blood formation, Huang Pu-Chi swung his sword in reverse and knocked the black-armored cultivator, who was at the end of his rope, into the blue dragon totem. Anyone who could obtain the faux god flame would naturally reach the heavens in one step. That was a great fortuitous encounter that could change anyone's fate. Just like that, Huang Pu-Chi silently collected thousands of precious black flame crystals. However, that black-armored cultivator was even more severely injured. Seeing Xiao Chan suddenly charge out and obtain the mysterious item, Huang Pu-Chi and the others rushed over in a fluster. They want to snatch that faux god flame at the last moment. The terror of this move was startling, inspiring fear in Senior Ma and Senior Lu. Severing the 7 emotions, severing the 6 desires, turning into an Azura, materializing hell in the mortal world. Azura Hell. The black-armored cultivator took out a carving knife and focused, starting to carve seriously. Xiao Chan raised his eyebrows and said playfully, "Why should I hand it to you? Just because you cheated me of 1 million medial great spirit jades? Or to repay your earlier threat to take my treasures?" The black-armored cultivator staggered, and black blood spurted out of his body. Senior Ma, Senior Lu, the bamboo hat bladesman, Lung Feng, Xiahou Feng, Huang Pu-Chi, and a few elites of the rank 5 sect, the Snow Sword Palace, all fell apart. The armor on the black-armored cultivator's body shattered into pieces, completely destroyed. However, the black-armored cultivator could actually use the energy of the faux god flame. This was somewhat difficult to deal with. Before the 8 strands of sword chi connected from end to end landed, cold chi already invaded the black-armored cultivator's body. At this moment, everyone who could fight followed Huang Pu-Chi to surround and attack the black-armored cultivator. Indeed, he cannot keep using the energy of the faux god flame. If he does it again, he will definitely die. Seal. Half a day later, everyone returned to their peak states. Huang Pu-Chi recovered his wits and withdrew his sword. Then, the 8 strands of sword chi containing the ice great Dao ruthlessly pressed down. In that instant, the tyrannical Huang Pu-Chi snorted coldly and took the lead to charge over. Unexpectedly, the faux god flame is still so mighty even though it is nearly extinguished. After a while, a black object fell from the sky. Kassier. Huang Pu-Chi's expression turned solemn as his long hair fluttered. Suddenly, 8 strands of ice sword chi connected from end to end appeared behind him. The sword in Huang Pu-Chi's hand hummed in the air, and a hazy sword intent surged out in all directions. The icy sword chi continuously killed the black-armored cultivator, completely sealing him at the same time. The entire plaza shook intensely. Ice and snow fell, and a chill assaulted everyone. Then, the black-armored cultivator knelt on the ground and smiled coldly as he looked at the crowd. The Dragon God is about to appear. All of you will suffer the rage of the Dragon God. The black-armored cultivator's entire body turned into a burning black flame. However, no one expected the hidden bamboo hat bladesman to follow up with an even more terrifying saber move. No one could resist the temptation of the faux god flame. After him, he is going to flee. The bamboo hat formed a terrifying seal, trying to suppress the black-armored cultivator. It was a black dragon scale that looked incredibly heavy and gave off an ancient aura. When Huang Pu-Chi saw this scene, he could not help rejoicing. At this moment, Senior Ma and Senior Lu also slowly got to their feet, a brilliant light shining in their eyes. The black-armored cultivator's expression remained normal, not even a drop of blood on his lips. He had already condensed all the dragon bones in his body. His defense already rivaled that of a star venerates, perhaps even stronger. The black-armored cultivator knocked into the air and fell to the ground, severely injured and unable to continue fighting. After a moment of silence, the bamboo hat bladesman said, "Even if we do it again, I will not hold back." Senior Ma felt stifled. He could not help trembling in anger. Then he pointed at Xiao Chun and said, "You have to hand it over whether you want to or not." The ice attributed great Dao energy from the Dao tool, and Xiao Chen's hands spread out in all directions. Then it ferociously gathered on the sword. Xiao Chun could only close his eyes and rest, treating his injuries where he stood. The Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu Qi stood up. The saber in his hand flickered with a crystalline cold light. Well, what saber technique is this? It looks like it's about to be extinguished. I'm afraid it won't be extinguished within 100 years. Chapter 1741. Senior Ma felt flustered and exasperated. He could not help showing a ferocious side, threatening Xiao Chun. "Interesting. You're sneaking around here, waiting for us to fight this black-armored cultivator until we are half dead, but you hide here and take advantage of us. Do you think that you, an insignificant major primal core venerate, can take advantage of us?" Senior Lu chimed in from the side, showing a mocking expression as he looked at Xiao Chun. "Young man, don't use your cleverness on this. Any one of us can smack you to death with one slap. Be wise and quickly hand over that thing." Huangpu Qi and the others showed calm expressions as they looked coldly at Xiao Chun. They did not care about Xiao Chun at all. He was just a major primal core venerate, and yet he wanted to take advantage of us. He should first look at his own capabilities first. Lung Feng frowned and said, "Brother Xiao, now is not the time for you to be willful. If you do not shout now, young master Huangpu Qi will get angry later. Senior Ma and I will not be able to protect you." As Xiao Chun looked at these people, he revealed a smile. "Who should I hand it to? What nonsense!" "Of course me," Senior Ma said bluntly without even thinking about it. Right after Senior Ma spoke, he felt that something was wrong. A few hostile gazes landed on Senior Ma. This was especially so for Huangpu Qi. An indistinct killing chi flashed in his eyes, sending a chill down Senior Ma's spine. Senior Ma quickly changed the topic, saying, "Hand it to us for safekeeping. In any case, it cannot remain in your hands." "Who are you?" "I'm asking who to hand it to." As Xiao Chen looked at Senior Ma, the playful smile on his face did not diminish. Huangpu Qi coughed discreetly, making his presence known. His junior brothers behind him immediately said, "Of course, hand it to our senior brother. Our senior brother is the Snow Sword Palace's true inheritor. He is the strongest and contributed the most. Who else is more suitable than him? Whoever dares to compete with our senior brother is opposing the Snow Sword Palace." The common enemy was dead, and internal strife arose. At this moment, human nature showed itself without a doubt. Upon hearing what the Snow Sword Palace disciples said, Lung Feng and the others showed uncomfortable expressions. "You speak as though we did not contribute at all," Xiao Feng said indifferently. "Strongest? Ha!" The bamboo hat bladesman laughed coldly, full of mockery. Xiao Chen looked on coldly, sneering in his heart. He had long known that this group of people would not be united. "Young Master Huangpu, I think this guy is here to make fun of us and cause a fight between us. Why don't we just kill it and make a conclusion about the mysterious item?" Killing intent flashed in Old Ma's eyes as he suddenly spoke. The argument immediately stopped, and everyone's gaze returned to Xiao Chun. They suddenly realized that this guy was a little too calm. With just a few words, he managed to divert the conflict. His means were not ordinary. "Xiao!" All of a sudden, Old Ma's figure moved. His entire body was overflowing with killing intent as he directly attacked Xiao Chun. He soared into the air and struck out with his palm, causing a strong gust of wind to blow. The might of a star venerate ruthlessly surged toward Xiao Chun. When the palm strike landed, it was like a mountain pressing down on Shao Chun. Combined with the aura of a star venerate, this sudden attack looked boundlessly tyrannical. In everyone's eyes, it looked like Shao Chun would be smashed into meat paste in the next moment, dying without a complete corpse. Shao Chun smiled coldly, and his figure wavered. In the next moment, he suddenly turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Buddhist major magic skill, Dermic World. This greatly startled Huangpu Chi and the others. They retreated in a fluster. Old Ma was immediately stupefied. Shao Chen's figure suddenly vanished from his vision, and a wall appeared in front of him. When Old Ma looked up, before he could react to what was going on, Shao Chun ruthlessly kicked him down. Rumble! Loud sounds rang out endlessly, and the entire plaza shook. A terrifying aura spread out from Shao Chen's body. This flabbergasted Huangpu Chi and the others. They had not expected Shao Chun to have such a killing move. By the time Shao Chun recovered his original form, Old Ma was already lying half dead on the ground. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. If not for Old Ma being a star venerate, after Shao Chun executed Dermic World, this kick would have taken his life. Old fogey, you're not stupid. However, you think too highly of yourself. Shao Chun kicked again, mercilessly sending Old Ma flying. Just at this moment, something strange happened. Severely injured but not dead, Old Ma used all his might in the air and flipped around ferociously. Old Ma's entire body was covered in blood and wounds, looking very miserable. Old Ma's repulsive old face now looked even uglier. He looked at Shao Chun crazily and said, "Die for this old man." Boom! The will of soul from a star venerate shot out from Old Ma's forehead. Immediately, an invisible will merged with the world, carrying a supreme might as it surged toward Shao Chun. Under the impact of this will of soul, the floor of the Dragon Race Plaza exploded and went flying back. Kassier! Kassier! The will of soul pressed toward Shao Chun step by step. Shao Chun's face sank. He did not dare to be careless. The will of soul of a star venerate entered the depths of the soul. The will of soul was the greatest reliance of star venerate. Before advancing to star venerate, there was practically no means that could resist it. This had forced Shao Chun into a sorry state many times in the past. Shao Chun had long since comprehended the might of the will of soul. However, this time he did not believe it. Shao Chun pushed back with his right foot and ferociously stabbed the tyrant saber's scabbard into the ground with one hand. Dang! The moment the scabbard stabbed into the ground, 2 Dao discs appeared behind Shao Chun. One was the saber Great Dao, and the other was the tyrant saber's Thunder Dao. The saber Great Dao. Startled cries immediately rang out. No one expected Shao Chun to have comprehended a complete Dao already. Furthermore, it was the saber Great Dao that many bladesmen dreamed of. A look of envy flashed in Huangpu Chi's eyes. Huangpu Chi relied on a Dao tool to comprehend his Ice Dao. Even now, he had not comprehended the Sword Dao. Now, in this insignificant place, he actually saw an unknown minor character comprehend the saber Great Dao, which was even harder to comprehend. This was simply incredible. As a true inheritor of a rank 5 sect, Huangpu Chi had not even comprehended the Sword Dao. The 2 Dao might layered over each other and merged into one, clashing with that terrifying will of soul. The Dao might clashed with the will of soul, but it was still slightly weaker. However, that was a will of soul that no one under Star Venerate could block. In the end, Shao Chun forcefully blocked it. Chi! Chi! Shao Chun moved back step by step, continuously drawing a crack in the ground with the scabbard. Shao Chun clenched his teeth, and the 206 dragon bones in his body crackled like a dragon roar. The blue dragon's dragon might surged out, supported by the 2 Dao might. The berserk dragon might felt humiliated, and it roared uncontrollably. Bang! The terrifying will of soul exploded and directly scattered. Senior Ma, who was in the air, vomited another mouthful of blood as he went flying back. His eyes filled with disbelief. How can this be? To think that someone under star venerate can block the will of soul. That is the will of a star venerate, compatible with the world and carrying the power of the universe. When Sinema landed, he had lost all combat prowess. He was at a loss, feeling horrified. Clap, clap. Huang Puqi suddenly clapped his hands and smiled. Not bad. You can defeat a star venerate with the strength of a major primal core venerate. That is admirable. However, Xiao Chun, that is all you can do, right? Seeing Xiao Chen's strenuous appearance, Huang Puqi believed that Xiao Chun had already reached his limits. If that were all, then Xiao Chun would not pose any true threat to Huang Puqi. Hand over that dragon scale. Otherwise, you will definitely die today. Huang Puqi said sullenly, changing the topic. Huang Puqi had already lost his patience. His jealousy of Xiao Chun had already turned into murderous intent. If Xiao Chun dared to say no, Huang Puqi would immediately attack and kill Xiao Chun without hesitation. Who knew? Xiao Chun did not even look at Huang Puqi. Xiao Chun shifted his gaze and looked at the center of the formation, at the blue dragon totem and the faux god flame above. Holding the black dragon scale, Xiao Chun could clearly feel that the previous owner of the faux god flame was a senior of his blue dragon bloodline. Furthermore, Xiao Chun could feel that the remnant will in the flame was suffering the most intense pain in the world, suffering at every moment. The source of all sin was in the black dragon scale in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chun wanted to save this senior of the blue dragon bloodline, to stop it from suffering. You are seeking death. Seeing that Xiao Chun did not even look at him, Huang Puqi flew into a rage. He drew his sword, and ice and snow flew everywhere as a cold intent surged out. Scram! Rage flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Without even looking, he waved his hand and instantly completed the life bestowal spell. Whoosh! 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 More than 1,000 black flame demons appeared in that instant, appearing like phantoms as they blocked Huang Puqi's path. The flames burning on the flame demons and the evil aura spreading out told Huang Puqi that all this was not an illusion. More than 1,000 strong black flame demons that rivaled star venerates stood before Huang Puqi. Huang Puqi paled in fright. Before he completed his killing move, he withdrew his sword and retreated. Chapter 1742. The sudden appearance of over 1,000 black flame demons gave Huang Puqi a fright. No matter how strong he was, he did not dare to lose his temper when facing so many black flame demons. Most importantly, he could not make out the depths of these flame demons, so he did not dare to gamble. It was not just Huang Puqi. Senior Liu, Lung Feng, and the others were startled as well. They simply could not figure out why the black flame demons, which had clearly been killed, suddenly appeared. Furthermore, they were controlled by Xiao Chun. Puppet techniques? There were many knowledgeable people here who muttered to themselves. There were 3,000 great Daos and 800 heretical Daos. Puppet techniques were heretical Daos. They were extremely rare and hard to cultivate. However, once one succeeded in cultivating them, one would undoubtedly be a peak expert. It would not be an exaggeration to say that one could fight against 10 or 100 alone. However, the problem was that no matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chun did not look like someone who cultivated puppet techniques. There were very few sects in the world that understood puppet techniques. All of them were hidden sections. Since it was a heretical Daos, after one cultivated them, one would naturally reveal an aura different from that of a regular cultivator. It was very obvious. For example, that bamboo hat bladesman gave off an evil aura. With one look, it was clear that he was not a righteous Dao cultivator. However, Xiao Chun was upright and upright. He had a withdrawn aura, a sharp light, and clear eyes. No one could tell that he was someone who cultivated unorthodox Daos at all. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen's move had indeed shocked them. This was especially so for Huang Puqi. He, who was originally very confident, now paled. His right hand, which held his sword, trembled slightly. The flame demon's killing intent locked onto him. Others could not feel the pressure that he faced. Xiao Chun, we can talk things over. There is no need for us to shed all pretense of cordiality and fight to the death. Huang Puqi finally showed weakness as he looked at Xiao Chun and said to the 1,000-odd flame demons pressing in, "Did you not hear what I said?" Xiao Chun asked coldly, not bothering to look at him. When the flame demons materialized from the life bestowal spell reached a certain number, their might would inevitably weaken. The consumption of magic power in the sea of consciousness was also very large. However, no matter how weak Xiao Chun was, he was still a major primal core venerate. No matter how drained he was, he could last for an hour. Xiao Chun used the black flame demon to materialize the yin-yang saber formation. It was more than enough to kill Huang Puqi. Moreover, besides the black flame demon, there was also Xiao Chun himself. Huang Puqi had no chance of winning at all. If he did not beg for mercy, only death awaited him. The expression in Huang Puqi's eyes flickered as he felt aggrieved. A ball of fire burned in his heart, but he did not dare to vent it. Xiao Chen's meaning was obvious. He wanted him to get lost. When had a true inheritor of the Snow Sword Palace suffered such humiliation? Xiao Chun, I, Huang Puqi, will settle this debt with you sooner or later. Let's go. Huang Puqi's face alternated between red and white as he led the remaining 10-odd Snow Sword Palace disciples away. Xiao Chen's gaze swept across Senior Lu, Lung Feng, Xiao Feng, and the others. His meaning was clear. The people of the Snow Sword Palace are already gone. There is no need for you people to remain here. This was a silent threat, but no one dared to disobey. Senior Ma was severely injured and weak, no longer able to fight. Senior Lu's team was not strong in the first place. In the first few rounds of fighting, they had suffered heavy casualties. If Senior Lu's team wanted to fight this black flame demon again, they would not be confident. They were not confident. Xiao Chun, I hope that you never return to Dragon Flame City in this lifetime. Lung Feng said indifferently as he looked at Xiao Chun. The threat in his words went without saying. Xiao Chun retorted calmly, there is no need for you to worry about that. Soon, Lung Feng led the people of Senior Ma's team away. Senior Lu's team quickly followed. Soon, the vicinity of the Dragon Race Plaza became deserted, leaving only Xiao Chun and the Bamboo Hat Bladesman had not left. You are not leaving? Xiao Chun asked indifferently as he looked at the Bamboo Hat Bladesman. The Bamboo Hat Bladesman replied softly, they left because they do not understand what you are thinking and what you are seeking. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then, he looked at the Bamboo Hat Bladesman and said, the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan, there is no need to beat around the bush. When you executed that Azura hell, I knew who you were. Good eyes. The Bamboo Hat Bladesman smiled faintly and took off his bamboo hat, revealing a bald head and a stern face. If this was not the profound light temple's traitor, who else could it be? Although Xiao Chun had already guessed it, when he saw the other party's appearance, he still felt slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, this Zhen Yuan had hidden himself so deeply. Actually, you could have broken through to the Cloud Sea realm long ago, right? Xiao Chen asked calmly as he looked at the other party. Many years ago, Zhen Yuan was already the strongest of the Grave Sea's youths, firmly suppressing Shangwan Lei and Wang Yueming. As for Wang Yueming and Shangwan Lei, they were already peak major primal core realm cultivators 3 years ago. It was impossible for Zhen Yuan not to have improved. You guessed right. If not for the appearance of your abstinence violation saber technique, I would have remained in this cultivation realm for another 3 years. Zhen Yuan said indifferently. The Buddhist sect emphasizes comprehension ability and does not care much about cultivation realm. Comprehending it once every 10 years or comprehending it in one day can increase one's cultivation by 100 years. However, it no longer matters. Indeed, it no longer mattered. Since Zhen Yuan was no longer a Buddhist, he naturally could not continue cultivating like this. How is it? How do you think my saber skills compare to yours? Zhen Yuan asked Xiao Chun with a cocky expression. I only cultivated my saber skills for 3 months. I already comprehended the true meaning of breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, and entering hell. He even comprehended another saber technique, Ajura, purgatory, becoming a Buddha in 1 year and cultivating the demonic Tao with a thought. You understand what I mean? Xiao Chan said indifferently. This Zhen Yuan was indeed a genius at the saber. However, how could the saber Tao be accomplished quickly? For the sake of a shortcut, Zhen Yuan had already entered the demonic Tao. The stronger he was, the deeper the demonic Tao. Sooner or later, he would end up digging his own grave. The first of the Mahamaya abstinence violation scripture is the demonic Tao. However, the Buddhist sect and the demonic Tao cannot coexist, so I changed it to the demonic Tao. This is a demonic saber in the first place. It is not that my cultivation went astray. You were wrong from the start. Zhen Yuan enunciated every word as he looked straight at Xiao Chun. Zhen Yuan really wanted to see the confused expression on Xiao Chen's face when he heard that. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Xiao Chun had a strong mental fortitude. How could he deny what he comprehended just because of a few words? He said indifferently, "Just wait and see. You said that you know what I am thinking and what I seek. Tell me." Zhen Yuan stepped forward and looked at the faux god flame on the blue dragon totem. His eyes sank into it like he was bewitched. You seek the faux god flame. However, this faux god flame is already tainted with a demonic nature. I do not need this faux god flame. I only need the demonic nature in it. There is no conflict between us at all. After pausing for a moment, Zhen Yuan continued, "Now that I have the saber technique manual, you no longer have anything that I seek. I will not be enemies with you. We can work together." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This suggestion was indeed pretty good. He could feel the pain that the faux god flame suffered. However, he could not find a way to resolve it immediately. Zhen Yuan had already decided to cultivate the demonic Tao. The demonic nature, tainted by the faux god flame, held a boundless temptation for him. More importantly, Xiao Chan sensed that some evil dragon should be sealed in this place. Originally, the faux god flame was the crux of the seal. However, too much time had passed, and the faux god flame's divine nature weakened uncontrollably. The evil dragon infiltrated it and controlled it. The so-called Dragon Chi was the demonized faux god flame, purposely leaking it to attract others to discover the Dragon City. Then, they would use their essence blood to activate the blood formation around the totem. If Xiao Chan did not think of a solution, when the formation was activated, the seal might be completely destroyed. Letting Zhen Yuan absorb the evil dragon's demonic chi might be a way to solve the problem once and for all. However, all of this was just Xiao Chen's guess. He could not be sure. Whether to gamble or not depended on Xiao Chen's decision. You still can't make up your mind? The faux god flame is an opportunity that many people dream of. As long as you agree, you can obtain it. Zhen Yuan said indifferently when he saw Xiao Chun remain silent. Zhen Yuan said indifferently when he saw Xiao Chun remain silent. He believed that Xiao Chun would make his choice. Buzz. As Xiao Chun held the black dragon scale, he felt the torture that the faux god flame suffered again. It was an indescribable pain that made one's heart palpitate, but one could do nothing about it. All right, deal. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he tossed the dragon scale to Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan revealed a smile as he stretched out his hand and caught the dragon scale. Then, he revealed a fervent expression as he looked at the black faux god flame. Boom! However, just at this moment, the blood formation suddenly gave off a red light. The towering blue dragon totem, which had not moved since the beginning, started to shake. The entire Dragon City also started to tremble intensely. Chapter 1743. Dragon City kept shaking, and all kinds of buildings collapsed one after another. Cracks appeared in the ground, and streams of dragon flame spewed out. What's going on? Save me. The Snow Sword Palace disciples and Senior Lu's team had not gone far. Originally, they wanted to ambush Xiao Chun and observe the situation. However, the sudden situation turned several people into ashes on the spot after being struck by the dragon flame. Damn it! How can it be like this? Huang Puqi cursed and soared into the air. The buildings under his feet immediately collapsed, and a stream of dragon flames spewed out of the ground. Huang Puqi paled in fright, and cold sweat poured down his back. If he had been any slower, he would have died immediately. Before Huang Puqi could catch his breath, the ground shook again, and several streams of dragon flames spewed out at the same time. Whoosh! 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 Huang Puqi drew his sword, and a cold intent spread out as he barely dodged. He looked around and saw flames everywhere in the dragon city. Terrifying, ferocious roars came from the ground. A horrifying dragon might spread out in the city, and a strange fear spread in people's hearts. Huang Puqi could not care so much, directly turning around and fleeing. He could no longer remain in this place. If he did, he might end up dying here. At this moment, half of the intact dragon city instantly collapsed. Flames surged into the sky, spreading throughout the entire city. Everyone fled for their lives, not daring to linger for even a moment. In the plaza, the expressions of Xiao Chun and Zhen Yuan changed. They saw the swaying blue dragon totem in the blood formation, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Xiao Chun said sullenly, "Hurry up. Move faster." Zhen Yuan did not dare to be careless. His expression turned extremely grave as he held the dragon scale with one hand and formed hand seals with the other. Zhen Yuan muttered something. It was actually a Buddhist incantation. As Zhen Yuan's hand seals changed, his body gave off a pitch-black Buddhist light. An expressionless black Buddha image appeared behind him. Zhen Yuan roared, and a black swastika shot out from his forehead. The swastika spun continuously, and the faux god flame on the totem trembled continuously, releasing strands of black aura. A sinister aura spread out in the surroundings. Xiao Chun immediately felt his heart palpitate, and his body and mind were affected. Whoosh! Boom! Black smoke continuously came out of the tiny faux god flame. A moment later, thick black smoke filled the air above the plaza. A terrifying demonic aura pressed down on everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. This startled Xiao Chun. Unexpectedly, the faux god flame hid so much demonic nature. Even with so much demonic nature leaking out, it still showed no signs of stopping. Feeling the increasing pressure, Xiao Chun had no choice but to sit down cross-legged and guard his heart in order to not be disturbed. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared in the black smoke above the plaza, staring coldly at Zhen Yuan. Xiao Chun squinted and saw an indistinct black dragon figure in the darkness. It was the black dragon. Xiao Chun was alarmed. There was an evil black dragon suppressed beneath the dragon city. What kind of existence needed a dragon city to suppress? Furthermore, it needed a faux god's divine flame to suppress it? Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. Zhen Yuan grinned and sneered. Withdraw. The gigantic Buddha image behind Zhen Yuan formed hand seals, and the swastika on its forehead started to forcefully suck in the black smoke. This person had really entered a state of berserking chi deviation. To think that he wanted to suppress and refine this demonic nature for his own use. Xiao Chun did not know if he was crazy or bold. Insignificant bald donkey, you overestimate yourself. A terrifying roar resounded in the air. The black smoke turned into a dragon image and charged at Zhen Yuan. Rumble! With one pounce, the floor of the plaza was sent flying. A strong storm spread out in all directions, materializing black storms that swept out in all directions. You are just a strand of remnant will. You can't do anything to me. Zhen Yuan revealed a cold smile. He stretched out his hand, and the gigantic hand of the Buddha image behind him smashed down. This hand directly scattered this black dragon image, turning it into strands of thin black smoke. Then, the swastika on Zhen Yuan's forehead quickly sucked in the black dragon image. The instant the black smoke was sucked in, black lines appeared on Zhen Yuan's face, and he went berserk. Although it was just a strand of remnant will of the evil dragon, the demonic nature it contained was astonishingly vast, causing Zhen Yuan's aura to grow continuously. Black hair started growing wildly on Zhen Yuan's bald head like weeds. With just one look, Xiao Chun felt fear in his heart. What exactly was the origin of the demonic dragon seal below? Looking around, Xiao Chun was pleasantly surprised to discover that as Zhen Yuan continuously sucked in the demonic qi, the black faux god flame on the totem started to turn clear. The flames swayed, becoming pure. The roar that reverberated endlessly above the dragon city turned even more intense. The black faux god flame on the totem slowly turned clear. The flames swayed, becoming pure. However, compared to the initial berserk roar, the dragon roar now sounded more like a roar of unwillingness. It sounded even scarier when one heard it. The dragon city was completely destroyed, reduced to rubble, and bathed in a sea of fire. Ha ha! I succeeded. I succeeded. I succeeded. Jin Yuan laughed maniacally, looking deranged. The black hair on his forehead fluttered wildly. His image had changed greatly, and Xing Ji's tough and upright temperament had disappeared. His long hair fluttered wildly, and his eyes exuded a fiendish qi. Jin Yuan's aura was even more horrifying. Xiao Chun felt like Jin Yuan would break through to star venerate at any moment. Jin Yuan shifted his gaze and stared at Xiao Chun. Then he smiled and said, "Xiao Chun, many thanks for your dragon scale. You can scram now." Right after Jin Yuan spoke, he laughed maniacally. Then his figure flashed and grabbed at the faux god flame on the totem. Jin Yuan had never thought of leaving the faux god flame to Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun did not move at all. He showed a cold smile as he coldly watched Jin Yuan's actions. Boom! The faux god flame, which already had its demonic nature gone, ferociously released a divine might that knocked Jin Yuan into the air. The faux god flame directly entered Xiao Chen's forehead with a whoosh. A flame mark appeared on Jin Yuan's forehead. Xiao Chen immediately felt boundless energy filling his body. His mental energy grew infinitely in the depths of his sea of consciousness like there was no limit. Junior, many thanks for saving me from my pain. Before Xiao Chun could sense this energy, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. It was the master of the faux god flame. Xiao Chun was not surprised. The faux god flame that struggled free would choose him, a true blue dragon descendant. Furthermore, it was Zhen Yuan, the Buddhist sect unfilial son who entered the demonic Tao. There was no need to think. It had to be him. Damn it, how can it be like this? Zhen Yuan stood on a boulder outside the plaza. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips, somewhat caught off guard. Heaven is helping me. Unexpectedly, I managed to run into a blue dragon descendant at the critical moment. Junior, there's no need to say anything. Just do as I say. Quickly smash the blue dragon totem into the ground and block the formation. Only then can we barely suppress the black dragon king from coming out. This development startled Xiao Chun. The black dragon king can still come out even after the demonic nature is absorbed. The seal broke long ago. Even if we smash the totem into the ground, it can only trap him for another 100 years. After 100 years, the Black Dragon King will definitely appear again. Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. His figure flashed, and he passed through the many layers of blood formations and landed on the blue dragon totem. Xiao Chun, I want your life. Xiao Chun had just landed when he saw Zhen Yuan descend from the sky with a ferocious expression while holding a saber. Zhen Yuan executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's third move, entering hell. The 18 layers of hell layered over each other. 10,000 ghosts covered Jin Yuan as he swung his saber. The terrifying saber light looked like it came from the depths of hell. Woo, woo, woo. The mournful wails of evil spirits rang out in the surroundings. At this moment, hell and the human world merged. You're seeking death. A cold snort rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, and the flame mark on his forehead shot out a beam of divine light. Intense flames burned all the evil spirits, causing them to cry out in pain. All the mysterious phenomena were burned away. After Zhen Yuan landed, flames wrapped around his body, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. Zhen Yuan's face changed continuously, sometimes black and sometimes white. He looked neither human nor ghost, completely crazed and extremely pitiful. There were no shortcuts between the Saber Dao and the Martial Dao. Since Zheng Yuan chose this path, all the consequences were self-inflicted. There was no need to pity him. Quick, bury the blue dragon totem into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, the ground started surging like waves. Something seemed like it would jump out at any moment. Xiao Chun used all his vital qi and smashed a palm strike on the blue dragon totem. He felt his veritable essence energy, vital qi, and mental energy in his sea of consciousness getting wildly absorbed by the totem. Under Xiao Chen's push, the blue dragon totem slowly sank into the ground. Chapter 1744. Boom! When the blue dragon totem completely sank into the ground, the world suddenly turned quiet. The terrifying evil dragon underground was completely suppressed, and the horrifying dragon roar stopped. At this moment, the fiery underground dragon city slowly extinguished. When Xiao Chun landed on the ground, he felt drained of energy. All his vital qi and veritable essence energy were drained. He had put in all his effort to bury the blue dragon totem in the ground. Without much thought, Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and took out 2 medial-grade spirit jades. Then, he closed his eyes and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Junior, what's your name? As Xiao Chun anxiously recovered his strength, that heavy voice rang out in his mind again. It was the original owner of the faux god flame. I am Xiao Chun. Xiao clan? Among the 8 noble clans of my blue dragon bloodline, there does not seem to be a clan with a family name Xiao. However, it does not matter. Xiao Chun, I do not have much time left. I can only pass this faux god flame to you. Great waves stirred in Xiao Chen's heart. He could not bear to tell the other party that he was the only one left of the blue dragon bloodline. After thinking for a while, he asked softly, "Is there no other way? Since the faux god flame is not extinguished, can I help Senior find a body and possess it? It is too late. My divine flame is already too weak. There is only a strand of will of soul left, unable to possess a body. Furthermore, I do not have any desire to continue living. There is no need to force it." The faux god flame's voice came and went, showing that it was in an incomplete state. Xiao Chun remained silent, not knowing what to say. There is no need to feel pity. I have already lived long enough. Remember this. Within 100 years, the Black Dragon King will definitely come out. This blue dragon totem is just a final resort. It cannot trap the Black Dragon King. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. In the end, I let down the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's trust. The faux god flame's voice started to weaken until it gradually vanished. Senior, no matter how Xiao Chun called out his mind, that voice never appeared again. This made Xiao Chun sigh in regret. Whoosh! All of a sudden, many memories that did not belong to Xiao Chun surged into his mind. These were the stories of the faux god flame's master. Many scenes flashed in Xiao Chen's mind intermittently like a movie. Because it was only a wisp of remnant will, its memories and information were scattered. After a while, Xiao Chun sorted out some clues and gained a rough understanding of the Black Dragon King's origins. There had never been a black dragon in the history of the dragon race, and there was no black dragon bloodline among the 7 color divine dragons. The Black Dragon King was a variant body. The day it was born, there were all sorts of terrifying omens. When they grew up, their strength became stronger and stronger, almost heaven-defying. Soon, they surpassed many of the older generation experts of the dragon race. He claimed to be the reincarnation of the dragon god. He killed with an iron fist and obtained the position of the Dragon Emperor. He was known as the Black Dragon King. After that, the hidden experts of the Dragon Clan worked together to seal it. However, it was almost unkillable and was able to break free of the seal in the end. Every time it appeared, it would cause a bloody storm in the dragon race, bringing all sorts of disasters. The last time it appeared, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor personally sealed it. Then, a dragon race faux god expert used his divine flame to suppress it. Unfortunately, the effects of the seal had weakened by now. When the faux god flame was about to burn out, the Black Dragon King found an opportunity. If not for Shao Qin's coincidental appearance, the Black Dragon King would not have needed 100 years. Just now, the Black Dragon King would have successfully appeared, not needing 100 years. Shao Chun immediately felt some lingering fear. If he had not sealed the totem into the ground earlier, he would have died. If he had not sealed the totem into the ground earlier, the Black Dragon King would have appeared. Not only would he have died, but the disaster it would have brought would have been unpredictable. At the same time, Shao Chun also sorted out the method to inherit the faux god flame. Although this faux god flame was about to burn out, the energy it contained was still an astronomical amount to the current Shao Chun. Shao Chun thought about how Zhen Yuan's strength swelled to a frightening level just by absorbing the demonic nature. The faux god flame would definitely not be much weaker. However, Shao Chun was different. He would not forcefully refine it and raise his strength. There were no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Zhen Yuan's earlier appearance, which was neither human nor ghost, was the best lesson for Shao Chun. Given Zhen Yuan's talent, he should not have been so radical. Abandoning Buddhism to cultivate the demonic path was truly unfortunate. After clearing away the distracting thoughts, Shao Chun started to follow the method he sorted out, slowly receiving the inheritance of the faux god flame. The bright flame mark on Shao Chun's forehead slowly dimmed. Whoosh! The energy contained in the faux god flame was slowly absorbed by Shao Chun's physical body, primal core, and soul. His entire body surged. The energy contained in the faux god flame was not purely veritable essence energy, vital qi, or soul energy. Instead, it contained all of them. Furthermore, there was a strand of the most important divine might. As Shao Chun absorbed the inheritance naturally, his cultivation rapidly soared. His body gave off motes of spiritual light. In the Dark Dragon City, they looked like fireflies, exceptionally beautiful. Shao Chun had purposely released these motes of spiritual light. He was not as greedy as Zhen Yuan. If he absorbed all the energy in the faux god flame, breaking through to star venerate would not be a problem. However, there was no need for that. If his foundation was unstable, he could easily enter berserking qi deviation. Everything had to be within his control. 1 hour later, Shao Chun's cultivation rose from early-stage major primal core realm to late-stage major primal core realm before stopping, just one step away from peak consummation. It was not over yet. After the inheritance ended, the energy representing veritable essence energy continued to be passed down. The energy representing soul energy continued to be passed down. Strands of pure soul energy flew into the depths of Shao Chun's sea of consciousness, which he had never explored before. Is it going to the soul pool? Shao Chun could not help feeling curious. In the past, he had heard from Yi Zifeng that Yi Zifeng had already condensed a soul pool that only star venerates could awaken. However, due to Shao Chun's limited strength, he had not been able to investigate it. This might be an opportunity. Shao Chun's consciousness lingered on the strands of pure soul energy, slowly entering the depths of his sea of consciousness. After a while, Shao Chun saw a spot of light in this pitch-black forbidden land. That was the soul pool. Before Shao Chun could take a closer look, he felt dazed. Then a pure soul energy entered it. The soul pool was incredibly vast and could be said to be boundless. The vast soul pool appeared hazy and confused. The soul energy from the faux god flame flew towards a clump of light in the center of the soul pool. That clump of light was what ordinary people referred to as the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The so-called will of soul was formed by combining the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls with a cultivation technique that cultivated soul energy. In the great 1,000 realms, all life forms, be they fiendish demons or ferocious beasts, had 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. When cultivated to a high level, one would condense the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls, cultivating soul energy and materializing the will of soul. As the boundless soul energy entered, that clump of light became increasingly brighter. Shao Chun clearly felt his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls, strengthening continuously. The soul pool was vast and boundless, appearing hazy and hazy. In reality, the vastness of the soul pool far surpassed one's imagination. It was the most mysterious part of the human body. Far to the east of the soul pool, in a place that Xiao Chun could not sense, there was a mysterious gravestone. The gravestone stood tall and gave off an ancient aura. The 2 words Sky Dome were written on it. There seemed to be a grave behind the Sky Dome gravestone. Xiao Chun did not know what was buried there. However, Xiao Chun had relied on a trick to enter. His consciousness was very weak, and everything he saw was hazy. He could not see the gravestone in the east, which was extremely far away. After Xiao Chun completely accepted the faux god flame soul energy, the clump of light in the center of the soul pool spun continuously. Boundless starlight poured out from it. After a while, motes of starlight filled the soul pool. After a while, motes of starlight filled the soul pool. The clump of light stopped spinning and condensed into an azure-colored dragon seal, radiating a terrifying dragon might. Xiao Chun withdrew his consciousness, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Many stars flickered in them. Immediately, all the floating dust in front of him disappeared. At this moment, it was like everything in the world, life or death, depended on a thought from Xiao Chun. Will of Soul. After receiving the faux god flame's soul inheritance, Xiao Chun directly formed the Will of Soul. Boom! With a thought, the dragon seal in Xiao Chun's soul pool burst out with a piercing light. Everything in front turned to dust. The light was silent and shockingly mighty. Chapter 1745. Just as Xiao Chun was in closed-door cultivation and accepting the faux god flame inheritance, Xiao Chun's expression changed drastically. Huang Puqi appeared on the ground of the Dragon Flame ancient land in a somewhat sorry state. Then he started to count the Snow Sword Palace disciples that escaped from the Dragon City. Soon after, Huang Puqi finished counting, and his expression turned extremely grim. Of the 100 Snow Sword Palace disciples, only 20-odd remained. Most of them died in the final Dragon Flame. Now only 1/5 remained. They had not obtained the faux god flame or the blue dragon totem. It had to be said that this was a huge failure. After Xiao Chun returned to the Snow Sword Palace, he would definitely be punished by the sect elders. They had failed to lead the team and suffered heavy casualties. Brother Huang Pu. Right at this moment, old Ma, who had a weak expression and was covered in wounds, appeared with Xiahou Feng, Lung Feng, and the others. Senior Ma's team had already lost more than half of its members in the battle with the Black Flame demons. Then they experienced the Dragon Flame eruption and died even more miserably. Now, there were less than 10 people left. They were almost wiped out. Not long after, Elder Lu's team also arrived, and their expressions were even more miserable. His team's strength was the weakest. After making an inventory, there were only 4 or 5 people who escaped from Dragon City. Old Ma, this Xiao Chun is a member of your team. Just what is his background? Huang Puqi's expression was gloomy as he looked at Senior Ma. There was a clear hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He was currently in an extremely bad mood, wishing that he could kill everyone related to Xiao Chun. He comes from the Grave Sea. I'm not sure which sect he comes from. He just joined the group not long ago, so I really don't know much about him. Senior Ma explained hurriedly when he saw Huang Puqi's expression. This time, the matter had really blown up. The rank 5 Snow Sword Palace had lost so many people. They would definitely not leave the matter at that. If you were to get involved with Xiao Chun now, he might accidentally get implicated. The consequences would be unimaginable. Lung Feng said, "This matter cannot be blamed on us. If we discover him, old Ma and I will not let him off." That's right. I will absolutely not offend this brat, unless he never returns to Dragon Flame City, Senior Lu said coldly with a sinister expression. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Huang Puqi said hatefully, "Damn it." This time, the ancient transportation formation that Dragon Flame City activates once every 100 years. The 10 great sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquis personally came. My Snow Sword Palace has truly lost all face. That brat, I will definitely make him wish he was dead." When Senior Ma and Senior Lu heard this, their hearts involuntarily sank. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was the Soaring Dragon Marquis's conferred land in the Central Great Realms Yanwu dynasty. Fortune flourished, and those who were conferred the title of Marquis could share the fortune of the empire. From the moment the empires were established, they began to accumulate luck. Now, the four empires had accumulated luck for hundreds of thousands of years. Currently, any dynasty had the ability to influence the direction of the entire Great Thousand World. The nobles of the dynasty could borrow the fate of the dynasty, and the sects that were allowed to be established in the nobles' fiefdom could also borrow the fate of the nobles. Compared to the rank 5 sects established outside, the rank 5 sects of the dynasties were much stronger in accumulations and strength. According to Huangpu Qi, the 10 great rank 5 sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquis all sent people. It would be strange if Senior Ma and Senior Lu were not shocked. Investigate this for me. We must investigate Xiao Qin's background thoroughly. At the same time, spread the news that he possesses the faux god flame and the ancient blue dragon totem. The murderous intent in Huangpu Qi's eyes remained unextinguished, and the rage in his heart remained unquenched. He pushed all the blame for his carelessness to Xiao Qin. In reality, death and injury were hard to avoid when one went out on experiential training. The deaths of the Snow Sword Palace disciples had nothing to do with Xiao Qin. Huangpu Qi could only be said to be petty for being so narrow-minded. With so many deaths and injuries, Huangpu Qi and the others had no choice but to shatter their talisman strips and return to the city to rest. This ended their experiential training in the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land. In the underground Dragon City, Xiao Qin, who had condensed the will of soul, revealed joy on his face. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, the soul energy inheritance of the faux god flame would directly help him condense the will of soul that he dreamed of. Xiao Qin thought about how he ended up in a sorry state every time he faced the will of soul of that star venerate expert. The ability of the will of soul was simply too terrifying. Xiao Qin could already directly drive the power of the world. When fighting with cultivators without a will of soul, he had a great advantage. Many times, even when Xiao Qin fought with star venerates, he held the upper hand. The main reason why he did not dare to fight head-on was that he did not have a will of soul. The inheritance of vital qi, veritable essence energy, soul energy, and the faux god flame ended. However, the flame mark on Xiao Qin's forehead, which had already turned very dim, did not vanish. There was still a faint mark. The inheritance was not over yet. Xiao Qin was startled to discover a golden flame in his sea of consciousness. Whoosh! A flash of light immediately lit up his entire sea of consciousness, making it golden and boundlessly resplendent. Divine might. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. He was very familiar with this light. It was the black-armored cultivator from back then. That black-armored cultivator from back then had used the energy of the faux god flame several times to unleash divine might and send Huangpu Qi, Senior Ma, and the other star venerates flying. This golden flame slowly grew and eventually turned into a lingering strand of flame that remained in Xiao Qin's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the flame mark on Xiao Qin's forehead completely vanished. The inheritance of the faux god flame ended. That final strand of divine might was the most precious treasure for Xiao Qin. However, he did not know how many times he could use it. No wonder those people fought to the death to obtain the faux god flame. Xiao Qin could not help sighing as he felt his cultivation increase, the condensed will of soul, and the increase in his physical body's vital qi. This was simply somewhat surreal. The feeling that the faux god flame gave him was simply too miraculous. That final strand of divine might would benefit him for life. It would be of great help to him when he tried to break through to the faux god realm and condense a divine flame. Aside from that, the remnant memories in the faux god flame represented a large amount of experience and knowledge. Those were benefits that could not be seen yet. However, they would be of great help to Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw that the dragon city had already turned into rubble. It no longer looked ancient and majestic like when Xiao Chun first saw it. There was only ruin and chaos. After the great fire, everything was gone. The blue dragon race, the exquisite buildings, the residences that once existed, everything was lost to history. Xiao Chun did not know if he would get a chance to see the ancient city of the blue dragon race again in the future. At this moment, Xiao Chun's emotions were indescribably complicated. Xiao Chun was originally the last inheritor of the blue dragon race, someone who was determined to restore the glory of the blue dragon race. As Xiao Chun watched this ancient dragon city turn from complete to rubble, he felt even more sorrowful than ordinary people. Xiao Chun looked down at the dragon race plaza. The black flame demons formed by the life bestowal spell had reverted to their original form. The many black flame crystal statues had all cracked. They no longer had any spiritual energy, so they could no longer be used. Only the black statue that Xiao Chun had nourished with his essence blood and other flame crystals remained intact. Xiao Chun carefully picked it up and blew away the dust. Then, he carefully put it away. Looking around, Xiao Chun discovered something familiar under a few pieces of rubble. Gently pushing aside the rubble, Xiao Chun saw it clearly. Only then did he discover that it was the black dragon scale that he had given to Zhen Yuan. Xiao Chun recalled that divine might had forced Zhen Yuan back, and the demonic qi had rebounded on him. As Zhen Yuan entered a state of berserking qi deviation, he could not even take care of himself. Zhen Yuan should be in closed-door cultivation somewhere in the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Right now, Zhen Yuan was terrifyingly strong. However, his situation was not good. The Black Dragon King's demonic qi might consume his consciousness at any moment, turning him into a puppet of the Black Dragon King, like the Black Armored Cultivator. Black Dragon King. At the mention of the Black Dragon King, Xiao Chun's expression turned grave. The Black Dragon King and the faux god flame inheritance was extremely terrifying. The Black Dragon King would appear again within 100 years. When Xiao Chun thought of facing such a terrifying opponent, he could not bring himself to feel happy. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun looked around at the dragon city that looked like rubble. In Xiao Chun's eyes, aside from the vicissitudes of history, this was also a treasure city. The memories of the faux god flame inheritance allowed Xiao Chun to learn many secrets about this city. If he explored a little, he would definitely gain a lot. Chapter 1746. In the memories of the faux god flame, there should have been a library in the northern part of the city. That place used to be the martial technique pavilion of the largest clan in this dragon city. It contained all the dragon race cultivation techniques. There was no lack of peak cultivation techniques. Aside from the primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, the other cultivation techniques of the Central Great Realm had a total of 3 grades: Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Each grade was further divided into Superior Grade, Medial Grade, and Peak Grade. Below there were all sorts of ungraded cultivation techniques. There were all sorts of explanations for them, so there was no way to summarize them all. A regular cultivator would be very lucky to obtain an authentic mortal grade martial technique, something that was rather rare. The army breaking sword technique that Xiao Chun once obtained was a famous peak mortal grade martial technique in the Central Great Realm. In the Central Great Realm, cultivation techniques and martial techniques were strictly categorized. Many of the martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the sects in the various astral clusters outside could not be considered mortal grade in the Central Great Realm. When a cultivation technique or martial technique reached a low grade, it would be known as a divine skill. This was because it was extremely powerful and difficult to cultivate. Furthermore, it was rare in quantity. Take that Huangpu Qi, for example. The sword technique that he cultivated was an inferior grade, earth grade sword technique, known as an earth grade divine skill. Xiao Chun had seen the might of this move for himself. The northern part of the city was also in ruins. Xiao Chun searched according to the inherited memories. It didn't take long for the address of the library to be sorted out. The library had collapsed long ago. The various restrictions were gone, and many cultivation techniques and martial techniques were burned. Complete martial techniques were extremely rare. As Xiao Chun looked at the many incomplete manuals, he showed a regretful expression. Many of them were superior-grade, mortal-grade martial techniques. There were also some so-called earth-grade divine skills. Some of them even tempted Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun seriously collected every incomplete manual. In the future, he would have to restore all of them. These were cultivation techniques and martial techniques compatible with the dragon race's physique. If Xiao Chun wanted to revive the blue dragon bloodline in the future, he would need a complete martial technique system from the lowest to the highest. Ice Feather Divine Incantation. Suddenly, Xiao Chun discovered a complete medial-grade, earth-grade cultivation technique, and his eyes lit up. Xiao Chun had never cultivated his will of ice with a cultivation technique that matched it. Now, with the assistance of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, Xiao Chun's will of thunder slowly strengthened. As the will of ice continued to descend, the gap between the two grew larger. As a result, he rarely used the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, which had originally been his trump card, as its might could no longer keep up. I might as well cultivate another ice attribute cultivation technique and walk the path of ice and thunder that no one has ever walked before. Xiao Chun whispered to himself, a vague idea forming in his mind. Martial artists who cultivated the thunder attribute would usually cultivate a wind attribute or a cloud attribute cultivation technique, walking the wind and thunder Tao. However, no one had ever walked the Tao of ice and lightning before because it was simply too difficult to fuse the two together. Many people were unable to walk it. Xiao Chun was quite talented in both aspects. He had even fused the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. It was not impossible to walk the path of ice and lightning. After making up his mind, Xiao Chun put away the Ice Feather Divine Art. He planned to cultivate another cultivation technique when he had free time. After cleaning up this place, Xiao Chun looked at the ruined Dragon City and sighed. He continued exploring Dragon City. With the help of the inherited memories, Xiao Chun was always able to gain something in the vast ruins. A month later, all the treasures in the ruins of Dragon City were collected. The treasures he had obtained were beyond his imagination. After taking a solemn look at Dragon City, Xiao Chun left the city and came to the surface. It had only been a few dozen days, but when Xiao Chun returned to the surface, he had the illusion that 1,000 years had passed. Xiao Chun had changed too much. Compared to before, he was a completely different person. Before he entered Dragon City, he did not expect that in just a few weeks he would not be able to come to Dragon City. Xiao Chun's cultivation could break through to late-stage major primal core realm. His vital qi could reach 10 cauldron force, and he could condense the will of soul that he dreamed of. Taking out the teleportation jade slip, Xiao Chun crushed it. Mottled shadows appeared beneath his feet, constantly changing and combining. 15 minutes later, a complete formation was formed. Xiao, a huge force spread out, and Xiao Chun's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he returned to the ancient teleportation formation in Dragon Flame City's northern city. Bladesman Xiao Chun. Upon seeing Xiao Chun appear, the old man, maintaining the formation, revealed a strange expression. Xiao Chun exclaimed softly, "You recognize me? Ha! Who in the city does not know you, white-robed Xiao Chun? You chased away 3 factions by yourself. Even the Snow Sword Palace's Huang Pu Chi suffered a great loss at your hands." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt stunned. News really spread fast. However, the most crucial thing is that I heard that you inherited a strand of faux god flame and obtained an ancient dragon race totem. Right now, it is not just the Snow Sword Palace's Huang Pu Chi, Senior Ma, and Senior Lu's teams that want your life. The old man smiled faintly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the old man attacked, punching at Xiao Chun as he released his aura. When the old man punched, the sky changed color. This was the sudden strike of a peak major primal core expert. His might was great. If it were the previous Xiao Chun, he would definitely be flustered and would have to spend some effort to deal with it. Now, Xiao Chen only smiled coldly. The moment Xiao Chen appeared in the formation, he sensed that something was wrong with this old man. Xiao Chen had kept an eye out long ago and was not surprised by the old man's sudden attack. With a thought, vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's body, and all the dragon bones in his body crackled. Xiao Chen directly used his body to receive the other party's punch. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Xiao Chen's horrifying physical body received this punch head-on. The strengthened dragon bones isolated most of the damage. Xiao Chen's veritable essence, energy, surged and easily negated the remaining force of the punch. After receiving the punch head-on, Xiao Chen was completely unscathed. How can it be like this? That old man was greatly startled, revealing an extremely horrified expression, completely flabbergasted. Although the old man's sudden punch was not a peak strike, it was still quite mighty. Not only was Xiao Chen uninjured, but he also did not take even half a step back. Scram! When the old man felt that something was wrong and wanted to turn around and retreat, Xiao Chen's vital qi surged out. Clang, clang, clang. 10 dragon cauldrons made of vital qi collided with each other, giving off a deafening sound. Xiao Chen retaliated with a punch, and 10 cauldron force exploded, sending the old man flying. His clothes were tattered, and his body was badly mutilated. He fell to the ground in a sorry state. Straightening his clothes, Xiao Chen strode out of the place. Seeing this scene, all of them turned pale with fright. However, no one dared to block Xiao Chen's path. This was Dragon Flame City. Strength was the rule, and the strong were the rules. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "It should be Huangpu Qi who leaked the news about me." This aroused the greed of all the cultivators in the city. Even the old man, maintaining the formation, started thinking about Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao, quickly leave Dragon Flame City. This is a troublesome place. You should not remain for long. A kind-hearted old man nearby reminded Xiao Chen. Leave? Why should I leave? Tell everyone that I, Xiao Chen, will be in the eastern part of the city for the next half a year. I will not go anywhere. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and left with large strides. The current situation suited Xiao Chen's intentions. Dragon Flame City was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with many experts. After Xiao Chen sent this old man flying with one punch, many people would think twice before they made a move. Those who dared to seek trouble for Xiao Chen would only be bold and skilled people with true talent. Xiao Chen had improved too quickly and had not had time to stabilize his strength. It would be great if he could have experts to spar with. How could Xiao Chen think of leaving when this was something he could not wish for? If Xiao Chen died in this Dragon Flame City, he could only blame himself for being weaker than others. There was nothing much to say. Xiao Chen was born in an abandoned land. Compared to many people in the Great Thousand Realms, he was much weaker. Without a heart that dared to fight, it would be impossible for him to rise up. In less than half a day, the news of Xiao Chen's return spread throughout the northern district of Dragon Flame City. Many people immediately rubbed their palms together, eager to give a try. Dragon Flame City never cared about law or reason. However, the news of Xiao Chen's return and the news of him sending a peak major primal core cultivator flying with one punch poured a bucket of cold water over many people's heads. Chapter 1747. After renting a courtyard in the northern district, Xiao Chen casually settled down. He began to cultivate the Ice Feather Divine incantation. This divine art was only an earth-ranked middle-grade cultivation technique. Even a normal true disciple of a 5th-rank sect would find it difficult to obtain such a precious cultivation technique. There were a total of 6 layers, and it was said that if one had an astonishing comprehension ability, they could combine the 6 layers into one and comprehend the hidden 7th layer of the Ice Feather Divine Art. In the cultivation room of the courtyard, Xiao Chen took out medial grade spirit jades and inserted them into the nodes of the spirit gathering formation. After filling it up, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the praying mat in the center of the formation and slowly circulated the ice feather divine incantation according to the route of the mental cultivation method. Closing his eyes, Zhang Xian formed a series of hand seals with his hands. Occasionally, he would cross his hands, and at other times, he would stack them up and down, placing them at his dantian. As the ice feather divine incantation circulated, the spiritual energy gathered in the formation quickly entered Xiao Chen's body, circulating endlessly in his meridians. Originally, there was only the purple chi whirlpool of the purple thunder divine incantation in the center of the dantian. However, after the ice feather divine incantation completed a minor cycle, countless pure spiritual energy fell like snowflakes like pure white feathers. Outside the purple cyclone, another small white cyclone formed. From today onwards, he would officially cultivate an ice cultivation technique and walk on the path of ice and thunder. The originally scattered will of ice in Xiao Chen's body slowly merged together according to the ice feather divine incantation. Xiao Chen, who had never cultivated an ice-attributed cultivation technique before, made rather quick progress in cultivating the ice feather divine art. Phew! Opening his eyes, Xiao Chun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked around. The training room was already covered in frost, and sparse snowflakes slowly drifted down. Snowflakes fell on her white robe, adding to her strength of character. She was like a winter plum flower standing proudly in the snow and ice. Some white hairs appeared on his scattered hair. This was the result of successfully cultivating the first layer. To be able to successfully cultivate the first layer in half a day, he should possess the will of ice. That is why he can cultivate so quickly. Xiao Chan was quite satisfied with his cultivation progress, but he was also very calm. The main reason he was able to cultivate so quickly was because he had a good foundation. More importantly, he had only just started. He was only at the first level of the ice feather divine art. The long march of 10,000 li had just begun. So. Strange auras could be sensed from outside the house, and they were rapidly approaching. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. You're finally here. Let me see who you are. This person definitely came for the so-called ancient dragon race totem and the faux god flame inheritance. He did not hide his whereabouts. Anyone could find him if they wanted to. Most importantly, his whereabouts had been leaked on purpose. With a flash, Xiao Chun flew out of the cultivation room and landed on the roof of his courtyard. Xiao Chun raised his gaze and saw Huang Puqi leading the Snow Sword Palace disciples outside the courtyard. There was also Senior Ma, Senior Lu, and a group of old friends. He charged forward with a murderous aura. Bang! With a kick from Huang Puqi, the courtyard door was smashed into powder. Then, a group of people rushed in without any scruples. Xiao Chun raised his head and happened to see the white-clad Xiao Chun standing on the roof, holding his saber and smiling. A few strands of white hair adorned Xiao Chen's handsome face. On the roof, Xiao Chun looked like a winter snow plum flower standing alone in the cold wind, looking delicate and refined. Huang Puqi felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, Xiao Chun, it looks like you expected that I, Huang Puqi, would come. You are a rank 4 sect disciple, yet there is no point in saying so much. In Dragon Flame City, there is no sect or origin. Strength reigns supreme. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. If you surpass the saber in my hand, I will give you everything you want. 2 Dao discs appeared behind Xiao Chun. His fighting spirit blazed, and his aura instantly reached its peak. Huang Puqi felt stifled. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be so direct. Senior brother, there is no need to be polite with him. Let's attack together. Even if he has a great fortuitous encounter, he will find it hard to escape death. Why go to so much trouble? A Snow Sword Palace disciple stepped forward and whispered into Huang Puqi's ear. Indeed, brother Huang Pu. In any case, he is just a rank 4 sect disciple. How can he compare to your noble status? Senior Ma, who was at the side, said sullenly as he gave Xiao Chun a vicious look. Huang Puqi raged in his heart. He demanded, "Do you think that I, Huangpu Qi, am definitely not a match for him? I am a Snow Sword Palace true inheritor, an early stage star venerate. Do you think that I, Huangpu Qi, will need your help to deal with a rank 4 sect disciple?" Raising his gaze, Huangpu Qi said sullenly, "As long as you do not use that puppet technique from that day, why would I, Huangpu Qi, fear a fight with you?" As a rank 5 sect disciple, Huangpu Qi naturally had pride in his heart. From the start to the end, he had never treated Xiao Chun as an opponent. Back then, when Huangpu Qi was forced to leave, he had been brooding over it, believing that Xiao Chun used an unorthodox technique. Huangpu Qi had long been suppressing the rage in his heart. Now, Xiao Chun wanted to fight him alone. This was exactly what Huangpu Qi wanted. Xiao Chun said softly, "Don't worry. The technique from that day is very strict and exhausts a lot of energy. I will definitely not use it when fighting you. In that case, you can die." Huangpu Qi radiated killing intent as he took a big stride forward and charged over. Whoosh! Snowflakes filled the air, and boundless cold qi spread out. Frost instantly covered the entire courtyard, turning it into an ice palace. The instant Huangpu Qi drew his sword, a boundless sword light shot out. Huangpu Qi's figure suddenly vanished, becoming one with the snowflakes filling the air. Exquisite. Several Dragon Flame City experts and Snow Sword Palace disciples, who were watching in secret, could not help praising Huangpu Qi when they saw this sword strike. Huangpu Qi truly lives up to being a Snow Sword Palace true inheritor. This is a fusion of the Sword Dao and the Ice Dao. Even many of the old seniors cannot compare to this. This is truly indescribably exquisite. When the sword strikes, the flying snow and the sword light merge. This sky full of flying snow, is it sword light or is it flying snow? What is real and what is fake? It is truly unpredictable. I heard that the founder of the Snow Sword Palace comprehended the snowflake, divine, sword from the snow, establishing the rank 5 Snow Sword Palace. The Snow Sword Palace's profound cultivation techniques and martial techniques are all derived from the snowflake divine sword. This Huangpu Qi has indeed learned a trace of the true essence. It's admirable. On the roof, Xiao Chun looked at the snow-filled sky and immediately saw the beauty of it. One had to admit that Huangpu Qi's sword was indeed eye-catching. Not only was his cultivation outstanding, but he also had deep attainments in the Ice Dao and the Sword Dao. He was worth learning from. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, as beautiful as a dream, as fragmented as jade, as clear as crystal, and as undulating as the sea, with turbulent undercurrents. This was Huangpu Qi's true strength. It was also the reason why he had always thought highly of himself and looked down on Xiao Chun. How to break this move? Was he going to find Huangpu Qi's true body in the snowstorm and see through the sword light and snowflakes? If that was the case, then he would have fallen into Huangpu Qi's trap. After one move, Xiao Chun would definitely lose. The spring snow came treading on the air, and wherever it touched, it seemed as if flowers were blooming. Among the trees in the garden, which one was the real plum blossom? Where is the flying snow? Where is the sword light? One wrong look, and the sky is filled with murderous intent. But why should I look at it? Flowers will wilt, snow will melt. There is nothing in the world that is eternal. However, if I resolve the mundane and jump out of the mundane world, what is real and what is fake will be decided with just a thought. If my wish is real, the flowers will bloom, never wilting. If my wish is fake, the snow will dance in the air, never melting. Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered as the snowstorm filled the courtyard. With just a thought, Xiao Chun gained many comprehensions from Huangpu Qi's move. Unknowingly, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolved the mundane, improved further. He now knew how to break this move. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique circulated in his body. However, Xiao Chun did not draw his saber, only using the true meaning of resolve the mundane. He gently stretched out a finger, and the white whirlpool in his dantian started spinning frantically. All the ice-attributed veritable essence energy in his body poured out. Then, he gently tapped the flying snow with his finger. The snowstorm filling the courtyard suddenly paused. Every snowflake bloomed in the air. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals formed a 7-petal white flower. The flying snow in the air instantly condensed into a flower. The courtyard, the snowflakes, the house, and the white-clad bladesman all formed a poetic painting. Huang Puqi, who had already merged with the flying snow, was forcefully squeezed out of the state that he created. When Huang Puqi looked up, his eyes met. He saw Xiao Chun standing alone under the roof, holding a flower and smiling. This startled Huang Puqi into retreating frantically. Chapter 1748. Huang Puqi had no choice but to retreat. Xiao Chun broke the mysterious phenomenon and perfect state that he created with 1 finger, turning it into Xiao Chen's mysterious phenomenon. Xiao Chun forced Huang Puqi out. This flabbergasted everyone. No one had expected Xiao Chun to use such a method to break this move. It was a miraculous and unimaginable break. Xiao Chun broke Huang Puqi's attack from the very foundation, instantly turning him into a defensive stance. The situation instantly reversed. Huang Puqi switched positions between offense and defense. Damn, this is too incredible. How'd he do it? How strong is his mental state to be able to break this move like that? Why does it feel like this Xiao Chen's mental state is on a completely different level from Huang Puqi's? He is much stronger. This is going to be difficult. The spectators were all experts. Anyone could tell that Xiao Chen's seemingly simple finger attack had many tricks to it. In reality, there were many ways to learn it. It required an extremely high cultivation of the mind and a deep understanding of the martial Tao to reach an extremely high realm. Up on the roof, Xiao Chun smiled faintly as he watched the retreating Huang Puqi. Xiao Chun gently pushed his 2 fingers holding the snowflakes forward. The wind and snow in the air howled a Huang Puqi. Just as the 2 fingers moved forward, along with the howling of the wind and snow, there was a sudden clap of thunder on the flat ground. Boom! This thunder was ear-splitting, striking at the soul, and resounding in the sea of consciousness. It lingered without scattering, spreading out endlessly. Thunderclouds spread in the sky, and countless electric lights burst out. The instant the power of the wind and snow shot out, Xiao Chun created his strongest mysterious phenomenon. He leaped up while holding his saber, pressing towards the frantically retreating Huang Puqi. Kill! Xiao Chun drew his saber tyrannically, and a strand of saber light exploded the wind and snow in the air. The lightning and thunder illuminated him, making him look like a war god. Xiao Chun, who already held the upper hand in the first place, instantly gained an overwhelming advantage over the frantically retreating Huang Puqi. Damn it! 1 wrong move, and he lost everything. Huang Puqi complained his heart. Right now, the situation was extremely unfavorable to him. If he got careless, he would instantly lose. Sword. His mind was unprecedentedly focused. The path of frost had been broken, so he would use the sword in his hand to turn the situation around. With a furious roar, Huang Puqi's entire body surged with veritable essence energy, and the sword in his hand buzzed endlessly. Xiao Chun condensed an incredibly sharp sword move. His aura continuously shrank. By the time Xiao Chun arrived, he had already become as sharp as a needle. Needles thin, sharp, but also easy to break. Huang Puqi was forcing himself into a dead end, putting himself in a hopeless situation. In any case, he was already at an absolute disadvantage, so he might as well take a gamble and take a risky move. No one had expected that the situation would be so dangerous in just 2 moves. It was truly shocking that they had reached such a situation where they were either alive or dead. Xiao Chen's state of mind was shocking. Huang Puqi's decisiveness was also shocking. Resolving the mundane. Seeing that Huang Puqi was risking his life like this, Xiao Chun was not afraid at all. He took the opportunity to execute his strongest killing move. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. He appeared expressionless as he severed the 7 emotions and 6 desires, forgetting the mundane achieving eternity. A strand of eternal and inextinguishable saber light immediately appeared. A boundlessly ferocious Buddhist light shone brightly in all directions under the thunderclouds. It was like a blazing sun, illuminating eternally, not caring about being extinguished. Ice ceiling chop, Huang Pu-Chi shouted, and 6 gigantic ice sword chi connected from head to tail appeared above his head. Then they clashed with that eternal saber light. Xiao Chun gently pushed off the ground and shot forward like a beam of light, betting all of his veritable essence energy. The ice-sealing sword chi clashed with the eternal saber light. Ice shards kept leaking out of the 6 revolving ice sword chis. They flew out and created terrifying ice explosions. The cold chi immediately became like a knife slicing through the air. Kassier! Kassier! The courtyards within 5 kilometers that were affected instantly turned into ice palaces. Then they silently turned into ice shards littering the ground. The cultivators watching in secret had no choice but to flee, afraid of getting caught up in the terrifying ice shards. Xiao Chun could not dodge. He could only use his physical body to block these terrifying ice shards head-on. When the cold chi entered his body, his internal organs were instantly assaulted. However, at this point, how could Xiao Chun retreat? The eternal and inextinguishable saber light in his hand continued to descend. The two were going all out. It was a matter of who could last to the end. It was Xiao Chun who broke the ice sword chi connected from head to tail, breaking the needle-like sharp sword move inside. In the end, it was Huang Pu-Chi's needle-sharp, ice-like sword move that penetrated every opening that Xiao Chun could reach first, crushing his physical body. The saber light was eternal and inextinguishable. However, that did not mean that the physical body was eternal. Everyone held their breaths and focused, waiting for this exciting result. Kassier! In the next moment, the sound of something breaking could be heard from within the ice storm. In the next moment, the ice and snow broke, and Huang Pu-Chi became like a broken kite on the verge of falling. Senior brother, the Snow Sword Palace disciples were startled. They quickly soared into the air and caught Huang Pu-Chi. You lost. The ice and snow exploded, and the saber light vanished. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Then his white robes slowly landed, accompanied by the dancing ice and snow in the air. His face was slightly pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the fight just now had exhausted his mind and spirit, and his injuries were not light. On the other hand, Huang Pu-Chi's face was drained of blood. There was a terrifying saber wound on his chest. He had nearly been cut in half at the waist. Thank you for showing mercy, Huang Pu-Chi said through clenched teeth as he looked at Xiao Chun. His face was dark, and there was no sign of gratitude on his face. With the last saber strike, Xiao Chun had the chance to take his life. In the end, he held back and didn't chop him in half. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "No need to thank me. You saved your own life." He did not use his will of soul or activate his great desolate Ian bloodline. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold back. Huang Pu-Chi smiled bitterly and said, "My background is better than yours, and my cultivation is higher. If I were to use my will of soul, where would I put my face? A defeat is a defeat. Let's go." This time, there was no need for Xiao Chun to say anything. Huang Pu-Chi led the Snow Sword Palace disciples away. He would not appear again in the future. He was convinced and no longer had the face to remain here. Just at this moment, Senior Ma and Senior Lu, who were in the courtyard, exchanged glances and nodded slightly. While Xiao Chun and Huang Pu-Chi were speaking, Senior Ma suddenly threw out a book. Stars flickered in the two's eyes. Their wills of soul carried the flourishing might of the world as they charged at Xiao Chun. The two's wills of soul merged into one in the air. Immediately, the sky changed color. Winds blew and clouds churned. An unparalleled force pressed down on Xiao Chun. Everyone in the distance was so shocked by this scene that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Although there were no rules in Dragon Flame City, every cultivator had their pride. Very few people would launch such a shameless sneak attack. Furthermore, it was a sneak attack after the battle ended. Furthermore, it was two-star venerates working together to use their wills of soul to suppress a major primal core venerate at the same time. Xiao Chun, you traitor! This old man will let you know the fate of betrayers. Senior Ma said through clenched teeth, showing a vicious expression. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In Senior Ma's eyes, Xiao Chun was already a dead man. Back then, Xiao Chun already found it very taxing to resist Senior Ma's will of soul alone. Now that Senior Ma and Senior Lu worked together to deal with the severely injured Xiao Chun, they were confident of success. There would be no mistakes. It's over. This time, Xiao Chun is really finished. While many people thought that the two old men were shameless, they also felt pity for Xiao Chun. No matter who it was, they would most likely die in such a situation. There would be no hope of survival. Even if one did not die, one would be crippled. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly as he snorted coldly. Starlight flickered in his eyes as well. The azure dragon seal in his soul pool flickered with light. A will of soul containing the primordial dragon might surged out of Xiao Chun's forehead and clashed with the combined will of soul. Buzz! The two soul wills clashed in the air. The two old men's soul wills crumbled upon contact. They didn't even have time to show shock on their faces. Xiao Chun's will of soul suppressed him, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood and kneel on the ground, unable to move. Dust filled the air, but it didn't move. Xiao Chun's soul had already fixed this space. Young Master Xiao, spare me. Old Ma and Old Lu knelt on the ground, completely scared out of their wits. Huang Puqi, who had not gone far, turned his head and saw this scene. He was petrified on the spot, feeling as if his face was on fire. Chapter 1749. Huang Puqi showed a sullen face, his expression completely stiff. He was completely stupefied. Earlier, Huang Puqi still maintained some pride. He did not use his will of soul or activate his great desolate Ian bloodline. He believed that even if he lost, it was because he did not use his full power or bring out all his trump cards. However, right now, Xiao Chun did it before everyone. He broke the will of soul that Senior Ma and Senior Lu worked together to bring out, announcing to everyone that he, Xiao Chun, also had a will of soul. Furthermore, it was not weak, easily breaking the will of soul of two-star venerates. Huang Puqi did not care about Senior Ma and Senior Lu at all. They were just two-star venerates with ordinary talent. To ordinary people, they looked very awe-inspiring. However, Huang Puqi was very knowledgeable. He had already seen many star venerates in a rank 5 sect. He had seen holy venerates and sovereign personages. In the Snow Sword Palace, with Senior Ma and Senior Lu's cultivation, they could only be outer sect administrators at best. They would not even be able to become elders. Huang Puqi believed that he could break the will of soul that the two worked together. However, he would not be able to do it as easily as Xiao Chun. Senior brother, what's wrong? The Snow Sword Palace junior brother asked quickly when he saw that Huang Puqi's expression was off. Huang Puqi felt somewhat empty in his heart. He showed a desolate expression, appearing somewhat embarrassed. He said somewhat weakly, I'm fine. Let's go. Let's go. Huang Puqi repeated himself twice in a row. Clearly, he was not in the right state of mind. His footsteps were unsteady, and he instantly looked much older. As Xiao Chun looked at Senior Ma and Senior Lu, he ignored their pleas for mercy. He pointed, and the two, who were suppressed by the will of soul, flew back into the air. After the two landed, their expressions turned stiff, and their eyes turned listless. In their soul pools, their souls had already been shattered, becoming two soulless bodies. They could not be any more dead. Xiao Chun had always despised such vile people who attack from behind. He coldly waved his hand and said to the people who came to cause trouble, "Close my doors and scram." Yes, yes, yes. The people of Senior Ma's and Senior Lu's teams panicked, carrying the two's corpses and rushing away. The people watching the battle from the shadows remained silent for a long time. They had never expected such an ending. The sneak attack of 2-star venerates should have been in the bag. To think that Xiao Chen managed to turn the situation around. Who would have thought that Xiao Chen would be able to break Huang Pu's miraculous phenomenon with just a flower-pinching finger? One day later, the battle shook the entire city. The white-clad Xiao Chen, who was already well known in the first place, became even more famous in Dragon Flame City. The topic of discussion was not just the ancient dragon race totem and his many treasures. It was his strength. Some people even believed that Xiao Chen was strong enough to rank among the 10 strongest bladesmen in Dragon Flame City. Apart from his low cultivation, he had no other shortcomings. Just how strong was the white-robed Xiao Chen? This was the topic that all of Dragon City was talking about the most. Apart from that, what they talked about the most was what Xiao Chen had said. Whoever could defeat the saber in his hand, he would give all the treasures on him to the other party for free. This sentence was seen as Xiao Chen issuing a challenge to all the experts of Dragon City. Everyone knew that the Dragon Flame Ancient Land was the place where the most geniuses and outstanding talents gathered in the dozens of nearby astral clusters. Every day, sect elites and outstanding talents from the various astral clusters would come here on experiential training. This was especially so now. Even the 10 great sects of the Yanwu dynasty's soaring dragon marquisate sent true inheritors to lead teams on experiential training. Some people found Xiao Chen's words too arrogant. Sooner or later, there would be trouble. Indeed, on the second day after Huang Puqi's defeat, someone went to look for him. It's Bai Yin, a veteran expert of Dragon Flame City. His team ranks among the top 3 in Dragon Flame City. He lost. Bai Yin lost. After 100 moves, Xiao Chen knocked him into the air with one saber strike. He no longer had any combat prowess and fled in a sorry state. However, Bai Yin's defeat did not stop this craze. While Dragon Flame City lacked many things, it did not lack ruthless people. Did you hear? The Feng Luo, known as the 10,000 Demon Slayer in the northern city, sought out Xiao Chen after he returned from the depths of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. That's the one. I heard that Feng Luo killed more than 10,000 flame demons. He is a ruthless person. Although he did not break through to Star Venerate, he comprehended the will of Soul long ago. His combat experience is scarily rich. That's right. That's him. When he returned this time, he already broke through to Star Venerate. When he heard that Xiao Chen has an ancient dragon race totem, he charged over without saying anything. What was the result? He lost. Xiao Chen defeated him in 50 moves. He was in an even worse state than Bai Yin. That can't be, right? No one expected that defeating Huang Puqi was just the beginning for Xiao Chen. In merely 2 short months, more than 20 people sought out Xiao Chen to challenge him. Practically every 3 days, experts of Dragon Flame City or outstanding talents who came for experiential training sought out Xiao Chen. In the end, all of them lost without exception. However, there were people who did not believe that a person who had not broken through to Star Venerate could be strong. No matter how strong one was, there was a limit. However, despite these people attacking one after another, they could not defeat Xiao Chen. They even found it difficult to last more than 100 moves. Later, the cultivators in Dragon Flame City were shocked to discover that Xiao Chen seemed to grow stronger the more he fought. After every battle ended, his strength would increase by another level when he reappeared. Hence, a strange scene happened. Originally, every time Xiao Chen fought, there would be more than 100 people watching, learning from him and curious about the results. After 3 months, there were only a few people watching. This was because Xiao Chen's opponents lost increasingly faster. From the first 100 moves, now, no one could last more than 10 moves. He lost again. The top outstanding talent of the vast sea cluster, Nan Gongming, who broke through to Star Venerate at the age of 30, lost to Xiao Chen in 5 moves. That is within expectations. Now, I finally understand. This Xiao Chen is purposely using this to temper himself. He is really ruthless. In my opinion, only those dynasty scions or the top 100 great desolate Ian bloodlines can suppress him. Indeed, such an existence can already go to the central great realm and make a name for himself? That is hard to say. Those who have not entered the central great realm will never know how narrow their vision is. That's right. In the dynasties, rank 5 sects are at the bottom, not to mention rank 6 sects and the various holy sects above rank 6 sections. In the end, that world is still too far away from us. Just think about it. Just one cluster, Lord Goyu, can have an entire great realm as her conferred land. The vision of the people of the central great realm is completely different from ours. Right now, the discussion about Shao Chun was no longer about how strong he was in Dragon Flame City. Instead, it was about whether such a demonic genius like him could make a name for himself in the central great realm. However, few people had been to the central great realm before. Everyone debated this endlessly, with many different opinions. Some people said that Shao Chun was qualified to join a holy gate. Some people also said that Shao Chun was not qualified enough and would only invite humiliation if he went to the central great realm. It was just like how many outstanding talents were among the top in their respective astral clusters. However, after they went to the central great realm, they all felt depressed and disappointed. Even after many years, when they returned, they did not mention their experiences in the central great realm. With one look, it was clear that they did not want to recall the past. They must have suffered great humiliation and could not bear to recall it. Another 3 months passed. Half a year passed just like that. Shao Chun stood on the roof of his courtyard and looked at the people below. Then he said softly, "Senior, you lost." Outside the courtyard, an old man stared at the broken saber on the ground. This old man muttered to himself in a daze. This old man was Feng Yuqiang, one of the original 10 great bladesmen of Dragon Flame City, ranked first. He came because of the ancient dragon race totem. A totem was not something that could be called a totem after it was carved on a piece of wood. It required a race to worship it, for countless people to worship it and offer their pious faith. Only after thousands or even tens of thousands of years could it take form and be called a totem. The totem of some minor races was already a priceless treasure. What more the ancient dragon race? Naturally, it would tempt countless experts. Feng Yuqiang had been tempted long ago. However, due to his status, he did not make a move. After half a year, as more and more people lost to Shao Chun, Feng Yuqiang finally could no longer hold back and made a move. However, after one battle, after exchanging 10 moves, Shao Chun broke his weapon. Feng Yuqiang suffered a crushing defeat, reduced to a sorry state. Shao Chun sheathed his saber and looked at the old man in front of the courtyard, somewhat distracted. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. To think that no one in Dragon Flame City was a match for him. Perhaps Shao Chun had set his sights too low from the very start. Chapter 1750. Within half a year, all the famous experts of Dragon Flame City had challenged Shao Chun. When the outstanding talents who came for experiential training heard of Shao Chun's reputation and the wager, they all challenged him. Even the true inheritors of the 10 rank 5 sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquis all rushed over. At first, people came to challenge Shao Chun nearly every day. However, in the final month, only Feng Yuqiang came. Even so, he was defeated in 10 moves. I'm old. I'm really old. Feng Yuqiang picked up the broken saber and sighed to himself. Whoosh! Shao Chun landed on the ground and performed a cupped fist salute. Senior, don't be too sad. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of powerful experts who became famous in their twilight years. Feng Yuqiang smiled bitterly and said, There are indeed quite a few. I even know some of them. However, they're definitely not me. I'll take my leave first. Feeling somewhat hurt, Feng Yuqiang shook his head and sighed before leaving alone. As Shao Chun watched Feng Yuqiang leave, he entered deep thought. In the past half a year, he had defeated countless people. He would seriously observe the expressions and backs of every defeated person. Defeat had never been scary. What was scary was losing all fighting spirit after one defeat. Shao Chun had once been reduced to a sorry state by a star of venerate, like an ant that could be squashed. He had lost even more miserably than these people, in an even more sorry state. However, he did not lose his fighting spirit. That was how he rose up today, fighting everywhere in Dragon Flame City without suffering a single defeat. However, this was not a result that he could be too proud of. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and said softly, "It is time to return." In the past half a year, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached peak consummation major primal core realm, only one step away from Star Venerate. Since he already condensed the will of soul, the bottleneck between major primal core Venerate and Cloud Sea Star Venerate was not particularly large. There was no need for him to purposely make a breakthrough. When the conditions were right, he could advance to Star Venerate. Right now, Xiao Chen had to consider how to proceed after breaking through to Star Venerate. He needed a goal, someone to refer to. However, there was no one in Dragon Flame City that he could learn from. After packing his things, Xiao Chun silently left the northern city in the middle of the night. Dragon Flame City, Southern District. A middle-aged man wearing a cloak sat cross-legged on the top floor of a quiet and elegant pavilion. Beside his hand was a simple and unadorned longsword. In the quiet and peaceful top floor, there was an omnipresent sword aura that came from the middle-aged man's body. As long as he existed, the sword momentum would not disappear. Even if he was cultivating in seclusion, as long as he opened his eyes, the natural sword momentum would be ready to be unleashed. This was a shocking blow to the invader, catching him off guard. He was Biming Feng. Xiao Chun was one of the 10 strongest swordsmen of Dragon Flame City, one of the sovereigns of the southern city. Over the years, he had killed countless aggrieved souls with his sword. Relying on the 4-foot-long sword, he had established an illustrious reputation. Very few people dared to provoke him. But tonight, under the lonely shadow of the waning moon, a young man in white walked over. The bright moon was not round, and the stars did not twinkle. Tonight, it was very dark. The man in white walked over with a saber in his hand. When he was 10 li away from the pavilion, Biming Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Auras clashed, and the saber and sword hummed. The decorations on the top floor shattered one by one, and cracks appeared on the pillars as they struggled. Dense saber intent and sword intent clashed with each other, causing the cracks to spread continuously. The instant Biming Feng opened his eyes, he instantly grasped the sword beside him and drew it by 1 centimeter. A dazzling sword light and a sharp sword wind made Biming Feng's long hair and clothes flutter wildly. However, by the time Biming Feng opened his eyes, it was already too late. This was because Xiao Chun had already drawn his saber, and Biming Feng had only just opened his eyes. Boom! The pavilion instantly shattered, turning into countless shards. However, Biming Feng had not even drawn his sword yet. Whoosh! An even stronger saber light completely crushed Biming Feng's sword wind, extinguishing it and forcibly driving it away. Before Biming Feng could swing his sword, the saber light knocked the sword in his hand away. Kasie! The saber light chopped down, chopping off Biming Feng's right hand, which originally held the sword. Blood spurted out like a fountain. When the pavilion shattered, Biming Feng stabbed his sword into the ground, kneeling on one knee. His complexion was pale, but he did not say anything. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber, and the saber light that lit up the dark night vanished. However, Xiao Chen's white robes were still clearly visible in this quiet night. "I'm a vengeful person. Half a year ago, you stabbed me with your sword and nearly took my life. Half a year later, I will return the favor and cut off one of your arms." Right after Biming Feng spoke, Xiao Chun left with his saber in hand, going further away in the hazy night sky with the waning moon hanging high. As Biming Feng looked at his chopped-off arm, he revealed a bitter smile. Biming Feng had long known that a demonic genius had appeared in the northern city. In the past half a year, this person had challenged all the experts in Dragon Flame City. He also knew that this person was the white-clad bladesman who once caught his sword with his bare hand. Furthermore, Biming Feng knew that the other party would definitely come looking for him before leaving. However, Biming Feng did not leave. Firstly, he could not bear to part with the profits he had accumulated in Dragon Flame City over the years. Secondly, he did not believe that he could not catch Xiao Chen's saber. Biming Feng knew that Xiao Chun was like him, a proud and aloof person. Half a year ago, when Xiao Chun caught his sword, Bai Mingfeng stopped making a move, letting Xiao Chun leave. Unfortunately, after half a year, Bai Mingfeng failed to catch this saber strike. Losing an arm was the price Bai Mingfeng paid for his confidence. Bai Mingfeng picked up the chopped-off arm on the ground and quickly left without saying a word. Bai Mingfeng had made many enemies over the years. If he did not leave after losing an arm, he would be seeking death. Those enemies would not be as polite as Xiao Chun. At sunrise, a black horse carriage kicked up dust as it sped on the road leading to Soaring Dragon City. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged in the carriage, cultivating with his eyes closed, not slacking off at all. See. Cold chi spread out in the carriage, and snowflakes flew everywhere, condensing into ice feathers drifting about. In the past half a year, Xiao Chun had already cultivated the Ice Feather Divine incantation to the 3rd layer. This was already very fast. In the future, Xiao Chun would have to slow down, unless Xiao Chun ran into some fortuitous encounter or an ice-attributed natural treasure. Right now, Xiao Chun had a head of long hair, half white and half black. Despite his handsome air, there was now a hint of coldness. After 3 days and 3 nights, Soaring Dragon City came into view. Xiao Chun still needed to deal with some things before he could leave the Soaring Dragon Great Realm and return to the Grave Sea's Purple Flame sect. Xiao Chun still had many harvests in the underground Dragon City, like the blaze crystals and all sorts of natural treasures that he could not use. After cultivating for half a year, he had exhausted a lot of spirit jades, so he needed to replenish them. Whoosh! Ma Cheng suddenly shrank back and then strangely vanished, appearing on Xiao Chun's clothes, which had suddenly appeared. Xiao Chun would arrive at Soaring Dragon City in another half a day. There was no need to use the cycle war chariot to travel. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to continue on, a strange aura attracted his attention. At some point in time, the busy road had turned quiet, no carriages or people in sight. Blocking the road? These 2 words were Xiao Chun's first reaction. To be able to block the road to Soaring Dragon City. How capable must this person be? Without the tacit approval of the Cluster Lord's residence or some connection, it would be impossible to block the road. Who would dare to offend the Soaring Dragon Marquis? That was a marquis conferred by an immortal dynasty. It represented not only honor, but also deterrence and strength, not some symbolic thing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Light flickered, and 18 figures approached from afar, surrounding Xiao Chun. They were all dressed in black, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes and a cold, murderous aura. Their footsteps were firm, and their cultivations were peak major primal core realm cultivators. With one look, one could tell that these people were skilled in formations and good at working together to kill. Hand over the ancient dragon race totem. I'll give you 1 second to consider. Kill. Without waiting for Xiao Chun to reply, when the 18 saw that he did not quickly take out the ancient dragon race totem, a murderous intent spread from their bodies. The murderous intent immediately erupted. Like a tsunami or a volcano erupting, the 18 drew their short swords at the same time. Piercing beams of light shot out from their feet. The light beams connected and instantly formed a 3-dimensional formation, trapping Xiao Chun in it. This trapped Xiao Chun within, making it difficult to advance or retreat. Danger lurked everywhere. Chapter 1751. An expert. This was a tacit understanding that could only be cultivated by a true assassin for 10 years, or even dozens of years. Countless resources were needed to accumulate. Behind these simple 18 people was a great power whose depths could not be seen. Nurturing such 18 people would require much more resources than hiring a star-venerate expert. Resources had a price, but time was priceless. Not everyone had the ability to spend more than a decade to nurture such death warriors. There must be a huge force behind it. There must be specialized people and organizations that carry out systematic training. Light and shadow flickered between black and white. Countless sword shadows charged toward Xiao Chun, stabbing, slashing, left and right. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, there was not a single blind spot. Clang, clang, clang. Unsheathing his saber, Shao Chun did not move an inch. His expression was calm as he brandished the saber in his hand. As the sword and saber clashed, all sorts of clanging sounds could be heard. It was exceptionally shocking. The round of attacks that were like an inescapable net ended in the blink of an eye. Another round followed, not giving anyone a chance to catch their breath. Between heaven and earth, light and shadow danced. This three-dimensional array was shrouded by layers of sword shadows. From an outsider's point of view, they could only see the dancing swords forming a huge sphere. After 18 rounds, the black shadow returned to its original position. There were no wounds on Shao Chen's body. After half a year of training, his saber skills had reached a whole new level. When Shao Chun waved his hand, his saber light could easily envelop a place. With one move, he could easily block the combined attacks of several people. But the situation was still not optimistic. Shao Chun felt that this complicated and profound formation was just the beginning. There were still many more incredible moves that he had yet to bring out. The targets of this formation should be middle-stage star venerates or even late-stage star venerates. He had to defeat one of them. Otherwise, if the other party were to continue to display the might of the formation, they would be unable to escape. He would definitely perish here today. Change formation. Just as Shao Chun expected, the leader of the black-robed men snorted coldly. The 18 figures quickly changed positions. The light on the ground and the connected sword shadows in the air kept changing. Like a ripple, all sorts of killing intents assaulted Zhang Xian unceasingly. The formation was filled with killing intent. One wrong step and they would fall into a bottomless abyss and be dismembered. Shao Chun had no choice but to follow suit. He tried his best to find the slightest chance of survival in the array formation. Of the 50 die numbers, 9 out of 40 are used, and 1 is missing. The heavenly Tao was heartless, but no matter what, there would always be a chance of survival. Any killing formation was like this, it could not go against the natural order. No matter how many layers of killing intent there would always be a chance of survival. What was difficult was to distinguish between real and fake, and between fake and real. How to divide it? How to argue? Fortunately, Shao Chun was proficient in the art of geomancy. He had been through hundreds of battles and was particularly sensitive to killing intent. In such a killing formation, Shao Chun kept flashing about, narrowly avoiding the layers of danger. Wait, killing intent gathered in Shao Chen's eyes. He still had many trump cards that he had yet to use, even though it was dangerous and he could lose his life at any moment. However, he had not used any of these trump cards. Either he didn't use it, or once he did, he would be sealed with blood and killed without mercy. The 18 assassins watched in shock as Shao Chun continuously moved about but failed to land a hit. This formation was called the Star Killing Formation. As the name suggested, it was used to kill star venerates. Once it was executed, there was no chance of failure. However, today, Shao Chun was just a major primal core venerate. Even after fighting for so long, he still did not show any openings. Attack! The leader of the assassins shouted, losing some patience. Immediately, 9 figures soared into the air and thrust their swords at Shao Chun. The 9 swords merged into one, and space trembled. If there were a tall mountain here, it would definitely collapse. Even a middle stage star venerate would have to dodge the attack of the 9 swords merged into one. As long as one retreated, one would fall into the killing intent of the formation, consigned to eternal damnation. The 9 people's eyes were sharp, cold, emotionless, devoid of color, only a heavy death chi. Shao Chun stood upright with his hand behind his back. Then he smiled coldly and said, "I was waiting for you to attack." 2 spots of light appeared in Shao Chen's eyes, one golden and one white. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram suddenly took form. Yin-Yang, the 4 divisions, the 8 trigrams, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Dang! The 9 swords struck the diagram, but did not budge at all, unable to break it. Scatter! Shao Chun pushed with his hand. and the yin-yang flame diagram gave off a bright golden light. Then it charged forward, sweeping through everything in its path, unblockable. Before the 9 black-clad assassins could retreat, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram crashed into them. They immediately vomited large mouthfuls of blood and went flying back. The star-killing formation instantly broke. When the light and shadow disappeared, the feeling of being restrained by the light and shadow that had been lingering around Xiao Chen vanished. Resolving the mundane, severing the 7 emotions, severing the 6 desires, resolving the mundane, achieving eternity. After being suppressed for so long, Xiao Chen's killing intent erupted like a flash flood as he swung his saber. The 9 black-clad assassins who got knocked away all got chopped in half at the waist, splattering blood everywhere. Mission failed. Retreat. The leader paled in shock. In a fluster, he decisively retreated, not daring to get involved. After all, the 9 were not star venerates. Once the formation failed, they returned to their original form. "You think you can leave?" Xiao Chun snorted coldly. His figure trembled, and he executed Dermic World, turning into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. When Xiao Chun landed, he trampled 3 fleeing black-clad assassins to death. Then, just as he was about to recover his true form, he sent out a saber strike with all his might. The saber light grew to 30 kilometers long, looking like a rainbow descending from the sky, killing another 4 people. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. The instant Xiao Chun recovered his true form, a berserk tricolor dragon flew out of his palm. It grew with the wind, bearing fangs and claws as it instantly swallowed up a person. The situation reversed in an instant. Only the leader managed to flee more than 5 kilometers away. However, before that leader could rejoice or sigh, he saw an invisible will carrying the might of the world howling over. Everywhere this will passed, strong winds howled, and the grass bent. It was like a sovereign descending, all things submitting. Boom! The leader felt like a mountain crashed into him. He grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood as he knelt on the ground. Xiao Chen's will of soul suppressed this person to the point that he could not move. The might of the world froze this space. The drifting dust, the flying tree branches, and the passing birds all froze. It was like time had stopped flowing. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed. Nothing moved except the leader's body. Then he ruthlessly pulled it back. As Xiao Chen grabbed the leader's body, he showed a sullen expression as he tossed it away like trash. This person was already dead. The moment the will of soul suppressed him, he committed suicide. Xiao Chen withdrew his will of soul into his body. Rumble! The trees fell to the ground, the dust flew up again, and the birds flew away in a fluster. Corpses littered the ground, with severed limbs and a heavy stench of blood lingering in the surroundings. Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat scarily sullen. His alternating black and white hair exuded a startling chill from his entire body. It was like his killing chi was sealed in ice. Xiao Chen looked at the silhouette of soaring Dragon City at the limits of his vision. Xiao Chen muttered, "The Cluster Lord's residence." There was no grudge between them, yet Xiao Chen made such a killing move. He was truly ruthless. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, vanishing from where he stood. Then he headed for Soaring Dragon City silently. His destination was Soaring Dragon City's Cluster Lord's residence. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. At the same time, a group of unwelcome guests arrived at Dragon Flame City, which was still far away. 7 or 8 people gathered at the city gates. All of them had extraordinary auras and a withdrawn sharpness. Vaguely, they stirred up the world. Even though they hid their sharpness, their invisible auras made others retreat, not daring to stand together with them. They were like beggars not daring to sit together with a sovereign king. The leader was a woman in a plain red dress. She had a graceful figure, and her black hair fluttered in the wind, stirring up all sorts of flirtatious feelings, intoxicating one. Dragon Flame City. The woman in the red dress had a small, exquisite saber hanging at her waist. As she looked at the words Dragon Flame City, she said softly, This place is now the conferred land of the Yinwu dynasty's soaring dragon marquis. He bestowed it to his most beloved daughter, Cluster Lord Goyu. Who knows how long this place has been here? To think that the aura of my dragon race still lingers. This is incredible. The few people discussed in soft voices. As they spoke, the information they revealed made everyone's hair stand on end. Horror filled their eyes. The dragon race. The dragon race's people are here at Dragonflame City. Something major is going to happen. Quickly, let's go. No one on the city walls dared to sneak a peek at this group of people. They scattered in a fluster. Everyone felt their legs go weak. A handsome youth among them said politely to the woman in the red dress, "Senior Sister Ryua, news of an ancient dragon race totem came from this place." Chapter 1752. Lu Ryua. The red dress girl was Qingyun Peak's Lu Ryua. She was here to investigate the ancient dragon race totem. The totem was very important to any race. If the totem fell into the hands of another race, it would be disadvantageous to the dragon race. This was even true for the ancient blue dragon, an extinct race. Lu Ryue said softly, "Junior brother Jiang, find out all the information within 1 hour." That handsome man smiled and said, "There is no need for 1 hour. Give me 15 minutes and it will be done." Lu Ryue frowned slightly. Jiang Cheng was a disciple of the white dragon race. He was very talented and had pretty good aptitude. After entering Ancestor Dragon City, the elders of the race had asked her to take care of this person. Everything about this person was good. However, he was somewhat arrogant and overbearing. He liked to use force to solve problems. In the end, Lu Ryue did not say anything. She led the others to an inn in Dragonflame City to wait for news. Not long after, just as junior brother Jiang had said, he returned after a quarter of an hour. "Senior Sister Lu, I already found out everything." Lu Ryue nodded and asked, "What exactly happened?" The disciple with the family name Jiang said, "The rumor came from a cultivator called Xiao Chun. Everyone says that he has a dragon race totem. However, no one has seen him take it out. I only heard that he and some other cultivators saw a dragon race totem in one of the ancient dragon cities." "Senior Sister, it looks like this rumor is not reliable. How can my dragon race totem be something that outsiders can easily obtain? The totem's rejection of outsiders is extraordinarily strong. If it could be easily obtained, then this totem would be damaged already, and it would not be very important." Right after the disciple with the family named Jiang spoke, someone immediately calmly analyzed the situation. However, Lu Ryue revealed a sullen expression. Then, she whispered, "Xiao Chun? This name sounds familiar, but I can't recall who he is." Strange. The disciple with the family name Jiang revealed a strange expression. He smiled and said, "Senior Sister, regardless of whether he is familiar or not, I will capture this person and interrogate him. I'll be able to get to the bottom of everything." "No, the matter is not clear yet. There is no need to make enemies. Who was the last to see this person? Bring me to him." The disciple with the family named Jiang nodded in agreement at Lu Ryue's calm way of handling things. However, he did not think much of it. If I had known that Senior Sister had asked this, I would have already brought him here. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly and clapped his hands. Feng Yuqiang appeared, feeling somewhat uneasy. Looking at the group of young men and women with extraordinary bearing, he felt a little guilty. Dragon race. These were the top 100 of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. Based on the aura of this group of people, it was clear that they were from the 6-colored divine dragons, possessing a venerated status. Even if it wasn't far off. He was no match for any one of them, not to mention that the other party had the colossal dragon clan behind him. To him, this was a completely different level of existence. Normally, he would not be able to come into contact with such high-level outstanding talents. "Senior, were you the last person to see Xiao Chun? Please tell me about him in detail. The totem is closely related to our dragon clan. We cannot be careless." Lu Ryue looked at this old man and spoke calmly and politely, causing Feng Yuqiang to feel some fear and trepidation. Feng Yuqiang quickly bowed and said, I do not dare to address myself as senior. Just call me Old Feng. Jiang Cheng said with a sullen expression. This is our senior sister Lu, the holy daughter of the White Dragon race. You can just address the holy daughter as your highness. Tell me everything you know. You're not allowed to miss out on anything. Yes, yes, yes. Feng Yuqiang's voice trembled somewhat. He had not expected to get the chance to see the dragon race's holy daughter. Feng Yuqiang told Lu Riyue everything about Xiao Chun, everything that should be said and everything that should not be said. After Lu Riyue heard that, her expression sank. Then, she looked at Feng Yuqiang and said, You want to defeat that Xiao Chun with your strength? How bold of you to hide my dragon race's totem. I don't dare, I don't dare. Feng Yuqiang immediately felt a strong pressure bearing down on him. He quickly corrected himself, saying that he had been muddle-headed at that time and asking for forgiveness. Senior sister, it looks like whether there is a totem or not is still a mystery. We have to find this Xiao Chun and interrogate him in person before we can find out. The person who calmly analyzed the situation earlier spoke again. Lu Riyue nodded and said, All right, you handle it then. Although a totem that can be subdued will not be complete, we cannot be careless about this. Wait a moment. As Lu Riyue spoke, she suddenly stopped. Earlier, that Feng Yuqiang said that this Xiao Chun had defeated all the experts in Dragon Flame City within half a year. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had defeated Feng Yuqiang in 10 moves. Although this Feng Yuqiang was trash in her eyes, he was still an early-stage star venerate, someone who could easily defeat him in 10 moves. Xiao Chun definitely had some strength and talent. Perhaps she did not care about him, but her companions might not be able to keep an eye on him. If that Xiao Chun sensed it and fled far away, it would be somewhat problematic to search for him. Junior brother Jiang, you will lead the team. You have to find this person. Remember, ask for the reason first. If you can avoid making a move, try not to. Jiangxing nodded and said, Don't worry. Leave it to me. However, if we all go, what about you, senior sister? Lu Riyue said sullenly, I need to find that underground dragon city and see if it is really an ancient city of my dragon race. All right. In that case, senior sister, take care. Just wait for our good news. Jiang Cheng's tone indicated that he was confident of finding Xiao Chun, so he did not care too much about it. When Lu Riyue saw Jiang Cheng acting like this, she could not help but feel a headache. She looked at the steadier disciple and said, Wu Su, keep an eye on junior brother Jiang. After all, this is the Soaring Dragon Marquis's conferred land. I do not want to get into any unnecessary trouble with him. Right? Senior sister, don't worry. I believe that senior brother Jiang knows his limits. This group of people was very efficient. They left one after another to investigate Xiao Chen's whereabouts, leaving Lu Riyue alone in the hall. Seeing that no one greeted him, Feng Yuqiang said somewhat nervously, Your Highness Holy Daughter, if there is nothing else, can this old man leave now? There's no rush. Lu Riyue took a sip of tea. Now that there was no one else around, her expression relaxed, no longer as stern. Draw that Xiao Chen's appearance for me. I want to see this person. A martial artist's memory and observation ability were very strong. Even if they were not good at painting, as long as they saw it once, they would be able to recognize it. He could remember a person's appearance and temperament. Feng Yuqiang was a star venerate. Naturally, this matter did not pose a problem for him. After preparing the ink and paper, he finished drawing after a while. The white-robed Xiao Chun stood on the roof with a saber in hand. His long hair was a mix of black and white. His handsome face had a rather cold expression. Lu Riyue waved her hand to dismiss Feng Yuqiang. She was entranced by the painting. The person in the painting was very familiar. However, Lu Riyue could not recall when she had seen this person before. Xiao Chun in white. This long robe, this person, why do they feel so familiar? Lu Riyue stared at the painting, feeling confused. Her face was filled with doubt. Of course he was familiar with it. The white robe was the clear breeze robe that she had personally given to Xiao Chun, and he had been wearing it all this time. Although the clear breeze robe was not a treasure tool, it had been an extraordinary secret treasure in the past. It could clean itself automatically and repair itself. As for the appearance, That was the person she loved. Over the past 10-odd years, his temperament had changed, but his appearance had not. How could she not be familiar with him? In the past, when she was young, she did not understand love. She only knew that one had to say one's love loudly. In the heavenly saber pavilion, he once called out her name on a tall peak. All for the person he loved, he shouted out what he wanted to say in his heart. He would never forget the past of Qingyan Peak. He left the Kunlun realm to search for you. However, it seemed like Lu Riyue could not remember the past. She looked at the painting in a daze, unable to recall anything. I must have remembered wrongly. I do not know this person. After a long time, Lu Riyue concluded that she could not find this person in her memories. She was very confident in her memory. If she had seen this person before, she would definitely recall it. Since she could not recall it, she could only say that she had never seen this person before. I'll stop thinking about it. I'll go and search for the underground dragon city first. When junior brother Jiang brings this person back, I might be able to recall it. Lu Riyue's expression returned to normal. Then, she put down the painting and stood up to leave. Just as Lu Riyue was about to leave the hall, she paused for a moment and turned back. Then, she placed the painting in her storage ring before leaving. Chapter 1753. At this moment, Xiao Chun naturally did not know that the person he yearned for day and night had already arrived in the soaring dragon great world. In Dragon Flame City, where he had stayed for more than half a year, a few days after he had left. But sometimes, life was just so coincidental. Xiao Chun had been in Dragon Flame City for 8 or 9 months, but Lu Riyue had not come. He had only been gone for 3 days, and Lu Riyue came. Brushing shoulders was like this. After quietly sneaking into Soaring Dragon City, Xiao Chun spent half an hour and arrived in the vicinity of the princess mansion in the city. The county lord's mansion was built in a grand and majestic manner. It occupied a vast area, and from afar, an invisible and majestic aura lingered above it. That was the luck of the dynasty. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was personally conferred a noble title by the Yanwu dynasty. Furthermore, he was a marquis. Naturally, with the protection of the dynasty's luck, the land where his children were enfeoffed would naturally have some imperial dragon clouds. However, it was not as powerful and obvious as the Soaring Dragon Marquis manor. However, those who were observant would be able to sense the dynasty's dragon clouds above the cluster lord's residence. Even though it was a meager amount, it was still enough to make one tremble with fear. Any major character who saw this formless dragon providence would give them some face and not barge in. As for the weaker characters, such as holy venerates and sovereign personages, they did not dare to act rashly. But today Xiao Chun was angry. On his way here, he was intercepted for no reason. He almost died, but he couldn't vent his anger or calm down. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he would naturally feel indignant. If there was an opportunity to sneak into the county lord's residence, he would definitely not let it go. Although he was angry, Xiao Chun was still cautious and did not act rashly. Just observing from afar, he didn't dare to approach rashly. That was because for many experts, even if you were 100 miles away, just a glance would be sensed by others. There must be such a person in the princess's mansion. However, Xiao Chun was just a rank 1 major primal core venerate. The other party would not have imagined that a venerate would dare to make a move on the cluster lord's residence. Even if he did, he wouldn't care and would just ignore it. It was just like how an elephant would not care about an ant's opinion. However, this was precisely Xiao Chun's advantage. It was also the reason why he dared to fight. Xiao Chun sighed inwardly as he looked around in every direction. The princess's residence was indeed heavily guarded. Just the formations alone were stacked on top of one another, and no one knew how many there were. What was even more difficult to say was that there were experts overseeing every important road, and there was a large number of guards patrolling back and forth. There were no blind spots. In addition to the hired mercenaries, the experts of the county lord's mansion were stronger than most of the 4th grade sex. Are there no blind spots? Xiao Chun did not believe it. The heavenly insight divine eye flew out from his glabella. The god's eye hung high in the sky, overlooking the entire princess residence, except for a few places hidden by special maze formations. Every flower, every blade of grass, Every detail was clearly seen by Xiao Chun. He didn't need to explore any secret places. He just needed to see if there were any flaws in the defense. Or it would be better to choose the place with the least risk. He could clearly see that there were many experts guarding the important places in the Cluster Lord's residence. Some of the outer areas were only patrolled by ordinary guards, but they were all set up with formations. If Xiao Chun barged in, he would immediately trigger the formations and be discovered. Then, he would raise the alarm and get caught by the many experts. No formation could be perfect and flawless. Naturally, the formations laid by the Cluster Lord's residence had gaps. However, it was made up of layers of formations that were stacked on top of each other, and several formations were constantly revolving. If the first layer had a gap, the second layer would patch it up. If the second layer had a gap, the third layer would patch it up, so on and so forth. There were a total of 18 formations layered over each other. Xiao Chun made a quick count. As long as he broke through 9 formations, he would be able to enter safely. Xiao Chun was not proficient in the formation Dao. However, he was proficient in the dragon-seeking art and had some accomplishments in geomancy. He could see many clues from the many decorations in the Cluster Lord's residence. The fake mountains, pavilions, and winding corridors. Many of the seemingly ordinary buildings were the nodes of the formations. Using the heavenly insight, Xiao Chun saw everything. Then, he used the dragon-seeking art in the Paradise Secret Canon and continuously calculated for 4 hours. After spending a lot of energy, Xiao Chun finally figured out some patterns, gaining some confidence. Withdraw. The heavenly eye returned to Xiao Chun's forehead. His eyes hurt slightly, so he closed them and rested for a while. The instant he opened his eyes, he gently pushed off with his feet and withdrew his aura. Then, he soared into the air and flew towards the Cluster Lord's residence. This looked crazy and impossible. However, in reality, he was just a mere major primal core venerate. He did not have much of a presence near the Cluster Lord's residence. Even if someone sensed him, they would not care too much. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had purposely chosen this direction, a rather remote corner. First layer, Xiao Chun's body swayed gently, and he successfully broke through the gap in the first layer of formations without causing any strange activity. Second layer, breakthrough. Third layer, breakthrough. Relying on the countless simulations in his mind, Xiao Chun made his way to the 8th layer. However, when he reached the 9th layer, he suddenly discovered that the 9th layer started to reverse. Damn it! Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. Then, he had no choice but to forcefully land. This landing node was not good. The moment he landed, a patrolling team arrived not far away. If Xiao Chun cleared the 9th layer, he could land in a deserted place. Who is it? The leader of that team of guards immediately shouted when he saw Xiao Chun appear. Xiao Chun's face sank. He quickly turned around and said coldly, "Who gave you the courage to speak to me with such an attitude? Even your cluster lord does not dare to do this." Dressed in white, this leader stood out from the crowd. His hair alternated between black and white, giving him a cold and aloof air. As Xiao Chun spoke, he spread out some of his will of soul. The strong aura instantly weakened the aura of that major primal core venerate captain of the guards. There were many guards in the Cluster Lord's residence. Most of the captains were at this level. The true experts were all guarding secret places or special checkpoints. Furthermore, the guests that the Cluster Lord's residence hired were people of high status. They would not use their talents to patrol. Normally, the guard would sound the alarm after discovering an uninvited guest. Only then would the experts of the Cluster Lord's residence be startled. Xiao Chun's actions immediately shocked this group of guards. They did not sound the alarm. They did not expect that someone who was not even a star venerate would dare to barge into the Cluster Lord's residence. They subconsciously treated Xiao Chun as the Cluster Lord's honored guest or an outstanding young talent that the Cluster Lord fancied, wanting to nurture him and send him to the Marquis's residence in the future. There were many such outstanding young talents in the Cluster Lord's residence. Xiao Chun fulfilled all the requirements. Xiao Chun retorted coldly, "Why are you making such a fuss? Do you think that I'm an assassin?" That person felt somewhat embarrassed by Xiao Qin's reprimand. I do not dare. Indeed, how could there be a major primal core venerate assassin? That would be a joke. This time, I'm really unlucky. Xiao Qin stepped forward and said indifferently, someone come out. Bring me to Cooling Heart Lake. When that guard captain heard that, he relaxed. Cooling Heart Lake was an important place in the depths of the cluster lord's residence. Outsiders would not know about it. This white-clad bladesman should have just arrived at the cluster lord's residence and lost his way. He hurriedly nodded in agreement and called out someone to lead the way for Xiao Qin. However, in reality, Xiao Qin's heavenly eye had already seen the Cooling Heart Lake from outside. His strong state of mind allowed Xiao Qin's expression to remain calm. Even after the group of guards left, his expression did not change. Along the way, he casually chatted with the guard who was leading the way. To his surprise, Xiao Qin learned that Countess Go Yu was currently meeting with an honored guest from the Soaring Dragon County. These guards had no idea who this mysterious person was, but judging from his demeanor, his status was definitely incomparably noble. Young master, the Cooling Heart Lake is not far from here. I still have a mission to complete, so I won't be able to send you off personally. The guard said respectfully. Xiao Qin nodded and gestured for him to leave. It was very troublesome to enter, but after entering, Xiao Qin was quite relaxed, because basically no one paid attention to him or suspected him. There were even people who would kiss and nod their heads to greet him. Suddenly, Xiao Qin looked around and saw a familiar face in the county lord's mansion. It's her. Xiao Qin's gaze immediately turned somewhat gloomy. No wonder. Everything makes sense now. Chapter 1754. Boom! The other guard were still entangled with Xiao Yu, the maidservant. They had no time to care about Xiao Qin, so they did not notice anything strange. After a while, he smiled embarrassedly and said, Interesting. Why are you reacting so strongly? If you wanted it, I would have let you have it. However, you did not make a move. You have to know that many people are interested in the ancient dragon race totem. If not for giving Father Face, someone would have come here long ago to make a move. However, you did not make a move. Sooner or later, it would benefit others. Let me in. I want to see the Cluster Lord. I have urgent matters to discuss with the Cluster Lord. Lan Luo's eyes turned somewhat moist. She had never experienced such a strange emptiness and sadness before. Longbow smiled faintly and said, It's fine. You may withdraw. You all have done well. Then he lowered his body and hid his aura. With a somewhat dazed expression, Lan Luo said, No wonder you kept me here, not letting me out. Seventh brother? The moment Lan Luo heard that, she completely erupted. She could no longer hide her killing chi. Longbow frowned slightly, feeling somewhat confused in his heart. What's going on? It seems like Lan Luo really wants to kill. At the entrance to the garden in front of Xiao Qin, the maidservant Xiao Yu, who once served him in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, walked quickly in a somewhat flustered manner. That was to say, Xiao Yu's cultivation was already much higher than Xiao Qin's. He could not tell just from her aura. Xiao Qin's spiritual sense turned into a thin line and entered through the cracks in the roof. Now that he thought about it, Cluster Lord Go Yu had actually noticed him long ago. That man called Longbow was somewhat stunned. Unexpectedly, Lan Luo's reaction was so great. Xiao Qin was startled. He could not make out this old man's cultivation at all. Based on her appearance, it seemed like Xiao Yu wanted to make a move and barge in. That mysterious honored guest guard focused all his attention on the maidservant Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu did not mention the guard's obstruction. Instead, she answered, Cluster Lord, 7th Young Master sent out the 18 Dark Shadow Guards to kill Young Master Xiao. He even got people to block the way. The scene inside immediately appeared in Xiao Qin's mind with a single glance. Clearly, Lan Luo was very impatient. She said with a sullen expression, What exactly do you want to say? Just say it directly. Stop trying to beat around the bush. It was Xiao Yu, the maidservant who served Xiao Qin twice in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. He didn't even notice that he was being followed. Who's up there? Only by seeing the other party in action would one be able to tell. Xiao Qin's mind raced. The other party should be reporting to the princess now. Good news? In the shadows behind him hid an extremely inconspicuous old man. His eyes were closed, and he stood with his hands behind his back. Princess Goyu was the true master of this place. A group of guards came in and knelt on the ground. "Follow her." At first, Xiao Chun thought that he had seen wrongly, but after confirming it, he realized that he was not mistaken. "You're courting death." Xiao Chun had once met the auctioneer in the Purple Sun region's Purple Sun City, the girl who left in tears after being provoked by his words. On the eaves, Xiao Chun was greatly shocked. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? The young man smiled and said, "All right, then I won't talk anymore. I heard that an ancient dragon clan totem appeared in his younger sister's conferred land. Coincidentally, I have a friend in the imperial capital who is very interested in this and wants my help." That kind of skillful cooperation required a lot of resources and time. However, it was not a problem for the soaring dragon Marquis. If she wasn't the one who sent the 18 assassins, could it be someone else? Lan Luo's expression suddenly turned incredibly cold, making Longbow feel that something was wrong. Just as he was about to say something, he pushed the maidservant, Xiao Yu, out of this place. However, it was just a strange movement, and some murderous intent appeared in Lan Luo's eyes. The old man hiding behind Longbow suddenly opened his eyes. "How dare you? Don't you know that this is the Cluster Lord's residence? If you still don't move, don't blame me for being impolite. Move." Longbow sat down and took a sip of tea. Then he said, "Now that things have reached this point, younger sister, don't be angry. The 18 guards should be returning soon with good news." Xiao Chun quietly hid himself and followed behind the maidservant, Xiao Yu. At this moment, Xiao Yu's footsteps were flustered, her expression hurried. Seeing that something was wrong, the guards in other places also came over. If one did not look carefully, one would not have noticed them. This made Xiao Chun wonder, who in the world is so thick-skinned? To think that this person was so rude to the people of the Cluster Lord's residence, not letting them in just like that. Xiao Chun discovered some clues. Now that he thought about it, the Cluster Lord seemed to be receiving guests right now. Longbow picked at his fingernails and sighed casually. "It's too late. I already made my move." It was not convenient to make a move in Dragon Flame City. After leaving the city, he immediately sent out the assassins. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This sudden incident immediately opened up several gaps in the guards of this pavilion. Their attire was somewhat different from that of the Cluster Lord's residence's guards, and their cultivations were more refined. However, this woman's current expression seemed somewhat off. "Seventh young master, we already did our best." However, she still barged in. "Seventh young master, please punish her." "That is very likely. An opportunity," Lan Luo asked in shock when she noticed some wounds on Xiao Yu's body. Xiao Chun recalled that Xiao Yu had mentioned several times back then, wanting to introduce him to the Cluster Lord. Lan Luo felt like a rock was pressing down on his heart, making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. "Xiao Yu, why are you like this?" This truly startled Xiao Chun, nearly exposing his aura. That woman was actually Lan Luo. The woman sitting beside the young man had exquisite facial features. Even though she wore gorgeous and noble attire, she could not hide her proud figure. Back then, Xiao Chun thought that it was a coincidence or fate. Now, it looked like it was just a premeditated plan. The 18 Dark Shadow Guards. Cluster Lord Goyu. This pavilion looks a bit like a temporary residence prepared for guests. This blow was simply too great, somewhat unbearable. Her body trembled slightly, and her complexion paled somewhat. However, the Soaring Dragon Marquis had many children. Whether he could inherit the Marquis's title or not was another matter. Two people sat on the host's seat, a man and a woman. Xiao Chen's body was as light as a swallow's. He swayed slightly, and his arms spread out. Then, he crossed 1 kilometer and silently landed on the pavilion's roof. There were black-clothed guards standing guard at the 4 corners of the pavilion. Their expressions were grave and stern, and their faces were filled with pride. Just at this moment, the pavilion's doors opened forcefully, and the maidservant, Xiao Yu, rushed in a fluster. Xiao Yu feared that she would not be able to hold back and directly attack. It turned out that this person was also the soaring dragon marquis's son. No wonder he was so imposing and the guards were so arrogant. That guard showed a sullen expression, showing that he did not allow any room for negotiation. The maidservant, Xiao Yu, showed an anxious expression. She tried to barge in several times, but was blocked. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. What are you doing? Even if it is the cluster lord's residence, we are not allowed to disobey seventh young master's orders. This was truly unexpected. To think that the other party had such an esteemed status. To think that she was the soaring dragon marquis's most beloved daughter. When a maidservant thought of this, she could not help revealing some murderous intent in her eyes. When Lan Luo heard this, she immediately stood up. Then, with a sullen expression, she said in an extremely grave tone, "Long bow, scram far away. If I find out that you dare to touch that dragon race totem, I will immediately fall out with you." At this moment, Xiao Chun, who was on the roof, understood the cause and effect of the matter. "Seventh brother, why did you call me over?" After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chun followed Lan Luo from a distance to a pavilion in the cluster lord's residence. It's her. Her chest was slightly open, purposely revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Her chest was half covered, attracting one's imagination and soul. Could it be that the news of me killing all 18 assassins has already spread? Lan Luo said with a sullen expression, "You don't need to care about my matters. If you dare to have any designs on that ancient dragon race totem, don't blame me for being rude." What's going on? However, what surprised Xiao Chun was that the maidservant, Xiao Yu, was blocked. Naturally, Xiao Yu knew about Xiao Chen's matters in Dragon Flame City and knew his whereabouts. "Young miss, please conduct yourself with dignity. Seventh young master is currently in a meeting with the cluster lord. He strictly ordered that no one is allowed to approach." The man was elegant and handsome, and his face was full of nobility. He looked very young, no more than 25 years old. Lan Luo continued, "If anything happens to that person, there is no need for you to leave. You'd best pray that there is no good news. Keep an eye on him. From now on, do not allow him to take even half a step out of the pavilion." Lan Luo felt an emptiness in her heart. Once the 18 Dark Shadow Guards appeared, how could Xiao Chun possibly survive? After saying that coldly, Lan Luo waved her hand, no longer willing to see Long Bow's face. It turned out that she had misunderstood Lan Luo. The one who wanted to kill her was this Long Bow, the soaring dragon marquis's seventh son. Chapter 1755. With just a trace of killing chi in Xiao Chen's eyes, the old man protecting Long Bow in the dark immediately discovered it. With a war cry, the old man immediately attacked. Up on the roof, Xiao Chen quickly thought of countermeasures. Either fight or leave. However, leaving was clearly unrealistic. With his identity exposed, how could he leave the cluster lord's residence? In that case, there was only one option left. With this thought, Xiao Chun attacked decisively, moving ahead of the old man. Xiao Chun gently pressed his palm down, and he descended along with the roof tiles and beams. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun dodged the old man's attack and charged at Long Bow. The old man originally thought that after he discovered Xiao Chun, he would definitely flee. He did not expect that Xiao Chun would be so bold. Not only did he not flee, but he even charged down. His body happened to miss Xiao Chen's. When Xiao Chun reached the top of the building, he was already at the top of the building. The moment the old man reached the roof, Xiao Chun had already landed and was charging at Long Bow. Damn it. The old man flew into a rage. To think that he was fooled by a venerate. He roared furiously and turned around to grab Xiao Chun. Long Bow remained calm in the host's seat. He smiled coldly and said, "An insignificant venerate dares to attack me? You overestimate yourself." Long Bow's forehead swelled up, and a vast well of soul immediately surged out. Without even thinking, Xiao Chun activated the azure-colored dragon seal in his soul pool and released a bright light. The will of soul, which contained the divine might of the blue dragon, charged forward without any fear. Boom! The two wills of soul clashed without any suspense. Xiao Chen's exquisite soul energy, which came from the faux god flame, supported the divine might of the blue dragon. The will of soul crushed Longbow's weak will of soul. Then, it continued surging forward, firmly suppressing Longbow and preventing him from moving. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Nearly at the same time, the old man launched himself over. It looked like the old man would touch Xiao Chan in the next moment and subdue him. "Stop! If you take another step, I will kill him." Relying on his will of soul, Xiao Chan extended his hand and beckoned, controlling Longbow. Then, he turned around abruptly. At this moment, the black-clad old man was only half a step away from Xiao Chan. If he had been slightly slower, he would have been immediately restrained and killed on the spot. "Release Lord 7 Kill." Xiao Chan squeezed Longbow's neck with one hand. When he exerted some force, Longbow's pale face immediately revealed a pained expression. The black-robed old man hurriedly retreated, not daring to move recklessly. At this moment, Xiao Chan calmed down a little. That was close. The black-clad old man before him was actually a terrifying late-stage star venerate. This kind of existence only needed one move to crush him to death. Of course, that was provided that Xiao Chan did not use the divine might from the faux god flame in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Chan. Everything happened too quickly. The moment Xiao Chan landed, a middle-aged man hidden in the dark shielded the cluster lord and retreated far away. When Lan Luo clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance, she let out a soft cry, revealing an expression of unconcealable joy on her face. Upon hearing Lan Luo's call, Xiao Chan nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. "You are actually not dead? Where are my 18 Dark Shadow Guards?" After learning Xiao Chen's identity, Longbow was greatly startled. Not only did the person with the dragon race totem not die, but he also managed to escape. Not only did that person with the dragon race totem not die, but he even charged into the cluster lord's residence and restrained him. The development of the situation completely surpassed Longbow's expectations. "Xiao Chan, don't be rash. Put him down. I'll help you deal with everything." After the pleasant surprise, Lan Luo calmed down. This was not the time to be happy. Xiao Chan was here for revenge and had subdued Longbow. If he rashly killed Longbow, he would not be able to escape. If Lan Luo rashly killed Longbow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Her father would definitely be enraged. At that time, even if Xiao Chan had extraordinary skills, he would not be able to survive. "No, I can't let such a thing happen." Thinking of this, Lan Luo's heart raced again. She simply did not want to see the hope that just appeared shatter again. She absolutely could not let that suffocating, painful, and despairing experience from earlier happen again. She had to persuade Xiao Chan to stop. A vicious look flashed in Longbow's eyes. After being restrained by Xiao Chan, he felt restless. He said coldly, "Seniorin, there's no need to care about me. Just make a move and kill this bastard. He will not dare to touch me." "Yes." A cold light flashed in the black-clad old man's eyes. Then, his figure flashed as he launched himself over. "Kasie!" A crisp crack came from Longbow's neck. Then his entire head twisted to the back, and his body fell limply to the ground. If Xiao Chan was going to die anyway, why would he be polite to him and just wait for death? Longbow had underestimated Xiao Chan. He had never imagined that Xiao Chan would be someone who dared to take such a huge risk and barge into the Cluster Lord's residence. How could Xiao Chan be that kind of indecisive, wishy-washy person? The entire place fell deathly silent. The black-clad old man was stupefied. This was the seventh son of the soaring dragon marquis. Why did this white-clad person kill Xiao Chan on a whim? He did not hesitate at all, killing decisively and mercilessly. The black-clad old man was also naive. Why did Xiao Chan hesitate? What did he hesitate for? He stood where he was and thought about it. Was he going to do nothing in the midst of conflict and then get killed with one palm strike? Xiao Chan was not that stupid. He would not be that stupid, and he would not be that weak. While everyone was stunned, Xiao Chan turned around and left, quickly leaving this place. "Young master, The black-clad old man shouted hoarsely as he knelt beside Longbow's limp body in a fluster. His voice contained some despair. As Longbow's personal guard, he had failed to protect his master. Naturally, he would not be able to escape death. He clearly understood how horrifying the soaring dragon marquis was. At this moment, only fear and despair remained in his heart. Shall you pass down my orders? Let young Master Shao leave. No one is to stop him. Yes. Lan Luo sent a voice projection, feeling slightly disappointed. This time, Shao Qin did not listen to her again. She felt some heartache, but she could not explain why. Big brother Bai, take a look and see if my seventh elder brother can be saved. As Lan Luo looked at Longbow's corpse, she also felt startled. Who could have expected Shao Qin to be so decisive? There's no need to look. He won't die. However, his will of soul shattered first, and he lost so much life force. Even if he is saved, he will be a cripple, and it will be hard for him to recover. That middle-aged man's eyes were like torches. With just one glance, he clearly analyzed Longbow's situation. After all, Longbow was a person on the verge of death. His aura had not yet ended, and his soul had not scattered. Before Shao Qin could deal another heavy blow, he had to leave this place. Longbow managed to keep his life. The process of leaving the Cluster Lord's residence was much easier than Shao Qin expected. He did not use the divine might that he originally intended to use. He did not even draw the tyrant saber. After thinking for a while, Shao Qin understood the reason. Lan Luo must have arranged it. Now, I owe her 2 favors. Shao Qin sighed in his heart as he arrived on the street. Shao Qin entered deep thought as he headed for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. He definitely could not remain in Soaring Dragon City for long. He would have to find another place to sell off some of the treasures that he originally planned to sell. There was no rush. After all, they were all rare natural treasures. There was no need to worry about not being able to sell them. Shao Qin was in a good mood. This was how he had always been, repaying kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. He was decisive in killing and quick in settling grudges. If a gentleman could take revenge overnight, he would not wait 10 years. In life, if one was afraid of everything, thinking about this and that, what was the point of living? Shao Qin did not feel any psychological burden when he personally killed Longbow. Firstly, the other party had already sent out assassins on the way here, wanted to take his life. Even after being controlled by Shao Qin, the other party had overestimated themselves and wanted to continue killing him. One could only say that one would not die if one did not seek death. Killing Longbow would not leave behind any mental barriers for Shao Qin. Without venting his anger, he would find it hard to calm down. Since Shao Qin had vented his anger, his heart naturally calmed down. Right now, he only wanted to find a place to have a good drink. Naturally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was his first choice. Furthermore, he could ask about headliner Ling Long and his martial nephew, Ling Yu. After a while, Shao Qin arrived at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. At this moment, the night sky was hazy. Dragon Flame City was brightly lit. This should have been when the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's business was at its peak. However, when Shao Qin arrived, he felt only desolate. However, he only felt that it was cold and quiet. It was not as lively and noisy as when he first came here. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion seemed to have declined. Chapter 1756. There wasn't even a maid at the door to welcome the guests. After entering, Shao Qin took the initiative to call for a maid, a private room, and a table of good wine. Shao Qin said. The maid smiled faintly and said, "Young master is alone, right?" Shao Qin pondered for a moment. "Prepare 2 portions." After entering the private room, Shao Qin felt suspicious. He asked, "What's wrong? Is there no manager in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion recently? It's so deserted, not even a shadow can be seen." The maid smiled apologetically and said, "This young master, it should have been a long time since you came to Soaring Dragon City. Our Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket was stolen nearly a year ago. All the leaders have already returned to the imperial capital, and the headquarters have their own arrangements, so they can't return to Soaring Dragon City for the time being." When Shao Qin heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then, He recalled that he seemed to have stolen the fairy basket from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion at that time. Now, it was lying peacefully in his storage ring, covered in dust. If Zhang Xian hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it. Without the fairy basket, can't you make another one? Xiao Chen asked, confused. The maidservant smiled and said, that will be difficult. A fairy is not something that can be casually created. It is a top-notch Dao artifact with complicated craftsmanship and complicated array formations. It will take at least 3 years. I don't know what will happen when the time comes. It turned out that forging fairy blue required so much effort. This surprised Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then, he did not linger on this matter. Instead, he asked, I wish to ask about headliner Ling Long. Do you know where she went and when she left? The maidservant smiled warmly and said, what a coincidence. I am headliner Ling Long's personal maidservant. My young miss also went to the capital. She left more than half a year ago and should have left a long time ago. But at that time, there was a silly boy who wanted to learn something called the pipa. I don't know what happened, but Miss actually agreed. With this delay, it took me another 2 months to leave. Learning the pipa? Xiao Chen could not help smiling. Little martial nephew Ling Yu is really going all out. All right, you can go now. I'll call you if there's anything. All right, young master, please enjoy. After the maidservant left, Xiao Chen rummaged through his storage ring. In a corner, he found the dusty fairy basket. After staying in Dragon Flame City for so long, Xiao Chen had been so busy cultivating that he nearly forgot that he had a peak Dao tool. He remembered that when he tried to subdue it, he nearly got trapped inside. He had to sever his own spiritual sense before he finally managed to escape. Now that he had condensed his soul will, his soul energy was much stronger than before. He should be able to subdue this fairy basket and place his spiritual mark in it. Then, he would gain complete control of this top-notch Dao artifact. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense entered the fairy basket. Soon, it penetrated deep into it. In an instant, he was trapped in a maze. Countless ancient screens appeared, crisscrossing and arranged in a complicated manner, just like last time. The Xiao Chen formed by the spiritual sense was trapped inside, unable to get out at all. However, this time was different from the last time. Xiao Chen's strength was no longer what it was in the past, incomparable to the past. Break! With a shout, Xiao Chen condensed his will of soul and merged it with his spiritual sense. Then it burst out. A beam of azure light shot out, and in an instant, all the screens were reduced to dust that filled the sky. The dust became like snowflakes drifting in the dark void. Unlike last time, this time, snowflakes filled the air but did not form a new maze. This was because Xiao Chen had already broken the maze's origin from its foundation. There would no longer be a boundless maze that could never be broken. Xiao Chen advanced amid the flying dust. Then, he saw a sleeping woman at the end of the maze. This woman looked like a fairy with her eyes closed, looking like she had just fallen asleep. Her eyelashes were clear, and her skin was as fair as snow. The Azure Lotus Fairy. She was the founder of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Back then, when countless spirit jades flew into the fairy basket, she was the woman who performed the sword dance. Xiao Chen still remembered the scene of flowers filling the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests, and one sword strike freezing 14 provinces. That elegant sword dance and the final sword strike were still fresh in Xiao Chen's mind, something he found hard to forget. When this woman was alive, she must have been a peerless beauty. Every frown and every smile of hers could topple nations. Hence, she was given the title of the Azure Lotus Fairy. Xiao Chen moved his gaze away from this woman with some difficulty. Then, he circled to the back and removed the spiritual mark that the previous owner left behind. Then he imprinted a strand of his will of soul in it. The fairy basket officially changed owners. At this moment, the dark space lit up. When Xiao Chen's feet landed on the ground, he discovered a vast formation in his surroundings. That was right. It really was a vast formation. The sky was dotted with stars, and the moon palace hung high. With the bright moon as the eye of the formation, the not-so-bright stars formed 999 different formations. Hundreds of flowers bloomed on the ground, competing with each other in beauty. A sea of flowers stretched out as far as the eye could see. Xiao Chun could not see how many formations filled the sea of flowers. The sky and the ground were connected. The formations formed by the many stars were connected to the flower formations. With just a slight movement, the stars moved, and the flowers bloomed and withered. There were thousands of changes, mysterious and unfathomable. The azure lotus fairy quietly lay among the hundreds of flowers. Now, Xiao Chun believed it. This Tao tool did indeed require at least 3 years to prepare. That was not right. It should be 3 years. Even Xiao Chun found this incredible. The sleeping azure lotus fairy looked lovable and piqued his curiosity. Her tightly shut eyes were already so beautiful. If she opened them, what kind of charm would she have? However, this was just a thought. Xiao Chun knew the strangeness of this fairy basket. It needed to absorb enough spirit jades before it could activate the formations and bring out mysterious phenomena of different grades. The more spirit jades there were, the more beautiful the mysterious phenomena would be. Rumor had it that no one in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the genuine fairy pavilion, had seen the azure lotus fairy appear. It was only in some replicas that Fairy Blue Lotus would occasionally be invited out by wealthy guests to display her unrivaled sword dance. Xiao Chun rubbed his chin and frowned heavily as he looked at the stars' formation in the sky and on the ground. With his deep attainments in geomancy, he could tell that there was a peerless killing intent hidden in the complicated formation. However, it was hidden very deeply. Finding it would not be easy. Perhaps the rumors were true, and the fairy basket could not materialize only those beautiful, mysterious phenomena that looked good but were useless. If one understood its mysteries, it would become a Tao tool with immeasurable might. Perhaps one did not even need to understand its mysteries. One only needed to activate the formations formed by the stars and the moon in the sky and the vast sea of flowers on the ground. The killing intent might appear. Just think about it. How terrifying would a strand of killing intent condensed from so many formations be? Once it appeared, it would definitely be earth-shattering. However, Xiao Chun only thought about it. If he really wanted to activate all the formations in the fairy basket, he would need an astronomical amount of spirit jades. However, he kept it in his hands. In the future, if there was a great crisis, he might be able to use it as a powerful killing weapon. After withdrawing his spiritual sense from the fairy basket and returning to reality, Xiao Chun drank another cup of wine. The door to the private room opened, and Lan Luo walked in alone. When Lan Luo saw another set of wine on the table, she asked sullenly, "You knew that I would come? Why do you always refuse to listen to me, insisting on killing Longbow?" Lan Luo asked somewhat agitatedly, not sitting down. In Purple Sun City, Xiao Chun refused to listen to Lan Luo, leaving behind the Iron Blood War banner and leaving Purple Sun City. In the Cluster Lord's residence, Xiao Chun refused to listen to Lan Luo again, directly killing Long Bo. The two incidents were very similar. Lan Luo simply could not understand. Xiao Chun thought for a long time before drinking a cup of bitter wine. Then, he looked at the wine cup and asked, "Why do you think I have to listen to you? It looks like there are some differences between us that are hard to reconcile within a short time. This wine is on me. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future. No matter what, I already owe you 2 favors." Lan Luo toyed with the wine cup in her hand and smiled bitterly to herself. Who owes whom? Must you calculate it so clearly? Since they did not get along, Xiao Chun felt somewhat helpless in his heart. He wanted to have a good chat with Lan Luo. However, he discovered that their characters were very different. Perhaps it could be said that they were both too strong. Neither gave in to the other. Both felt that they were in the right. Actually, neither was in the wrong. Neither could be blamed. However, there were many things in this world that could not be simply explained by right or wrong. "I'll be leaving first." After putting down the wine cup, Xiao Chun stood up to leave. Just as he stood up, he discovered that the door to the private room was violently pushed open. 6 people appeared outside. The leader looked at Xiao Chun and smiled. "You want to leave?" "Not yet." This was Lu Ryue's group of people who came to search for Xiao Chun. Chapter 1757. When Xiao Chun saw the 6 people outside, he instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. A familiar blood flowed in Xiao Chen's body. He could sense it with just a slight probe. Their gazes were both familiar and unfamiliar. He could discover it with just one glance. However, Xiao Chun did not feel any sense of familiarity. Instead, he became cautious. They came with ill intentions. There was no kindness in these people's eyes. They were all wary and grave. The leader of the group did not hide the ill intent in his eyes at all. In just an instant, Xiao Chun understood these people's purpose. They were here for the so-called ancient dragon race totem. Xiao Chun said directly, "I do not have the ancient dragon race totem on me. You also know that even if the totem is hidden in a storage ring, the people of the dragon race can sense it. Those of the dragon clan can also sense it. You should have your answer now." A person walked out from behind. It was Wu Su. Lu Ryue favored this dragon race disciple who was steady and steady. However, his strength was not up to par. Wu Su looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's aura was somewhat familiar. However, it was also very unfamiliar. Such a situation was not rare. He should be a rather powerful dragon race disciple with a thin bloodline. This was not a divine dragon, a sky dragon, a thunder dragon, or a coiling dragon, a false dragon. This was what the dragon race called mixed blood dragons. Wu Su said after some thought, "Don't worry. We do not have any malicious intent. You do not have the aura of a totem on you. However, our holy daughter wants to meet you and understand the ins and outs of the matter." Holy daughter? Xiao Chun thought to himself. He felt somewhat curious about this holy daughter. However, he definitely cannot go. One might know a person for a long time, but one could not judge their heart. The most important thing was that he could not tell anyone about the underground dragon city. This was especially so for the people of the dragon race. He had plundered so many dragon race treasures and even inherited the faux god flame. At that time, when the holy daughter asked, how should he answer? If he could not answer, it would arouse suspicion and conflict. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun made his decision. He rejected, "I have things to do. If you have any questions, you can ask me now. Furthermore, I do not have the dragon race totem, so I do not have to go with you." Jiang Cheng smiled in disdain. "Reject? Do you have the right to refuse? You're just a lowly, mixed blood dragon. Whether or not you have a totem is not up to you to decide. Senior Brother Wu is just being polite to you." What arrogance! Are all the members of your dragon tribe so arrogant and conceited? When Lan Luo, who was seated, heard the words lowly mixed blood dragon, her heart skipped a beat as she immediately became upset. He jumped to his feet and stood beside Xiao Chun, staring coldly at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked at Lan Luo's attire and figure. He smiled coldly and said, "The noble clan scions of the dynasty's capital treat your smiling daughter pavilion's women as important people. In my, Jiang Cheng's eyes, you are just prostitutes." Scram! As soon as he said those words, he raised his hand and sent a slap over. Impudent! When Xiao Chen saw this, he was immediately infuriated. He didn't mind others calling him a mixed blood dragon. The strong had their own demeanor, and there was no need to bicker with everyone. However, insulting his friend was a completely different matter. Without even thinking, Xiao Chun unleashed his aura and punched. 10 Cauldron Force instantly exploded out, arriving first despite being launched later and striking Jiang Cheng's chest. Bang! As the fist light landed, Jiang Cheng activated the veritable essence energy in his body and formed a protective shield. Originally, he thought that he could easily block this punch. Who would have imagined that Xiao Chen's punch would contain 10 Cauldron Force? When the two forces clashed, the moment the two forces clashed, they instantly erupted with vast energy. The entire private room trembled. The various decorations gave off a gentle light, trying to neutralize the surging energy. However, the force that erupted was simply too strong. The screen and the wall paintings only lasted for a moment before they all shattered, clanging endlessly. Jiang Cheng was sent flying by the punch and landed in the middle of the hall. This strange sound startled everyone in the private rooms on this floor. They all peeked out to take a look. Everyone saw Jiang Cheng crashing into the railing of the opposite corridor like a cannonball. Damn it! Jiang Cheng immediately became enraged. He shouted, and an indistinct white dragon figure appeared behind him. However, that white dragon roared ferociously, looking ferocious and scary. A horrifying dragon might erupted from Jiang Cheng's body. Bang! 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 The cultivators watching from the railing could not block this dragon might and got knocked into the air. Wu Su's expression changed slightly. His first senior sister had repeatedly instructed him not to blow this matter up. However, things still developed to this state. When Xiao Chun felt this dragon might, he saw a dragon-shaped shock wave surging over in front, berserk and ferocious. Stepping forward, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and shielded cluster Lord Goyu behind him. Xiao Chen's gaze remained calm as he punched again. This time, he used the might of the blue dragon and erupted with 10 cauldron force. With a loud bang, the dragon-shaped chi wave was shattered on the spot. Whoosh! After this punch worked, Xiao Chun gently pushed off with his feet, not willing to bring the battle to the private room and implicate Lan Luo. Then, he charged out and started an intense battle with Jiang Cheng above the hall. As the two dragons fought, they clashed with each other, neither giving way to the other. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 10 moves. To outsiders, two completely different dragon images fought in the air, roaring ferociously. A terrifying dragon might spread out everywhere. The shock waves from the two's fight shook the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's protective formation. The entire floor shook, looking like it would collapse at any moment. The two people in the pavilion were 2-star Venerate level experts fighting. In fact, it was even more intense than that. What's going on? The experts guarding the Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been startled long ago. When they saw the scene in the air, they were stunned. When they saw the scene in the air, they showed slightly unsightly expressions. However, they did not dare to make a move. It's the dragon race's people. One of them seems to be of the white dragon bloodline of the 6-color divine dragons. The dragon race's people? That manager could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. This person's background was too great. There was no way to deal with them. Unless they were in the Yinwu dynasty's capital, they could not afford to offend the people of the 6-color divine dragons in Soaring Dragon City. This was a bona fide, overlord-class bloodline of the Great Desolate 100 races. Even in the Central Great Realm, such an existence would be a proud son of heaven. Not many people dared to offend such a person. Xiao Chun, who was fighting Jiang Cheng, felt somewhat surprised. This person's cultivation was about the same as his. However, the strength that Jiang Cheng burst out with was startlingly strong, no weaker than any star venerates. This was the first time Xiao Chun met with such an opponent within the same cultivation realm. Just a random person from the dragon race was this strong? With this thought, Xiao Chun could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. If that was the case, then wouldn't the so-called Dragon God Crown Prince be boundlessly strong? Noticing Xiao Chen's expression, Jiang Cheng could not help smiling coldly. It is not too late to surrender now. Later, you won't even have the chance to admit defeat. Xiao Chun could not help smiling in shock. You are overthinking. Xiao Chun felt disappointed, but it was not because of Jiang Cheng. It was just that Xiao Chun could tell that Jiang Cheng was not the strongest person in the dragon race. Even so, there was still a huge gap between Xiao Chun and the Dragon God Crown Prince. However, this Jiang Cheng thought too highly of himself, thinking that Xiao Chun feared him. Overthinking? You lowly mixed blood dragon are indeed overthinking. In that case, die. Seeing Xiao Chen's mocking expression, Jiang Cheng became truly enraged. He considered himself superior and placed great importance on bloodlines. The pride in his heart would not allow a mixed blood dragon like Xiao Chun to mock him. Jiang Cheng immediately activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. In that instant, his aura soared wildly. At this moment, the white dragon image behind him seemed very solid. Jiang Cheng's dragon eyes turned scarlet, and the ancient great desolate Ian's dragon might reappeared in the world. The dragon might spreading in the air immediately turned incredibly heavy looking solid. Crack, crack. Some of the nodes supporting the stairs started to loosen. It looked like the floor was really going to collapse. I'll show a lowly mixed blood dragon like you what a true, noble bloodline is. Jiang Cheng lost his patience. He roared as he charged forward, sending out boundless dragon chi. The dragon chi formed many noble white dragon images. As 100 dragons soared into the air, his aura grew infinitely stronger, reaching a frightening level. Ignorant. However, the moment Jiang Cheng approached, Xiao Chan revealed a look of disdain on his face. Then his eyes suddenly filled with panic. Xiao Chun instantly activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. His grade 8 blue dragon bloodline instantly suppressed Jiang Cheng's aura. Before the other party could react, Xiao Chen kicked. Pussy-eye, pussy-eye. A hole appeared in the smiling daughter pavilion. Jiang Cheng fell to the street like a sandbag. Seeing this scene, Wu Su and the others were all stupefied. This result was truly unexpected. Junior brother Jiang offended me earlier. Sorry for the offense. Wu Su felt very anxious. He only wanted to go out quickly and check on Jiang Cheng's injuries. He casually performed a cupped fist salute and apologized to Lan Luo, whom he assumed to be the smiling daughter pavilion's manager. Then, he prepared to leave quickly. However, just at this moment, a few exceptionally strong auras tore through the air. These people broke through the smiling daughter pavilion's barrier and landed on the ground. They asked in a rush, "Your Highness, are you all right?" When Wu Su and the others, who had already turned around, heard this, they all turned around to look. They were completely stupefied. This time, they really went overboard. They thought about what junior brother Jiang Cheng said. He offended the person that they should not offend the most. Chapter 1758. Princess. The person senior marshal brother Jiang Cheng wanted to slap just now was Princess Go Yu, the most beloved daughter of the soaring dragon marquis. First senior sister had repeatedly warned him not to offend this person. But now, everything was messed up. Princess, who are they? Lan Luo said indifferently, people of the dragon race. Wu Su said awkwardly, sorry for the offense. It was just a misunderstanding. Our holy maiden is also very respectful towards the soaring dragon marquis and bears no ill will towards her highness. Just now, junior brother Jiang mistook the princess for her. Lan Luo raised her hand and stopped Wu Su from continuing. She said indifferently, it's fine. I do not wish to have any conflict with the dragon race, either. However, this is my conferred city. There are some things that I can still decide. I don't want to see you in Soaring Dragon City. Understood. Sorry for the offense. Wu Su heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this cluster Lord Lan Luo was not an unreasonable person. If a dispute or conflict arose, they would not be a match for the princess's residence, no matter how far they traveled. More importantly, they were the ones in the wrong. Junior brother Jiang had stretched out his hand to slap them. This put them in a very disadvantageous position. They couldn't even argue with him, so they could only apologize. Wu Su and the others arrived at the street. Seeing junior brother Jiang Cheng crawling out from the deep crater on the ground, his face was pale and he looked extremely sullen. He was actually defeated by the mixed blood dragon that he looked down on the most. Xiao Chun, who had always been proud of his white dragon bloodline, could not accept this. Senior brother Wu, why did you come out? Help me capture that brat. If we attack together, he won't be able to overturn the heavens. Seeing Wu Su's group walk out with embarrassed expressions, Jiang Cheng immediately shouted, Senior brother Jiang, we have to go. Today's matter, a girl said in a timid manner. It was obvious that she was afraid of this Jiang Cheng. Wu Su patted the girl's shoulder and said, let me say it. Junior brother Jiang, the person you wanted to slap earlier was Countess Go Yu. What? Jiang Cheng's face was filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? How did that mixed blood dragon get involved with Cluster Lord Go Yu? Furthermore, they even met in a place like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Junior martial brother Jiang, don't blame yourself. This isn't all your fault. After all, who would have thought that she would be Princess Go Yu? Seeing Zhang Xian's reaction, Wu Su consoled softly. Jiang Cheng stubbornly said, she is a princess, and I offended her. I am in the wrong. and I will bear the responsibility alone. But that Xiao Chan must still be captured. He must be taken away. Senior Marshal Sister's task must be completed. So. A few figures descended from the building and looked at Jiang Cheng and the others expressionlessly. When will the few of you be leaving? Her Highness is already urging you to leave. The leader of the group said politely as he looked at Wu Su. Jiang Cheng was unconvinced and wanted to argue. Wu Su stopped him and said with a smile, "It's fine. We'll leave now." At the same time, he secretly transmitted his voice to Jiang Cheng. Even a fool can see that the Countess has an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Chun. It's useless to argue. Report everything to eldest senior sister and wait for her decision. Jiang Cheng felt aggrieved, but at this moment, the situation was stronger than he was. No matter how sullen he was, he had to continue holding it in. In reality, it was better to be sullen. If he continued to seek trouble for Xiao Chun, he would only embarrass himself further. It was just that Jiang Cheng foolishly did not know. After about 7 minutes, the group left Soaring Dragon City. As the group looked at the city walls, they all felt somewhat disappointed. They did not know how to face First Senior Sister when they returned. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Chun is a member of our dragon race. He possesses a false dragon bloodline and can still burst out with such a terrifying dragon might. Someone sighed. The scene of Xiao Chun sending Jiang Cheng flying with one kick at the end was still fresh in everyone's memory. Although junior brother Zhang's realm wasn't high, his future was limitless. He was known as the strongest peak major primal core expert. Within the same cultivation, no one could defeat him when he broke through to Star Venerate. In the future, when Xiao Chun broke through to Star Venerate, he would definitely soar. The seniors of the race all had high hopes for him. When Xiao Chun went to Ancestor Dragon City, he kept reminding Lu Ruyue to take care of him. However, Jiang Cheng suffered a huge defeat today. Furthermore, he lost in such an unsightly manner. This was simply unbelievable. Unconvinced, Jiang Cheng said, "I was just careless. If we fought again, I absolutely would not lose to him." Wu Su sighed softly and said, "Not everyone in the false dragon bloodline is mediocre. Since ancient times, there's been no lack of false dragons turning things around and becoming heavenly dragons in the dragon race's history. First Senior Sister often taught us that we cannot judge a person's status based on the quality of their bloodline. They're all comrades of our dragon race." Jiang Cheng showed a sullen expression, still unconvinced. However, Wu Su used Lu Riyue's words to lecture him. Jiang Cheng could not rebut anything, only sulking in his heart. However, in reality, Jiang Cheng was just overthinking. Wu Su did not have any intention of lecturing Jiang Cheng. He only wanted to use First Senior Sister's words to enlighten him. This way, Jiang Cheng would not have a knot in his heart that he could not resolve, turning him into a demon. "Junior brother Jiang, are your injuries all right? Let me check them out for you." Wu Su asked worriedly when he saw that Jiang Cheng's expression still did not look right. "There is no need for you to care about this hypocrisy." Jiang Cheng had not completed his mission and lost to Xiao Chun. He roared in his heart as he walked over alone with a stern expression. "Senior brother, we did not complete the mission this time. What did First Senior Sister say?" The people at the side asked worriedly. First Senior Sister had always been strict, making clear rewards and punishments. After messing up this time, it was hard to avoid punishment. Wu Su sighed silently to himself. In the end, Jiang Cheng was too young, and the elders of the clan spoiled him too much. Although Jiang Cheng was very talented, with such a character, it would be hard for him to accomplish great things. Wu Su smiled warmly at the people at the side. "It's fine. I will explain to First Senior Sister. This time, I did not think things through. I did not investigate his relationship with the Cluster Lord first. It was not right. Let's go." The group returned on their way back, slowly disappearing at the end of the road. In the end, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion did not collapse. This allowed the person in charge to release his bated breath. Earlier, sweat had poured down his forehead continuously. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been unlucky recently. They lost the fairy basket and the dragon race experts came to fight. If the pavilion had really collapsed, then the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not be able to continue operating. Back in the private room, Xiao Chun and Lan Luo sat at the same table once more. After the earlier storm, the knot in the two's hearts loosened a little. Lan Luo looked at Xiao Chun and said, "You were too rash earlier. Given this, the conflict between you and the dragon race will be hard to resolve." Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "It is not rash or not. It is just my nature. It is just like you. When you heard others call me a mixed-blood dragon, you could not help getting angry. When I heard others humiliate you, I cannot help it, either. There are many things that I do not care about. I can accept being insulted or scolded. However, I cannot allow it to affect my friends." Lan Luo felt warmth in her heart when she heard that. Joy unconsciously crept onto her face as she revealed a gentle smile. Actually, when Xiao Chen thought about it, the two were indeed very similar. They both had strong characters, not easily submitting to others. However, when their friends were insulted, they could not help getting angry, regardless of the consequences. Thinking of this, Lan Luo suddenly figured out many things. She smiled and said, "Do you need me to send you off? They might ambush you outside the city." Xiao Chen rejected. "There's no need. I have already troubled you enough. I will leave after drinking this cup of wine. I do not have a dragon race totem on me. As long as I go far away, they will not make a big move." After the two drank their cups, Xiao Chun stood up and took his leave. "Xiao Chun, no matter what trouble you encounter in the future, if you treat me as a friend, please tell me first," Lan Luo said sincerely as she looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was stunned for a moment when he heard that. Then, he smiled happily and said, "All right, I promise you. In the future, if I find out that you are in trouble, no matter where I go, I will rush over and do what I can to help." In Xiao Chen's heart, he formally accepted Lan Luo as a friend. In the past, Lan Luo had only been a benefactor that he had felt helpless about. The two exchanged glances, both feeling much better. The knot that could not be untied earlier completely vanished in this cup of wine. Sometimes, the matters of life were really strange. No matter how one tried to explain, it would be useless. Instead, it would only worsen the conflict. If they could see eye to eye, they would be able to understand each other with just one glance. With a cup of wine, they could put aside their past grudges. As Lan Luo watched Xiao Chun leave, her lips curled up in a charming yet melancholic smile. In the past, Lan Luo always wondered why this person never gave her any face, yet he could not forget her, finding it hard to part with her. Now Lan Luo finally figured it out. Actually, the reason was very simple: to be himself. Xiao Chun was just being himself. In this turbid and filthy world, how many people in this world could do what seemed like 3 simple words? However, Xiao Chun did it. Xiao Chun walked in this world, neither servile nor overbearing. In his eyes, he would not look up to you just because you were a cluster lord. He would not look down on you because of your lowly status. Xiao Chun had his own principles and reason in his heart. His actions might seem unrestrained, willful, and wild. In fact, it was very simple. He was just being himself. No matter how black and white were flipped in this world, no matter how powerful the nobles were, no matter how many restrictions there were, he would only be himself. Chapter 1759. After Xiao Chun left, Lan Luo said, "Someone, come and report the news of the dragon race's arrival to me in 15 minutes. Naturally, many people coveted the ancient dragon race totem. However, most factions would not rashly come to her soaring dragon great realm on account of the soaring dragon marquee. The dragon race was different. Anything that involved the dragon race was their internal matter. It was reasonable for them to send someone to investigate. However, this person did not even say a word and came stealthily, wanting to take Xiao Chun away from under her nose. This person was simply looking down on her, a cluster lord. After about 7 minutes, a stack of letters appeared in Lan Luo's hands. When Lan Luo finished reading, she put down the letters, and her expression changed slightly. The White Dragon Holy Daughter, Lu Riyue. Lan Luo had heard of this girl long ago. She was a genius of the white dragon race that appeared once in 1,000 years. Lu Ruyue's origins were mysterious. Before the age of 30, the various factions, including the dragon race, did not have any news of this girl. 30 years later, Lu Ruyue suddenly appeared. She was very beautiful and talented. She was even praised as the top beauty of the dragon race. Every frown and smile of hers could topple nations. She was so beautiful that even the dragon god-crowned prince fell in love with her. Lan Luo simply did not expect such a famous girl to personally ask about this matter. It looked like the dragon race paid a lot of attention to this ancient dragon race totem. However, since Xiao Chun did not have a dragon race totem, it did not matter. Lan Luo could help him deal with it with her own strength. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave Soaring Dragon City. He was not too worried about the dragon race's matter. After all, he did not have a dragon race totem. If the other party really went to Dragon Flame City, they would definitely investigate and not chase after him. Actually, Xiao Chun also wanted to meet that so-called holy daughter. Could it be Lu Ruyue? However, after thinking about it, if it was really Lu Ruyue, she must have heard of his name in Dragon Flame City. Then, she would find someone to draw his portrait. She would definitely be able to guess his identity and personally head to Soaring Dragon City. She would not send someone over. Given this, the holy daughter had to be someone else. Furthermore, he had injured that Jiang Cheng. It was best not to meet her. After remaining in the city for 3 days and exchanging the treasures in his hands for spirit jades, Xiao Chun formally left. Then, they left the city and headed for the Purple Flame sect in the Grave Sea. In Dragon Flame City, after Lu Ruyue heard Wu Su's report, her phoenix-like eyes immediately fell on Jiang Cheng. His face turned red, and he felt extremely awkward, not daring to speak at all. I did something wrong. Please punish me, eldest senior sister. Jiang Cheng knelt on one knee and said with his head lowered. Lu Ruyue said sullenly, "Raise your head." Jiang Cheng cautiously raised his head. He was nervous. He had made a huge mistake, causing the mission to fail. He felt guilty and did not dare to face Lu Ruyue. Boom! Just as Jiang Cheng raised his head, he saw Lu Ruyue send out a palm strike from nowhere. Jiang Cheng flew back and vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood was filled with an inextinguishable sharp saber intent. As the saber intent whistled out, the blood turned into countless strands of energy and shot out in all directions. This caused the others to be taken aback. Jiang Cheng immediately felt very comfortable. The saber intent that he could not get rid of for the past 3 days was completely resolved by Lu Ruyue's palm strike. Many thanks, senior sister. Lu Ruyue looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Go back and reflect on yourself. I don't want to see you now." Yes. Jiang Cheng did not dare to be impudent. He turned around and left, feeling relieved. You all can leave as well. Junior brother Wu, stay behind. Lu Ruyue dismissed the others, leaving only the experienced and prudent Wu Su behind. Wu Su asked, "Senior sister, did you gain anything in the underground dragon city?" Lu Ruyue shook her head and replied, "I did not gain anything. It was already in ruins. However, I could feel that the totem was still there and was not taken away." Wu Su's expression changed. In that case, it looks like Xiao Chun did not lie. Lu Ruyue said softly, "However, I could not find the totem or see the faux god flame. I still have to meet this person and understand what happened that day. However, that cluster lord has an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Chun. Junior brother Jiang offended the other party like that. It will be very troublesome to have a proper talk with the cluster lord." Wu Su spoke the truth, sounding somewhat worried. When Lu Ruyue heard that the cluster lord had an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Chun, she felt uncomfortable for some reason. She didn't know what was going on with this kind of unreasonable annoyance. Lu Ruyue snorted coldly and said, "Even if the soaring dragon Marquis came personally, I would not fear him. Furthermore, she is just a cluster lord. Come, I'll go and meet her." There was no time to lose. Lu Ruyue was decisive. Right now, she wanted to meet this white-robed Xiao Chun. As for the mission, they had already more or less completed it. They could return at any time. After the Dragon Race's group gathered, They boarded a divine dragon war chariot and headed quickly on the road. When Xiao Chun was halfway there, a black war chariot pulled by 2 black dragon horses arrived in the opposite direction. This was Xiao Chen's cycle war chariot. As he left the city, he happened to run into Lu Riyue's divine dragon war chariot. Lu Riyue felt a strange, yet familiar aura. Her heart thumped heavily as she could not help asking, "Who is passing by outside?" "First senior sister, there is no one outside. There is just a black war chariot heading in our direction." A black war chariot? In Lu Riyue's memory, there did not seem to be anyone familiar with riding a black war chariot. The 2 war chariots moved extremely fast, even faster than several star venerates on the road. The cycle war chariot and the divine dragon war chariot approached each other quickly. Not long after, they lined up side by side on the same path. Lu Riyue and Xiao Chun sensed it at the same time and opened the curtains. However, when the 2 of them opened the windows of the 2 carriages that were moving at high speed, they could only see the billowing dust rising like smoke. Xiao Chun looked back and could only see the rear of the divine dragon war chariot slowly disappearing into the dust. They brushed past each other. Just like that, the 2 of them brushed past each other. Amidst the billowing dust, they watched each other leave, gradually going further and further away. Are they from the Dragon Clan? Xiao Chun let go of the curtain, his heart unable to calm down. Just now, when the 2 war chariots approached each other, his heart inexplicably paused. That feeling was incomparably mysterious. There were no words in the world that could describe it. Xiao Chen's intuition, a very strong intuition, told him that he would not be able to escape. A very important person must have passed by him just now. Who was it? In a dragon race, the only person that Xiao Chun could place his trust in was Lu Riyue. Could it be that the person who passed by was Lu Riyue? That should not be the case. If Lu Riyue had heard Xiao Chen's name, she would have put down everything and rushed to Soaring Dragon City. She should not have come at this time. Could it be that she has already forgotten about me? Xiao Chun? Forgotten about everything that happened in Qingyan Peak, forgotten about the various oaths she swore back then, forgotten about her deep love from back then. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. I have to figure this out. Xiao Chun had never felt as anxious as he did now. The speeding cycle war chariot suddenly stopped. The cycle war chariot turned around and quickly chased after the divine dragon war chariot. However, the divine dragon war chariot was Lu Riyue's war chariot after all. It was a much higher grade than his cycle war chariot. After Xiao Chun missed her, it would be easier said than done to catch up. He could only watch as the divine dragon war chariot slowly distanced itself amid the billowing dust, slowly vanishing from his sight. Could my intuition be wrong? At this moment, Xiao Chun lost his usual calm and became restless. Perhaps his intuition was wrong. It was just the aura of the dragon race that made him feel familiar. As Xiao Chun gave chase, the sky turned dark, and he rushed through the night before returning to the city gates. When the morning sun rose, Xiao Chun welcomed the first beam of light and arrived at the city gates with some anticipation. Did you hear? There was a huge battle in the Cluster Lord's residence last night. What's going on? I only heard some sounds and am not clear about the specifics. Rumor has it that the dragon race's holy daughter and Cluster Lord Goyu did not get along. They fought in the Cluster Lord's residence. Even the holy venerate in charge of the Cluster Lord's residence appeared. This is really big news. This dragon race's holy daughter is really incredible. Unexpectedly, she even startled the holy venerate. The key is that even a holy venerate could not shock her completely. He could only watch as she left in a fit of pique. The guards at the city gates discussed last night's commotion. However, the smile on Xiao Chen's face froze. She left. Chapter 1760. It was just a momentary miss, but after a night of chasing, the result was completely different. Standing on the city wall, Xiao Chun could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, aside from disappointment, there was also a trace of joy. Xiao Chen's emotions were complicated. Whether that person was Lu Riyue or not, it was a good thing for Xiao Chun. Before Xiao Chun came to Soaring Dragon City, He did not know any news about Lu Ruyue. After coming here, he knew that she was doing very well. She was now one of the strongest geniuses of the dragon race. It was far easier than him, who had stumbled along the way. This was already very good. More importantly, he knew that Xiao Qin's heart had never changed. She did not even respond to the Dragon God Crown Prince's pursuit. He was not strong enough. Sooner or later, he would personally step into the dragon race's land and meet Lu Ruyue in his strongest state. The temporary disappointment did not give Xiao Chun too much of a blow. 3 days later, Xiao Chun boarded the giant starship that was on its way back. After flying for 1 month, they successfully returned to the Grave Sea's Purple Flame sect. There were still many things that he had not dealt with in the Grave Sea. He still had to formally greet the Purple Flame sect before leaving. He still had to meet his martial nephew, Ling Yu, and find his pirate ship. He wanted to see if there were any clues to the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. That was one of the things he relied on for his rise, but he never forgot that if he could get the treasure of the legendary Pirate King, this would be a great opportunity, far greater than any of his previous encounters. At the foot of the Purple Ember Sect's mountain, Xiao Chun handed over his token. The disciple guarding the mountain took a look and immediately revealed an excited expression. "Senior brother Xiao Chun, you're finally back." 1 year ago, Xiao Chun fought everywhere in the fiendish demon battlefield. While leading the Purple Flame Sect disciples in the fiendish demon battlefield, they gained a great harvest, far surpassing that of the other rank 4 sections. Most importantly, they had to ruthlessly suppress the Divine Firmament sect, which was at odds with the Purple Flame sect. After defeating the unfathomable Shangwan Lei, the prestige of the entire Divine Firmament sect plummeted. Even now, the Divine Firmament sect still could not raise its head. Although his stay was short, Xiao Chun had already become a legend in the Purple Ember sect. Impressive and unforgettable. After verifying Zhang Xian's identity, many people immediately rushed over upon hearing the news. They greeted him one after another. There were even many deacons, protectors, and elders who appeared in person. When they sensed Xiao Qin's aura, they all felt incredulous. In a mere year or so, Xiao Qin's cultivation actually reached peak major primal core. More importantly, the feeling that Xiao Chun gave them was like a quiet volcano. Beneath his calm exterior was an even more terrifying power. Once it erupted, it would be an incomparable expert. This was the intuition of an expert. Xiao Qin smiled and responded to them one by one. He didn't put on any airs and returned to the courtyard. After a long time, Xiao Chun returned to his courtyard. Ling Yu was not around. Xiao Chun was slightly surprised. It would be a pity if he wasn't here. A large part of the reason why Xiao Chun came to the Purple Flame sect to bid farewell was to see his martial nephew, Ling Yu. The next time he left the Purple Ember sect, he would not return for a very long time. Junior brother Xiao. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw that it was the top true inheritor of the Purple Flame sect, Hua Yinfeng. "Senior brother Hua, it has been a long time. Congratulations." After not seeing Xiao Chun for more than a year, Hua Yinfeng successfully broke through his bottleneck and advanced to Star Venerate. This was not too strange. When Xiao Chun first arrived at the Purple Flame sect, the other party had already been in the major primal core realm for a long time. Furthermore, Hua Yinfeng was actually several years older than Xiao Chun. Hua Yinfeng said humbly, "Many thanks. I was discussing something with the sect master. When I heard that you returned, I immediately rushed over." "What is it?" Xiao Chun asked casually. Hua Yinfeng revealed a melancholic expression. After a pause, he said, "I want to leave the Purple Flame sect and go to the Central Great Realm. I feel that I still have a chance." Xiao Chun expressed his understanding. "What does the sect master think?" Hua Yinfeng sighed softly. "The sect master thinks very highly of me and hopes that I will not leave. Within 100 years, he will definitely pass the position of sect master to me." Xiao Chun nodded and said, "The sect master has good intentions. Right now, the Purple Flame sect has just regained some of its momentum. It needs to improve steadily. You are mature and prudent, but you do not lose your sharpness. You are indeed a very good successor to the sect. Hua Yinfeng smiled bitterly. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Many years ago, I never thought of going to the Central Great Realm. If I said that all this was because of you, would you believe me?" Xiao Chun found this strange. He asked, "Because of me?" "That's right. I see a kind of perseverance in you. Back then, when you first came to the Purple Flame sect, your cultivation was much lower than mine. However, I have never seen you give up on yourself. This is especially so on Thunder Controlling Peak. Your courage when facing Shangwan Lei made me feel inferior." It seemed like Hua Yinfeng had kept these words bottled up in his heart for a long time. After he said them, he heaved a long sigh. When Xiao Chen heard that, he said seriously, "You are overthinking. I'm not as simple as you think. I have experienced much more than you can imagine. My accomplishments today were not just a few years of hard work. You do not know about my previous accumulations." The speed at which Hua Yunfeng could rise in the Great Thousand Realms was very fast. This was inseparable from his experiences in the Abandoned Land. In the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm, Hua Yunfeng had experienced many life and death situations. The great scenes that Hua Yunfeng had experienced were even more uncountable. He had stubbornly endured many life and death tribulations. Others only saw Hua Yunfeng's rapid rise in the Purple Flame sect and his current glory. However, no one knew what kind of tribulations Hua Yunfeng experienced in the Kunlun realm for him to have today's mental state and perseverance. Hence, Xiao Chun did not approve of Hua Yunfeng leaving the Purple Flame sect to make a living in the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chun looked at Hua Yunfeng and said, "Don't change yourself because of others. Think about it carefully. You cannot be careless with this matter." Hua Yunfeng remained silent for a long time. He had not expected Xiao Chun to give him such a warning. Originally, he thought that Xiao Chun would support his decision. "Thank you for your advice. I will think about it carefully." "Oh, right. You're looking for Ling Yu, right? He is cultivating bitterly in our sect's Purgatory Peak. After that fellow returned from Soaring Dragon City, he seems to have become a completely different person." Hua Yunfeng smiled carefreely. He was rather open-minded about this. After chatting with Xiao Chun for a while, he took his leave. Purgatory Peak? Xiao Chun recalled that it was a dangerous land that the Purple Flame sect created. Cultivating there would be several times faster than cultivating outside. However, the pain, torture, and danger one had to endure would also multiply. After Purgatory Peak was established, very few disciples chose to enter it. This was because it was simply too painful. Many of the sect's experts could not endure it for long. That kind of pain and torture was unbearable, both physically and mentally. Only those with great perseverance could endure it. An outstanding talent like Ling Yu actually did not need to enter and cultivate bitterly. His cultivation speed would not be much slower. At sunset, Xiao Chun drank tea in the courtyard. As the afterglow of the setting sun shone down, a person covered in injuries stepped in from outside the courtyard, appearing somewhat fatigued. That person's clothes were stained with blood, and there were several terrifying new wounds on his youthful face. Xiao Chun looked up and finally recognized this person after much difficulty. To think that it was Ling Yu, martial uncle. When Ling Yu saw Xiao Chun in the courtyard, he was in disbelief. After a while, he rejoiced and rushed over. However, this aggravated the injuries on his body, causing him to cry out in pain. This made one unable to restrain a smile. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "Why don't you recover from your injuries first before entering the house to rest? I have some medicinal pills here. Take them and use them." Ling Yu rejected. "I can't. The sect's supreme elder said that if I recover from my injuries back then, my bitter cultivation will be in vain. I have to properly comprehend the pain I endured and comprehend the essence of Purgatory Peak." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt stunned. "You really chose the path of bitter cultivation?" Ling Yu nodded seriously. "My background is not good, and I do not have martial uncle's mental state and comprehension ability. Aside from bitter cultivation, I have no other choice. Why bother? Even if you do not choose to bitterly cultivate, you can still shake up the grave sea in the future and become an overlord of the nearby dozens of astral clusters. Ling Yu shook his head and said, "That is not enough. Martial uncle, you do not know. Headliner Ling Long promised me 5 years. She will wait for me for 5 years. After 5 years, she want me to go to the Yinwu dynasty's capital to look for her." As Xiao Chen looked at Ling Yu's determined expression, he felt somewhat moved. He saw many of his own shadows in Ling Yu. Ling Yu was like that, but so was Xiao Chen. Chapter 1761. Trapped by Love. Ling Yu resolutely embarked on the path of bitter cultivation. Since Xiao Chen did so, because of love, he also embarked on a similar path. As long as there was hope, he could not give up. Ling Yu looked at the somewhat melancholic Xiao Chen. "Martial uncle, did something happen to you in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm? I feel that you have changed somewhat." "What changed?" "I can't tell what exactly has changed. However, Martial uncle has indeed changed. In the past, Martial uncle's face always remained calm. No changes in his expression could be seen. Although it is still like that now, I can tell that there is a lingering sense of loss lingering on your face. Most importantly, Martial uncle purposely left this sense of loss behind. Given Martial uncle's mental state, you should be able to cut it off at any time. However, Martial uncle did not. This means that the person related to this sense of loss is exceptionally important to Martial uncle. Even if it already affected your mental state, you are unwilling to cut it off, letting it linger in your heart, never dispersing. As the saying goes, one does not know where love comes from, but one is deeply devoted to it. Martial uncle, you should be careful. Xiao Chen felt stunned when he heard that. Unexpectedly, after not seeing Ling Yu for 1 year, his observation skills had become so meticulous. Or was it as Ling Yu said? "Did I take a picture?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not deny Ling Yu's words. Ling Yu smiled and said, "It looks like I was right. So what if you are right, and so what if you are wrong? Just worry about yourself. Although bitter cultivation can quickly raise your strength, if you overexert yourself and injure yourself, the losses outweigh the gains." Xiao Chen warned. Few people chose the path of bitter cultivation. Firstly, it was too painful and unbearable. Secondly, the risk was too high, and it was easy to injure oneself. Ling Yu's stubbornness inevitably worried Xiao Chen. He did not know how to face senior brother Yi in the future. Ling Yu smiled and said, "Martial uncle, don't worry about me. I won't die." "I hope so." Xiao Chen sighed softly. Ling Yu had no choice but to make his own choices. After not seeing each other for more than a year, the two chatted happily. Ling Yu also told Xiao Chen about some of his confusion on the martial Dao without holding back. Xiao Chen patiently answered and explained. Unknowingly, the afterglow of the setting sun had completely descended. A loud shout broke this rare silence. "White-robed Xiao Chen, come out. I know you're back." Ling Yu's expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiao Chen. "It's Shangwan Lei." The voice came from the greeting of Sword's Edges. The greeting of Sword's Edges was where the face of the sect was. Xiao Chen had been there once, so he knew what kind of place it was. There were all kinds of sects there. Ever since Xiao Chen defeated Shangwan Lei in the fiendish demon battlefield, very few people in the Divine Firmament sect dared to appear at the Purple Flame sect's greeting of Sword's Edges. This time, after Shangwan Lei found out that Xiao Chen had returned, he came to take revenge. After some thought, Xiao Chen understood the reason behind it. "Martial uncle, I heard that this Shangwan Lei put in a lot of effort to obtain a Dao tool to defeat you. He has been cultivating like a madman and has been waiting for you to come back." He came prepared. Ling Yu said cautiously. After all, Xiao Chen had not broken through to Star Venerate yet. Ling Yu did not know Xiao Chen's true strength, so he could not help worrying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the two decided to go out and take a look, Shangwan Lei's figure suddenly appeared on the courtyard wall. "Shangwan Lei, all the grudges between the sect disciples have to be resolved at the greeting of Sword's Edges. Are you trying to start a war between the Divine Firmament sect and the Purple Flame sect?" Below, Hua Yunfeng and the other true inheritors quickly followed, showing some rage on their faces. Several elders also appeared in the dark, locking their auras on Shangwan Lei. Forcibly barging in like Shangwan Lei had already broken the rules of the sect. If not for Xiao Qin's status and strength, someone would have taken him down long ago. Shangguan Lei said seriously, Hua Yinfeng, don't be wishy-washy like a woman. As long as Xiao Qian is willing to fight with me, I will personally apologize. After this, I will personally apologize. Can't you tell if I want to start a war between the sects or not? Indeed, everyone could tell that Shangguan Lei was here purely for Xiao Qian. If not for this reason, the sect elders would have worked together to chase him out long ago. Xiao Qian, if you're not willing to fight with him, we can chase him away now. The voice projections of the sect elders appeared in Xiao Qian's mind. Clearly, these sect elders were very respectful to Xiao Qian, speaking very politely to him. There's no need to chase him away, Xiao Qian replied. Then, he indicated to Shangguan Lei. Think carefully before you make your move. You only have one chance. When Shangguan Lei heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. How arrogant. 1 year ago, if you held a Dao tool, how could you defeat me? 1 year later, I advanced to Star of Venerate and grasped a Dao tool. Even if I gave you 3 moves, you would not be able to defeat me. Xiao Qian said slowly, many things can change in 1 year. Cut the crap. Stop putting on an act. This old man will defeat you with 1 saber strike. Right after Shangguan Lei said those words, he roared and attacked in a fit of rage. When Shangguan Lei's saber landed, 9 thunderous explosions rang out. The Dao tool in his hand trembled 9 times in the air at a speed that was hard to detect with the naked eye. With each tremble, the thunder might from the previous tremble would layer on top of each other. Shangguan Lei's aura was already terrifyingly strong. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed, encasing the area for 5 kilometers around. When Shangguan Lei leaped down, he looked like a raging heavenly lord of thunder. A terrifying figure appeared behind him. The saber light in Shangguan Lei's hand was 300 meters long. When the saber light landed, an overwhelming shock wave swept out in all directions. Caught off guard, this shock wave immediately knocked many Purple Flame sect disciples into the air. The Divine Firmament 9 changes layered 9 times. He really succeeded. I recall that many elders in the Divine Firmament sect can only layer 8 times. To think that he actually managed to layer 9 times. The moment Shangguan Lei executed this move, countless elders exclaimed in regret. It would have been better if they had gotten Xiao Qian to come out and receive this move, forcing Shangguan Lei to leave as soon as possible. If Xiao Qian lost, the prestige that he had accumulated for the Purple Flame sect would vanish like smoke. If that happened, the prestige that Shangguan Lei had accumulated for the Purple Flame sect would vanish like smoke, vanishing completely. Instead, it would allow Shangguan Lei to rise to a higher level. Even the Divine Firmament sect's prestige would suppress the Purple Flame sect. However, just as everyone worried for Xiao Qian, the space in the courtyard suddenly froze. Even the dust stopped moving. Xiao Qian stretched out 2 fingers and caught Shangguan Lei's saber in the time it took for a spark to fly. Just like that, Xiao Qian caught the saber with 2 simple fingers. How can this be? Many exclamations rang out at the same time, their eyes filled with incredulity. Hua Yinfeng was somewhat flabbergasted, gaping. He was not that worried about Xiao Qian. He believed that Xiao Qian definitely had a fortuitous encounter and absolutely would not lose to Shangguan Lei. However, Hua Yinfeng did not expect that Xiao Qian would use 2 fingers to catch Shangguan Lei's saber, preventing him from moving or retreating. This Shangguan Lei was utterly stunned. He brought out his full power, but could not advance by even an inch, much less draw his saber. Dang! Xiao Qian waved his 2 fingers, and the saber in Shangguan Lei's hand trembled. A strong force rebounded. The saber immediately twisted like a water snake. The force traveled to Shangguan Lei's arm, breaking every bone in his body. The force spread to half his body before Shangguan Lei managed to block it. However, Shangguan Lei was already sent flying, crashing into the courtyard wall and vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Even standing up was somewhat difficult for Shangguan Lei. You! Shangguan Lei pointed at Xiao Qian. However, he could not say anything, feeling pin up at his chest. Shangguan Lei was startled and flustered. All sorts of emotions welled up in his mind. He felt stifled in his chest, unable to go up or down. His chi and blood surged, and his eyes widened. His face turned even redder, looking like an inflated ball that would explode at any moment. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then, he flicked his finger, and a strand of saber chi struck an acupoint on Shangwan Lei's chest. Pu Ci. Shangwan Lei vomited another mouthful of blood, and the surging chi and blood on his face quickly receded. Xiao Chun could already tell that something had gone wrong with Shangwan Lei's cultivation. Shangwan Lei only pursued strength and tyranny. This resulted in many hidden dangers in his body. If there were any setbacks, he would enter berserking chi deviation and self-destruct. This was the principle of being too firm and easy to break. Back then, Yi Zifeng had said that the master and disciple had comprehended the wrong state of the tyrannical Tao. The divine firmament sect Shangwan Lei is not skilled enough. Men, send off the guest. An elder of the Purple Flame sect stepped forward expressionlessly, not showing any pity for Shangwan Lei. The words "not skilled enough" were rather mocking. Chapter 1762. Shangwan Lei was carried away in a sorry state. This farce ended here. The Purple Flame sect elders hiding in the dark all revealed themselves, revealing smiles as they arrived before Xiao Chun. This time, Shangwan Lei lost. Xiao Chun used 2 fingers to catch the Divine Firmament sect's consummate technique, the Divine Firmament 9 changes. The sharpness of the Purple Flame sect was completely suppressed. Most importantly, the elders could tell that Shangwan Lei's foundation was unstable. From today onward, the Purple Flame sect no longer had to worry about a strong opponent like Shangwan Lei. Furthermore, all this was due to Xiao Qin's efforts, first and second. Naturally, these sect elders were grateful to Xiao Chun for helping out, promising him all sorts of benefits on the spot. Some were even more direct, asking Xiao Chun if he wanted to stay in the sect and hold a post. Xiao Chun responded calmly, politely rejecting all sorts of benefits. "Martial Uncle Xiao, won't you reconsider? You can even be a guest official. I believe the sect master will agree." The few old men took the sect rules very seriously, addressing Xiao Chun as Martial Uncle Xiao. They did not dare to mess up seniority. "Many thanks. I will be leaving in another month. I still have important matters to attend to." That is a pity. Seeing Xiao Chun like this, the elders did not press the issue. They performed cupped fist salutes and took their leave. After the crowd left, Ling Yu exclaimed excitedly, "Martial Uncle, how did you do it? You caught Shangwan Lei's saber with 2 fingers." The scene just now had caused a great shock and impact to many people. However, only Ling Yu dared to put down his pride and ask without any fear. Divine Firmament 9 changes, a Dao tool, and a berserk Shangwan Lei. Yet, Xiao Qin caught such a ferocious and tyrannical saber strike with only 2 fingers. This was simply unrealistic, like a dream. "Do you want to learn?" Xiao Chun asked with a smile. "What?" This startled Ling Yu. Then, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Yes, naturally. Martial Uncle is willing to teach me?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "I am your martial uncle in name. After all, teaching you some secret techniques is nothing." "Thank you, martial uncle." Ling Yu expressed his gratitude solemnly, nearly kneeling to Xiao Chun with a respectful expression. Xiao Chun waved his hand, indicating that he didn't have to be so courteous and care about etiquette. "This secret skill is called the telepathic finger. You definitely won't be able to learn it in a short time. I will first teach you the initial version of the telepathic finger. After that, I will tell you the subsequent variations." There were 2 versions of the telepathic finger, and it had gone through many changes to achieve its current effect. Xiao Qin definitely could not succeed in one go. First, he told Ling Yu about the cultivation method that the Flame Rock Sovereign once told him, letting Ling Yu comprehend it on his own. A few days later, when Ling Yu more or less understood the profoundness, Xiao Chun taught Ling Yu the secrets and profoundness of using one's body as a cauldron. Later on, whether or not Ling Yu could gain a comprehensive understanding and comprehend it thoroughly would depend on his own luck. Given Ling Yu's talent, Xiao Chun felt that it should not be a problem. As for Xiao Chun, he did not fall behind in his cultivation either. Right now, he had two cultivation techniques that he needed to cultivate: the Ice-Feathered Divine Incantation and the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. Back in Dragon Flame City, Xiao Chun had already cultivated the Ice-Feather Divine Incantation to the peak of the third layer. Inside the cultivation room, Xiao Chun inserted medial grade spirit jades into the spirit gathering formation. Then, he started cultivating the Ice-Feather Divine Incantation. The cold chi in the room condensed in a thin ice that looked like feathers dancing around, looking very pretty. After circulating a great cycle, snow-like spiritual energy continuously poured into the white chi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian. After that, the chi whirlpool turned it into veritable essence energy and infused it into the 9-star primal core. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and entered deep thought. The Ice-Feather Divine Incantation had reached a bottleneck. The white chi whirlpool had not grown for a long time already. Xiao Chun had to break through to the 4th layer. However, this Ice-Feather Divine Incantation had a total of 6 layers. The later 3 layers were more important and harder to cultivate. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun decided to break through to the Ice-Feather Divine Incantation's 4th layer after he broke through to the Cloud Sea realm. That would be safer. During this period, he would focus on the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. Xiao Chun opened his palm and looked at the jade bottle in his palm. Dragon Blood Pill. This was one of the treasures of the dragon race that Xiao Chun obtained in the underground dragon city. It was refined from genuine ancient dragon blood. Every time he used one, there would be one less. Pure dragon blood was simply too difficult to obtain. According to rumor, the current dragon blood pills were refined from the true blood of the dragon race's upper echelon. Compared to true pure dragon blood pills, the effects would be slightly weaker. Opening the bottle cap, Xiao Chun consumed a dragon blood pill. Then he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. He had already completed the 1st layer, tempering his muscles, and the 2nd layer, tempering his bones. Now he needed to cultivate the 3rd layer, tempering his blood. Vital chi came from the blood. This 3rd layer was also the start of the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's main event. Soon, dragon roars came from Xiao Chen's body. 18 ancient blue dragon images appeared. They coiled around Xiao Chun, surrounding him. An ancient and savage aura spread throughout the cultivation room. It was like he had returned to the great desolate Aeon when the 10,000 races fought. Xiao Chun felt his chi and blood surge. It was like the floodgates opened and boundless essence energy poured out. At this moment, not only did his vital chi soar, but Xiao Chun also felt his ice and lightning veritable essence energy being refined by the ancient energy surging out his blood. The ancient energy surging out from his blood continuously refined it. The ancient dragon might was carved into the depths of his quintessence, as if it was inseparable from his flesh and blood. From today onward, Xiao Chun would not need to deliberately bring out dragon might. His veritable essence energy would give off boundless dragon might, deeply imprinted in his bones and soul. Dang, dang, dang. The most important change came from his vital chi. Many ancient dragon pattern cauldrons appeared above his head. As his vital chi soared, there were now 15 dragon cauldrons. This dragon blood pill allowed Xiao Chen's vital chi to soar by 5 cauldron force, reaching an unprecedented 15 cauldron force. Every dragon cauldron was different from the ones before. They were exquisitely carved and glowed faintly. The carved dragon patterns looked like they were coming to life, looking very realistic. Xiao Chun, who was immersed in the increase in his strength, felt somewhat surprised. He had not expected this dragon blood pill to be so effective. This was something he had not experienced in the underground dragon city back then. More importantly, the ancient energy from his bloodline reshaped Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy and vital chi. This was the greatest benefit. It was much better than directly increasing one's vital chi and cultivation. After more than half a month, Xiao Chun completely digested and absorbed the energy of this dragon blood pill. Crack! Crack! The vital qi in Xiao Qin's body surged in his dragon veins. His blood surged, and his dragon bones crackled. His dragon might spread out uncontrollably. Many dragon images lingered in the surroundings, looking like they were sighing with their eyes closed and roaring softly at the same time. When Xiao Qin opened his eyes, they flickered with a golden light. His great desolate divine eyes had improved further. At this moment, the dragon images lingering in the surroundings also opened their eyes at the same time. Boom! The entire cultivation room could not endure this dragon might. The formation shattered, and the room crumbled. When the dust settled, Xiao Qin's true body was revealed. "Martial uncle, this is a little too grand," Ling Yu exclaimed in shock as he walked out of the room. This made Xiao Qin feel somewhat embarrassed. The effects of the dragon blood pill had somewhat surpassed his expectations. After stepping out of the rubble, Xiao Qin looked at Ling Yu and said, "Come, let me see how your cultivation of the sharp spirit finger is going." 1 hour later, Xiao Qin revealed a gratified smile. Not bad. The effects of the dragon blood pill surpassed his expectations. After 1 hour, Xiao Qin revealed a gratified smile. Not bad. You improved so much in half a month. You surprised me as well. Ling Yu felt excited in his heart. However, after a while, he asked somewhat disappointedly, "Martial uncle, are we really leaving?" Xiao Qin nodded and said, "All good things must come to an end. We are fated. I believe that we will definitely meet again in the future. Martial uncle, take care." Ling Yu could not bear to part with Xiao Qin, but he also knew that Xiao Qin had to leave. Just like him, he had his own pursuits in his heart. Based on his martial uncle's judgment, with Xiao Qin's insight, Xiao Qin's pursuit was probably even more difficult than Ling Yu's. Xiao Qin nodded slightly. Then he took out a dragon blood pill and handed it to Ling Yu. "Take care." Xiao Qin did not expect the dragon blood pill to bring Ling Yu the same changes he did. However, it would definitely be of help. The main reason why Xiao Qin could benefit so much from the dragon blood pill was because of his ancient and noble bloodline. The dragon blood pill only stimulated his bloodline and unearthed the vast treasure trove of bloodline power. Even if another dragon race disciple consumed the dragon blood pill, the effects might not be as strong. After leaving the Purple Flame sect, Xiao Qin did not immediately go to the Black Cutlass. Instead, he headed for the blessed land of the Patala Mountain. He needed to tell the venerable Xianbei about Jin Yuan. No matter what, the venerable Xianbei had saved Xiao Qin's life before. Among the Buddhist sect monks that Xiao Qin interacted with, the venerable Xianbei was rather trustworthy. Chapter 1763. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was wrong. Although that lightning palace cracked, it showed no signs of crumbling. Every pillar of water looked like a huge dragon coming out of the sea. In that instant, they blocked the tyrannical aura of the lightning palace that suppressed everything. No wonder the divine firmament sect felt that they could kill me by sending just one person. Xiao Qin closed his eyes as he stood on the surface of the sea, the waves bouncing up and down. Xiao Qin turned his head back and saw that person behind him bathed in electric light. So, this was how the will of soul could be used. This was truly an eye-opener. Clearly, this person had come prepared and prepared many spirit pills, not being stingy when consuming them. From the outside, this black cave mountain looked like it was shrouded in boundless fog above the vast sea. Xiao Qin did not want to fight a pointless battle. He silently executed his movement technique, and a faint purple flame burned on his body. Then, he quickly flew over the sea like a ghost. Dying above the waves, the two gave off terrifying auras. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand, and he drew the tyrant's saber. A swastika appeared on his forehead. A Buddhist light spread out from Xiao Qin's body. He instantly executed, resolving the mundane. Then, an eternal and inextinguishable saber light appeared. How strong! Someone is following me? The moment Xiao Qin left the Black Cave Mountain, he sensed something strange. There was an indistinct, hidden killing qi that was extremely hard to detect. The only thing he lacked was the use of the will of soul. However, Xiao Qin had been at this cultivation realm for at least 100 years. Furthermore, he was a rank 4 sect elder with deep accumulations. The three blessed lands of the Grave Sea, the heavenly shaking mountain, the Black Cave Mountain, and the Patala Mountain, were not too far from each other. Explosions and the sound of his surging bloodline merged together, instantly pushing Xiao Qin's aura to its peak. Boundless thunderclouds quickly spread in the sky above, pressing toward Xiao Qin. However, they had lost to Xiao Qin twice, each time more embarrassing than the last. To a rank 4 sect, such a humiliating result was simply unacceptable. The old man was dressed in the Divine Firmament chapter elder attire. His expression was cold, and the domineering lightning might in his eyes seemed corporeal as he looked at Xiao Qin and shouted coldly. Seeing that Xiao Qin had increased his speed, the person who had been hiding revealed himself and quickly chased after him. Hence, the three blessed lands wore a thin veil in the Grave Sea, appearing very mysterious. It was indeed someone from the Divine Firmament chapter, the old man said coldly. With a wave of his hand, countless bolts of lightning gathered. Thunder clouds churned in the sky, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena were hidden within. Xiao Qin was secretly accumulating power, quietly waiting for the enemy to come. The rumbling continued as towering waves rose on the surface of the sea. Those who had experienced it would naturally not have such a feeling. The Thunder Palace pressed down once more, and Xiao Qin felt an immense pressure once more. This was a huge blow to the Divine Firmament chapter. Not only did Xiao Qin cause the Divine Firmament sects many resources to go to waste, but he also ruthlessly slapped the Divine Firmament sect in the face. Xiao Qin did not open his eyes. His expression was calm, without any ripples. Saber. However, if a cultivator did not ride a special Dao tool, an oceanic spirit beast, or a transportation formation, relying on their own speed, the Thunder Palace would not have shattered completely. That's not right. It is not completely shattered yet. Xiao Qin's heart sank. The person who came was a horrifying late-stage star venerate at the very least. Who exactly was it? No wonder. So that is the case. It is extraordinary. However, just as Xiao Qin was about to make another move, a saber light suddenly descended from the sky. That palace was made of pure, lightning-attributed, veritable essence energy. It contained the will of soul and the thunder domain of the old man. After thinking about it, Xiao Qin concluded that it could only be the Divine Firmament sect. Xiao Qin had defeated Shangwan Lei's arrogance several times. The Divine Firmament sect had spent a lot of resources on Shangwan Lei and even secretly promoted him, turning him into the spiritual symbol of the Divine Firmament sect's younger generation. Xiao Qin thought to himself, oh no, the Divine Firmament sect's movement technique was famous for its explosive power. However, the old man was greatly startled. He simply had not expected Xiao Qin's veritable essence, energy, and will of soul to be so strong. That saber light appeared without any warning, instantly chopping the old man in half. He could not resist at all. The old man revealed a surprised expression. After being stunned for a while, he said, "Your strength is really startling. However, you're not a star venerate in the end. Even if you have the will of soul, you cannot use it like I do." Every sound kicked up a huge wave. Thousands of pillars of water shot up on the surface of the sea at the same time. After chopping the descending palace in half, the electric lights scattered, leaving behind a flickering mark. Only the silhouette of a mountain range could be seen. For example, before Xiao Qin entered, he had been filled with curiosity and awe. With one saber strike, he chopped that lightning palace in half. The thunderclouds are already here. Senior's thunder domain has already caught up. There is no point in running. Even a might of resolving the mundane increased explosively. The countless churning mysterious phenomena hidden in the dense thunderclouds in the sky gathered into an ancient lightning palace, pressing down on Xiao Qin. Since the other party was prepared to make a move, he definitely had complete confidence. "You are rather sensible. I believe you know why I am here. Sometimes when working for others, it is easy to be used. Don't blame this old man for bullying the weak. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for helping the Purple Flame sect. Brat, why are you not running anymore? Xiao Chen was not much weaker than Xiao Chun. Whoosh. Trying to flee? How can it be that easy? Boom. If not for that dragon blood pill digging out the ancient energy in the blue dragon bloodline, Xiao Chun would have already reconstructed his veritable essence, energy, and vital qi. Reconstructing his veritable essence, energy, and vital qi. Just this move alone might take his life. Damn it. A bolt of lightning flashed, and an aura sealed off Xiao Chen's surroundings. Following that, thunder roared for 5,000 kilometers around, causing the thunderclouds to churn endlessly. Xiao Chen sighed softly and stopped running. Whoosh! Xiao Chen felt very satisfied. The reconstructed veritable essence energy was indeed extraordinary. The core of this lightning palace was the old man's will of soul, which he had tempered several times. As long as his will of soul was not destroyed, this move could not break it. Xiao Chen punched, and 15 azure, glassy, ancient dragon cauldrons appeared above his head. They clashed with each other, producing loud sounds. Rumble. Will of soul. Just as the ancient lightning palace was about to descend, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The palace gave off an ancient and heavy aura. This palace must be an imitation of Xiao Chen's original body, a building from the ancient era. The old man did not underestimate Xiao Chen at all. The moment he made his move, he used his trump card. For many years, he had been trying to portray Xiao Chen as unrivaled and tyrannical among his peers. The two wills of soul clashed, erupting with a terrifying energy shock wave. Xiao Chen and that old man both got knocked back. Break! Break! Xiao Chen did not stop moving. The will of soul that belonged to him instantly shot out from his sea of consciousness. After leaving the Purple Flame sect, Xiao Chen left the Black Cave Mountain in only half a day. Half a day later, Xiao Chen looked at the sky above him, which was already covered in thunderclouds. Then, he looked at the blessed lands of the Grave Sea. There were only SOSO. Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. This old man's cultivation was not very high, only about peak early stage star venerate. In Dragon Flame City, this old man had challenged many people and experienced even greater things. No matter what, this old man had not seen through Yun Hai's tranquility, so there was still a gap between them. However, the old man behind did not care about the exhaustion of veritable essence energy. Xiao Chen's speed was not slow, comparable to that of star venerates who did not cultivate special movement techniques. He needed only 4 days to enter the Padala mountain blessed land. The stalker might be a star venerate with deep accumulations. Xiao Chen moved as fast as lightning, kicking up towering waves. In an instant, he traveled 50 kilometers. This was because the price of failure would be extremely high. Now that Xiao Chen had entered and exited the blessed lands several times, no one among the youths of the 3 blessed lands was a match for him. With one punch, Xiao Chen detonated 15 cauldron force, causing the entire sea to sink. However, that was all there was to it. Xiao Chen's strength was not sufficient. Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art to its limits, sticking close to the sea like a fish in water. Then, he went with the surging waves, continuously pulling away. He still needed at least 7 or 8 days. Even ordinary disciples could not endure it. What more Shangguan Lei, who had spent a lot of resources on it. A brilliant light flickered in Shangguan Lei's eyes, and the 206 dragon bones on his body gave off explosive sounds. I clearly do not have enough strength anymore. Why can't I break it? Who would be willing to do so much? A horrifying saber might spread out in all directions. Xiao Chen did not say anything, continuing to rush over the sea. He gently pushed off with his feet, moving very fast. If one was not a disciple of the Black Cave Mountain, it would be very difficult for others to pass through the thick fog and enter the blessed land. Xiao Chen moved like lightning, flickering with electric light as if he was teleporting. This was the will of soul of the old man. This was not an existence that newly advanced star venerates or regular star venerates could deal with. In the time it took for a spark to fly, The old man threw a fistlight. Cracks appeared in the palace that the old man thought he could kill and suppress Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun did not panic. His eyes lit up as he revealed an expression of understanding. This was unbearable. Chapter 1764. Is it Senior Thunder Saber Xiang Tian? Under heavy pressure, Xiao Chun shouted. Xiao! The boundless lightning dissipated, revealing a person floating high up in the sky. It was the Thunderblade, Xiang Tian. He was the one who had attacked and killed the old man who had been chasing him. Xiao Chun was stunned. He did not expect it to be him. You're really smart. How did you guess it was me? In this vicinity, there's only one person who can brew the Thunder Dao's Dao might and use such exquisite saber techniques. However, I wonder if Senior is here to kill me or to save me. Xiao Chun stared at the other party. He was cautious and did not let down his guard. Naturally, I'm not here to kill you. If I wanted to kill you, I could have done it the day Yi Zifeng left. It was just that this bunch of fools from the sect seemed to think that Yi Zifeng would never return after leaving. Do you think that you can hide it from everyone by acting in such a hurry? Thunderblade Xiang Tian said in a deep voice, After I return to the sect, I will punish everyone involved. Can we put an end to today's matter and write it off? Senior, you're too polite. Xiao Qin glanced at the Thunderblade Xiang Tian and felt that this person had some spirit. He was straightforward and magnanimous. I'm not being polite. I'm just worried about Yi Zifeng. If it weren't for Yi Zifeng, the first person to kill you would have been me. Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian quickly left. The sea regained its calm as if nothing had happened. Who would have thought that the assassination would end like this? To be honest, Xiao Chun hadn't fought to his heart's content yet. It just so happened that he needed an evenly matched opponent to see where his limits were, and the old man chasing after him was obviously one of them. However, the fight just now also made Xiao Chun a little more confident. Even the Star Venerate elders of rank 4 sects with deep accumulations could not do anything to him. Even if Xiao Chun did not advance to Star Venerate, he still possessed the strength to fight a Star Venerate. Not in a hurry to leave, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and carefully experienced the killing move of the old man, Thunder Lightning Palace. This was the first time he had seen the will of the soul fused into a killer move. Was that so? Xiao Chun activated the will of soul in his soul pool and infused it into his surroundings, ready to fire. Then he slowly spread out his saber intent, merging it with the world and the will of souls. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a continuous stream of saber hums appeared out of nowhere in all directions. In the next moment, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and flicked his finger. Hua! Xiao Chun condensed the countless saber intents containing the will of souls into one, turning them into a resplendent saber chi. As the saber light flashed, the entire world instantly turned dark. The space between the heavens and earth turned black and white. Only that saber light was resplendent and dazzling, clearly visible. However, the saber chi only lasted for less than 1,000th of a second before it disappeared. Xiao Chun revealed a look of joy on his face. So that was the case. It was exactly as he had imagined. Although it didn't even last for an instant, it meant that Xiao Chun was heading in the right direction. As long as he headed in the right direction, truly merging the will of souls with the saber intent was just a matter of time. The earlier saber strike made Xiao Chun vaguely think of the Kunlun realm's Yellow Springs land, the saber light that the Qing Emperor once left behind. Could it be that the Kunlun realm's Qing Emperor already possessed the strength of a Star Venerate? This was truly inconceivable. Xiao Chun shook his head, finding this idea ridiculous. The Qing Emperor should have used some other method to achieve that effect. On the other side, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian, who had not gone far, felt the saber light that disappeared in a flash. His expression froze for a long time before he came back to his senses. This comprehension ability is really startling. I even somewhat wavered in my earlier decision. A murderous intent flashed in Xiang Tian's eyes. After thinking about it, he concluded that such a person would not remain in the Purple Flame sect for long. He would go to the Central Great Realm sooner or later. With his strength, even if he did not cause trouble, he would run into trouble sooner or later. The Thunder Saber Xiang Tian withdrew his murderous intent. Then, he shook his head and continued flying towards the Divine Firmament sect. When Xiang Tian thought of the Divine Firmament sect's sect master, his face could not help sinking. To think that the Divine Firmament sect's sect master dared to hide such an important decision from me. He probably forgot how horrifying Yi Zifeng was in the past. At the thought of Yi Zifeng, some hidden shadows in Xiang Tian's heart could not help resurfacing. That was a truly ruthless person. My two senior brothers are indeed the same kind of people. 3 days later, Xiao Chun arrived at the Padala mountain-blessed land. A dense fog spread over the sea. A faint Buddhist light shone through the dense fog, illuminating the surroundings. At every moment, there would be believers rushing over from the nearby islands in the sea. These believers worshipped this miraculous scene and prayed piously. After Xiao Chun stated his identity, the expression of the person in charge of welcoming guests at the periphery of the Padhala mountain changed slightly. You are Benefactor Xiao Chun? Yes, I am. I have heard of your reputation. However, if you want to meet the Venerable Xian Bei, you still have to follow the rules and notify him. The Venerable Xian Bei has already been in closed-door cultivation for a long time and is not receiving guests. That's fine. Xiao Chun remained calm. He believed that Xian Bei would definitely come to meet him. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, the monk walked in with a smile on his face. Benefactor Xiao is indeed extraordinary. I'll lead the way for you. With a faint smile, Xiao Chun stood up and followed the monk into the Padhala mountain. The journey was rugged and took a long time. However, Xiao Chun enjoyed the scenery of the Buddhist blessed land along the way, so it was not too boring. Occasionally, Xiao Chun saw some monks exchanging moves with each other. This gave him a deeper understanding of the Buddhist sect's martial techniques. We have arrived. Benefactor Xiao, please enter. The monk pushed open the door to a quiet room and gestured for Xiao Chun to enter. Xiao Chun walked in with large strides. A sandalwood fragrance immediately assaulted his face, clearing his mind and making him feel much more at ease. This feeling was simply too wonderful for words. The Venerable Xian Bei sat cross-legged before a mahogany table. There was tea on the table, and 2 strands of smoke lingered in the air, creating a unique charm. It is rare for Benefactor Xiao to visit me before you leave. Xiao Chun took a sip of the tea and said with a smile, Master, haven't you been in seclusion? He seems to know everything about me, like the back of his hand. When I heard that you were coming, I asked someone to sort out your recent whereabouts. I knew that you were probably going to leave. Grandmaster Xian Bei's voice was unhurried, and no one could tell if he was happy or sad. However, Xiao Chun was able to detect a trace of lingering melancholy and self-blame in his expression. Master, there's something on my mind. Xian Bei raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Chun. He sighed and said, I don't need to hide it from you. I think you can guess it. Are you here to blame me for taking away your saber technique manual? Xiao Chun shook his head and said, I won't. Although I am not willing to accept my saber manual, I will not accept it. Since Master gave me spirit jades and the golden book, I can understand Master's painstaking efforts. Xian Bei looked at Xiao Chun's expression and sighed helplessly. If Zhen Yuan had half your mental state, he would not be in his current state. However, it is also my fault. He wanted to go to the hidden spirit temple long ago, but I kept thinking that his Buddhist cultivation was not sufficient. It was not the right time yet, so I told him to wait patiently. However, he did not know that a heart demon had already been planted in him. Xiao Chun put down the teacup and said, Aside from catching up, I came here this time to tell Master something else. It has to do with Zhen Yuan. You saw him. The Venerable Xian Bei's tone turned heavy, and his expression changed greatly. It was clear that he cared a lot about this disciple. I did. Xiao Chun nodded and honestly told the Venerable Xian Bei about his encounter with Zhen Yuan in the underground Dragon City. However, he hid the matter of him and the faux god flame. When the Venerable Xian Bei heard that Zhen Yuan had absorbed the Black Dragon King's demonic nature, his expression changed dramatically. The Venerable Xian Bei let out a long sigh. looking like he had aged by more than 10 years. "Many thanks, benefactor, for telling me all this." Seeing the venerable Xianbei bowing to him, Xiao Chun quickly stood up and returned the bow. "Venerable is too serious. Venerable saved my life. That is already a great favor. This is nothing." After thinking for a long time, the venerable Xianbei said, "Benefactor Xiao, can you promise me one thing?" Curious, Xiao Chen asked, "What is it?" "If you see Zhen Yuan again, if you have the ability, can you spare his life and save him from this sea of bitterness?" The venerable Xianbei looked at Xiao Chen with an extremely grave expression. Chapter 1765. Should I agree or not? The venerable Xianbei's request was extraordinarily excessive. First of all, Xiao Chen's relationship with Zhen Yuan was far from good. In fact, it was more like they were rivals and had conflicts. Secondly, Zhen Yuan was not weak. After he absorbed the Black Dragon King's demonic nature, his cultivation was higher than Xiao Chen's. Zhen Yuan's comprehension ability was also not low. If Xiao Chen met such a person, how could he hold back in a fight? Holding back would be asking for his own life. However, when Xiao Chen looked into the venerable Xianbei's eyes, he could not bear to refuse. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chen said, "I'll do my best. While ensuring my own life, I'll do my best to let him live. I'll bring him back to the profound light temple." The venerable Xianbei said, "Many thanks, benefactor Xiao. That is enough. That child, Zhen Yuan, does not have a bad nature. Him taking this path has something to do with me. If benefactor Xiao can free him from this sea of bitterness, you will be able to resolve the knot in this old monk's heart." Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "Venerable, why do you feel that I will definitely meet Zhen Yuan? The world is vast and boundless. If one is not looking for him, it will be easier said than done to meet someone. Fate. Everything is because of that Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Since the two of you cultivate this saber technique, you will meet each other sooner or later." The venerable Xianbei showed a complicated expression. After a pause, he said, "Wait for a while. Let me show you something." The venerable Xianbei turned around and entered a secret room. After a while, he came out and handed a painting to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen gave the venerable Xianbei a doubtful look. Then he unfurled the painting, and his expression changed slightly. The Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique Manual. When Blessed Curls unfurled, the style of the painting was exactly the same as the incomplete saber technique manual that Xiao Chen once possessed. However, there was only one hand gesture in the painting. It looked like a saber technique manual, but also somewhat different. The venerable Xianbei looked at it and said, "This is not a saber technique manual. This is the starting stance of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. The complete saber technique was lost long ago and is scattered everywhere. Who knows how long it will take to collect it?" The saber technique originally had a total of 9 moves. Including the starting stance, there are a total of 10 moves. Xiao Chen's eyes were solemn. He felt that he had benefited greatly from this starting stance, but he still couldn't comprehend it. "Thanks a lot." After putting away the painting, Xiao Chen expressed his gratitude. This was a pleasant surprise. He did not have any special intentions in agreeing to the venerable Xianbei's request. Unexpectedly, he managed to obtain the starting stance of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. This was truly a pleasant surprise. A saber technique with a starting stance and without a starting stance were two completely different concepts. On the table are some Padala Mountain's white Shawa head hair, as well as some 10,000-year-old sandalwood. Consider it a farewell gift. Take it with you. Master Xianbei said in a warm voice as he pointed to the tea leaves and sandalwood on the table. The name of this tea leaf had a different kind of Zen meaning. Xiao Chen loved fine wine the most, followed by tea. With such good tea, he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. "Goodbye." Xiao Chen performed a cup-fist salute and left. Under the venerable Xianbei's gaze, he left the profound light temple and the Padala Mountain. Half a month later, inside a pirate hall in the Grave Sea, Xiao Chun familiarly entered and arrived at the West Wind Tower. Back then, it was in this pirate hall that Xiao Chun had witnessed Ling Yu fighting another Blessed Land disciple. Now, in less than 2 years, he returned to this place. Everything was the same as before. However, Xiao Chun was no longer the same as before. He did not even fear a star venerate. As Xiao Chun looked at the signboard of the West Wind Tower, he stood there for a long time. Back then, he had asked this chief manager Ding of the West Wind Tower for help in entering the Black Cave Mountain, using his promise to obtain a recommendation letter. Naturally, Xiao Chun did not forget about this promise. If there was an opportunity, he would fulfill this promise when he asked about the Black Cutlass. Xiao Chun greets Ding Yuan, Chief Manager Ding. After reporting, Xiao Chun was brought to the highest reception room of the West Wind Tower. Ding Yuan received Xiao Chun with a wide smile. However, when he saw Xiao Chun, he was greatly startled, showing a horrified expression. In a short 2 years, Xiao Chun had advanced from a half-step primal core veritable personage to peak late-stage major primal core realm. More importantly, Ding Yuan felt an aura from Xiao Chun that inspired fear in his soul. That was a pressure that only a star venerate could give Ding Yuan. For some reason, Ding Yuan felt that the one standing before him was not a major primal core venerate, but a bona fide star venerate. What's wrong? After 2 years, Chief Manager Ding has forgotten about this Xiao? Xiao Chun asked indifferently. Ding Yuan recovered his wits after a long time. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, I heard that you successfully entered the Blessed Land. However, I truly did not expect you to change so much in a short 2 years. Xiao Chun did not deny it. 2 years is not long. It passes in the blink of an eye. I can have my current cultivation because of my accumulations in the veritable personage realm. You should not be surprised. In reality, Xiao Chun did not feel that his cultivation had advanced too quickly. When he was in the veritable personage realm, the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and the heavenly Yang pill already helped him establish a firm foundation. The moment he entered the primal core realm, his earlier accumulations erupted, which made sense. This bit of accomplishment was nothing for a 9-star primal core realm cultivator. Shangguan Lei was a venerate who condensed a 6-star primal core and already broke through to star venerate. It was normal for Xiao Chun to have his current cultivation. Ding Yuan smiled embarrassedly and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Why are you looking for me? I once made you a promise. If you have anything you need to do, I can help you now. Xiao Chun said frankly. Ding Yuan smiled craftily, a shrewd look in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand and said, There's no rush. There's no rush. It was still too early to use it. As a shrewd businessman, how could Ding Yuan not see Xiao Chun's future prospects? Xiao Chun was not surprised. Then, he brought up the second matter. Help me ask around for news of the Black Cutlass. I want to meet up with them as soon as possible. Black Cutlass? Ding Yuan slapped his forehead and said, I nearly forgot. This ship is yours. News of the Black Cutlass is not hard to find. Right now, probably all the pirates in the Grave Sea have heard of the Black Cutlass. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He smiled and said, Let's hear it. 2 years ago, this ship was unknown. However, it is now a famous 4-star pirate group in the Grave Sea. Even some of the veteran 5-star pirate groups have to avoid them when they see them. The most incredible time was when they tricked the Divine Shield Army in a dangerous land. They caused the Divine Shield Army to lose more than half of the Grave Sea's Divine Shield Army. We have tried to hunt it down several times, but we have not succeeded. We have already raised its bounty to the 9th rank of the Grave Sea's wanted list. It's also the only 4-star pirate group in the top 10. It looked like the missing Savage Blood Star Venerate was probably dead. Otherwise, the Iron Hand Yama would not have such a huge grudge against the Divine Shield Army. Without needing to think, Xiao Chun could guess that the person who ambushed the Divine Shield Army had to be the Iron Hand Yama of the Black Cutlass. However, Xiao Chun did not care about this. He did not have a good impression of the Divine Shield Corps. If the Iron Hand Yama wanted revenge, he would definitely support it. When was the last time the Black Cutlass appeared? Xiao Chun asked. He was more concerned about Hai Shui and wanted to see his old friends as soon as possible. be it the beast governing sects Elder Tang, Fei, and Luo Nan, whom Shao Chun met when he first arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, or the Iron Hand Yama, who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. All of them were Shao Chen's friends. I haven't seen her for 2 years, and I miss her dearly. Ding Yuan smiled and said, "There's no rush. Let me look for it." After a while, Ding Yuan showed a slightly strange expression. "What's going on?" "The last time the black cutlass appeared was 3 months ago." Shao Chen asked, "What's so strange about that?" Ding Yuan looked at Shao Chun and said, "Brother Shao Chun, you might not know this, but the various pirate halls pay special attention to such a 4-star pirate ship. No matter where it is, there will be news of it at least once a month." Shao Chen's heart sank. "In that case, what's going on now?" "I'm not sure about that, either. However, Brother Shao Chun, don't worry. I don't think the Black Cutlass got wiped out. If it got wiped out, the Pirate Alliance would definitely send out accurate news. It would not be like this, where there is no news at all." Shao Chun thought to himself. The Black Cutlass could summon the Yazi Beast Demon Soul at any time. In the Grave Sea, even if it ran into a peak 5-star pirate ship, it would be able to protect itself. Where was the Black Cutlass 3 months ago? Ding Yuan looked around and said in a trembling voice, "The Grave Island Sea Region." Chapter 1766. Grave Island Sea Region? The Grave Sea Region was located in the center of this sea. There were a few mysterious islands, all of which were graves, hence the name. The graves on the islands were incredibly mysterious. No one knew whose graves they were or when they were left behind. That sea region was a forbidden land of the entire Grave Sea. One would most likely die if they entered. Very few people came out of that place alive. Even though that Grave Island had many natural treasures of the outside world, very few people would go and explore it, knowing that death awaited them, who would not care about their lives and charge in. Shao Chun entered deep thought. Luo Nan, Faker, and the others would not charge into the Grave Island Sea region for no reason at all. There had to be something wrong with this. He had to find out the reason behind it. If he found out that there were other secrets behind it, he would definitely die. If Shao Chen found out what other secrets there were, he would absolutely not let them off. After some thought, Shao Chun said, "Chief Manager Ding, help me investigate this matter. I want to know why they went to the Grave Sea." "Don't worry. Leave it to me. I will definitely give you an answer within 3 days." Ding Yuan's expression turned grave. It was rare for Shao Chun to ask him for help, and it was within his capabilities to do so. If Ding Yuan improved his relationship with Shao Chun, there would be even more benefits in the future. As a businessman, he could see through this kind of thing very clearly. Shao Chun stayed in a rented courtyard in the pirate hall for now, waiting for news. While waiting, Shao Chun did not remain idle. He took out the starting stance of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique that the venerable Xian Bei gave him. The starting stance. Every saber technique had a starting stance. Without a starting stance, it would be an incomplete saber technique that was very incomplete. Even the flawless saber technique that Shao Chun created had a starting stance. However, because Shao Chun created it himself, the starting stance was already ingrained in his heart. There was no need to learn it, as it was his own to begin with. However, if it were someone else's saber technique, then he would have to grasp the starting stance. This was especially so for a cultivation technique that was directly comprehended from a primogenitor grade cultivation technique. Looking at it from a certain point of view, this single starting stance was even more valuable than the 3 crippled moves that Shao Chun had grasped. Shao Chun looked at the painting carefully. A monk, holding a Buddhist commandment blade, made a gesture of getting ready. He held the saber in his right hand and pointed it at the sky. His left hand formed a special Buddhist hand seal. The manager explained that the hand seal was the 7-kill seal. It represented the 7 different killing intents in the world. This handprint was not an original creation of Buddhism. It was absorbed and dissolved from the pagan religion. In the Buddhist sect, it was a forbidden technique that ordinary people could not cultivate. There were also 7 types of killing intent. Shao Chun was deep in thought. He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. After carefully reading the annotations on the scroll, he suddenly realized that it was referring to 7 different mental states. There was an indifferent killing intent, as if he was casually stepping on an ant. There was a killing intent that was as gentle as water, as calm and unruffled as a small stream. When he killed, his mind was calm, and there was even a trace of joy. There was a world-shaking killing intent, as if he wanted to fight a powerful enemy and was willing to risk his life. There was extreme hatred and killing intent. Anger attacked the heart, shocking the heavens. There was an unbearable killing intent. He didn't want to kill, but he couldn't bear it. After carefully thinking about it, Xiao Qian discovered that his killing intent was inseparable from these 7 types. He would eventually be able to find a corresponding one. After forming the 7-kill seal, the wielder's killing intent would increase 7-fold. Furthermore, he would be able to control it as he pleased. When Xiao Qian saw this, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. No wonder this seal was considered a forbidden technique. If an ordinary person cultivated this, it would be strange if they did not enter a state of berserking qi deviation and fall into the demonic Tao. Only a virtuous, esteemed monk with a benevolent heart could resolve the repercussions of forming this seal. Xiao Qian continued watching. Xiao Qian discovered that the crux of this stance was not the 7-kill seal. Instead, it was the understanding of the entire Mahaya abstinence violation saber technique. This saber technique was boundlessly vast, broad, and profound. Everyone could gain different insights from it. Every move and every style could be dismantled. When creating a saber technique according to one's character, its might would be equally terrifying. Every move and stance could be broken down into a profound saber technique. Interesting. It looks like that Zhen Yuan comprehended the Azura Hell saber from entering hell. This person's mastery of the Buddhist Dharma was indeed superior to Xiao Qian's. If Xiao Qian had not seen this stance, he definitely would not have thought that a simple saber and stance could be broken down and cultivated. Closing the painting, Xiao Qian entered deep thought. He had learned 2 moves of the Mahaya abstinence violation saber technique, breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane. He thought that he had comprehended the true meaning of his cultivation. However, when he looked at this stance, he discovered that it was just the beginning. As the Buddha said, 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi. 1 move, breaking the mundane, could form a school of its own, branching out from simplicity to complexity. Xiao Qian continuously evolved the true meaning of breaking the mundane, using the saber in his hand to interpret it more comprehensively. What about the end? Suddenly, Xiao Qian comprehended something. He thought about the cultivation of his saber technique. He thought about his cultivation of saber techniques, but he was just repeating 2 processes, from simplicity to complexity and from complexity to simplicity. Every time he repeated it, the second time would be even more difficult. It was just like when Xiao Qian was in the Kunlun realm. At first, he only learned the simplest and most basic saber techniques. Then, he started to learn all sorts of complicated and profound saber techniques. This was going from simplicity to complexity. Finally, he comprehended the flawless saber technique. Everything he learned in half his life was in the 7 moves of the flawless saber technique. This was going from complexity to simplicity. When Xiao Qian arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, his horizons were broadened. Then, he started to go from simplicity to complexity on the foundation of the flawless saber technique. Suddenly, Xiao Qian's mind became clear. His understanding of saber techniques immediately rose by another level. Invisibly, his saber Dao's great Dao energy improved further. Observing the stance of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique allowed him to draw inferences about other cases benefiting him greatly. Xiao Qian closed his eyes and deepened his comprehension further. 2 days later, Xiao Qian opened his eyes and started to focus on cultivating the 7-kill seal. Although Xiao Qian was not an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect, his experiences had tempered his mental state to the point that it was no weaker than an esteemed monk's. Furthermore, Xiao Qian was not a member of the Buddhist sect and could not break the rules of the Buddhist sect. When cultivating, he had fewer worries, which made it harder for a heart demon to form. With his astonishing comprehension ability, Xiao Qin's cultivation of the 7-kill seal, which had clear explanations and paintings as a reference, went rather smoothly. After spending only 3 days, he gained some comprehension. As Xiao Qin's left-hand hand seals changed continuously, his heart moved accordingly. The crux of successfully forming the 7-kill seal was that the various killing intents in one's heart had to change according to the hand seals. There could not be any mistakes. Otherwise, one would fail. Slowly, Xiao Qin felt his killing intent become like water, strangely connecting with the hand seals of his left hand. As the killing intent changed, it molded into all sorts of shapes, entering a wondrous state. Xiao Qin's nimble hands formed all sorts of hand seals, and the killing intent in his heart moved accordingly. Eventually, Xiao Qin discovered that his killing intent no longer came from his heart. Instead, it was completely controlled by his left hand. Instead, his heart became a bystander, entering a certain ethereal state. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun, and moon never hanging high in the sky. The so-called killing intent was just pure killing intent. It had nothing to do with my heart or with me, Xiao Qin. He directly stripped the killing intent from his heart. With a quick glance, the 7-kill seal had already been formed. The entire cultivation room was enveloped by an extremely enormous and heavy killing intent, yet Xiao Qin didn't feel anything. Disperse. With a slight movement of his left hand, the boundless killing intent vanished. Kacha. It was as if a bright moon had fallen into the water, splashing clear water. Xiao Qin's heart also fell into the water along with the bright moon. It was over. That ethereal state. Xiao Qin woke up with a start. His eyes were bright and clear. His soul seemed to have been cleansed just now. His eyes were exceptionally clear and bright, without a speck of dust, just like a gem. His body emitted a simple, elegant, and otherworldly aura that merged with the ice-feather divine art that he cultivated, making him appear even more extraordinary. The cultivation techniques of the Buddhist sect were truly profound. Xiao Qin sighed in his heart. Although the 7-kill seal seemed to be boundlessly domineering, it did not seem like a Buddhist cultivation technique. But on the inside, it was a Buddhist sect cultivation technique. Young Master Xiao, I found it. Just at this moment, Chief Steward Ding's voice rang out from outside the room. Xiao Qin startled awake. 7 days have passed already. I really didn't feel it.